Alright, here we go, guys. Welcome. Oh, wait, what's going off my cam? Okay. And my cam is still in the wrong place. Better. Okay. Morning. Hi, Bassett. Is the game released? Unfortunately not. You have to wait until Friday next week. But that's not very far. How's everyone doing? I just got a call in like last second, right before I was about to start a stream. So I delayed it a little bit. New Frosty video. That sounds like a great start to today. Should we check that out? What's the tech to time skip IRL? Well, clean up your emails, clean up your hard drive. I don't know. Fill your tax forms. That's kind of the stuff that I'm doing, at least. So, thank you. Yeah. Where's the Frosty video? Can someone link it? Let's watch it. Hi, Effie, by the way. Thanks for the sub. Oh, I think that was before we started. Appreciate that. 50 months, man. Are you excited for PoE next week? I guess you are. Thank you, guys. Wait, you play WoW? You would have not guessed that. I've played probably more WoW than Diablo, so yes. But I have not been like too active now in Classic since like the PoE launch is like so soon and stuff. If it wasn't for PoE, I would absolutely like blast more WoW now. But yeah, I don't think I'll get anywhere close to 60 for now in the hardcore. But we'll see. I'll play a little bit when I have time. Okay, guys, are you ready for some Frosty video? The Diablo-like ARPG. You sure your PC can run it? PoE1 like runs like a PowerPoint. Well, maybe it shouldn't fire 25,000 projectiles per second, and you could actually see something. Have you thought about that, Effie? Thank you, guys. The PC requirements are here. Yeah, people kept asking me about this. I wonder if they're like very high or not. Recommended, okay. It doesn't seem very high. 100 gigabytes available space though. Holy, what? Maybe Wonka. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, it's my birthday today. I just turned 32. Not surprised it's 100 gigabytes. Well, usually I guess it's like you need more space for the install than you actually need to keep on your hard drive. So usually it's like, you know, a bit of leftover so that it can like install it or something. Fuck, you're young. Oh, thank you. Well, I do feel young, I guess. Should we watch this, guys? Thank you. Spoiler, it's brutal. I can absolutely believe that. I am Frosty is gonna get a very large following very soon with the D4 bashing videos continuing. Because he was only like making videos about D4 all the time, and D4 kind of kept getting better, and then people were like not really upset about it anymore and stuff, right? But now we have this, so this is like the perfect feeding ground. The same birthday as your daughter. Huh. Happy birthday to your daughter. Thank you, Crucible. You saw a new teaser. We can check the teasers after this. Let's check this first. Actually, I should probably move my cam again to somewhere else. So... Mace is fine here. I guess we can move it somewhere else. Something like this, maybe. So it's a bit smaller.
This is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs. This is
Yo, Crystal, thank you, man.
Holy crap, this is gonna be incredible.
This is old school RuneScape.
You gotta play it.
I'm excited.
This is perfect.
Diablo 4 is cooked.
See, this is what Diablo 4 should have been.
Like, Diablo 4 is bad, Diablo 4 is dead.
I'm gonna quit Diablo 4.
Dude!
That this beta has more depth.
You're
to it than
sucking.
Diablo 4
Cut
does
it out of context, dude. What the fuck?
after the expansion. Like, this is fucking insane.
Welcome back, you freaking traitors. You probably clicked on this video to hear about Path of Exile 2, and that absolutely disgusts me. Anyway, in this video, I'll be going over all the major issues with Path of Exile 2, followed by a recent tweet by the Diablo 4 Giga Chad himself, Rod Diablo-like Ferguson, as well as many other well-known Diablo 4 superfans' thoughts and plans in regards to Path of Exile 2. Alright, let's jump in and get to the major problems with this game.
Unfortunately, Path of Exile 2 will not be available on Mac OS at the start of early access, but we're keen to have this platform. Okay, so Mac gamers once again are taking an L.
Well, that sums up all the
Who is
major
gaming on a
problems
Mac?
with PoE 2. Sucks to be you, Mac gamers. Anyway, on to bigger news. Let's recap the tweet heard by literally billions of people around the world.
Look at Rod Ferguson's tweet. Is this the Diablo-like thing? Is this that bullshit about that? Let me see if I can find it. Where's Rod Ferguson? There it is. Let me double check.
So, a couple of days ago, when the PoE 2 stream ended, literally, X is blowing up, people are posting like crazy, holy crap, this is gonna be incredible. Rod Ferguson,
The general manager of all of Diablo, decided to go on Twitter and absolutely cook himself with this unhinged take.
Oh my goodness. Hogs got the video. Path of Exile 2 reveal was so epic it steamed Rod Ferguson. All right, what is
The
it?
genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things, much like Souls-like and roguelike. I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula.
I absolutely cannot believe that this is real. Out of all the badass stuff that was showcased, after all the in-game, after all the Atlas rework, dual skill trees, and weapons that you can dual wield in one hand, all the 6 classes, and all this badass shit that they showed us yesterday at the Path of Exile 2 early access live stream, this right here was my favorite. That shit triggered Rod Ferguson so bad that he had to go make a tweet.
Rod Ferguson is scared. He is threatened, though he's lashing out. Grinding Gear Games has made something tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering.
Hey, that's the day. 5 PM, yeah. Twitch TV targeted try.
Games has made something tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering, and the game isn't even out yet.
No wonder Rod was making tweets. No, this isn't an ARPG. It's just like Diablo. Like, yeah, sure, Rod. Getting mad.
Bruh, you ain't even followed the Diablo like you ain't even got a goddamn Diablo in you.
The tweet was taken way out of proportion. Yeah, I guess it kind of just started a shitstorm, right? Like, I understood immediately this was a bad tweet. He should not have done that. But then like, people just kind of like, you know, with like his position and, you know, like this was like on the same day of the reveals and all that stuff, right? Like, it just kind of like came together perfectly. And I can understand that people is gonna, you know, keep milking this, right? It's just how it is. And they should have seen that coming, to be honest.
Game. So just please go sit down and get out of here.
now maybe he's scared, maybe he's a little nervous, but the last thing you want to do is come across as petty. And that's how this looks.
I think it's very unprofessional. If I was the VP of a game company, I wouldn't be throwing shade. That's a very passive-aggressive way to throw shade at GGG indirectly.
But this is such bad form. It is absolutely terrible. Like, the timing on it, everything about it just looks really, really bad. It comes across as jealous.
Well, hold up. You guys are the ones sounding jealous. Do you even know how freaking cool the term Diablo-like sounds? Look, I can completely see what Rod is talking about here, and the term Diablo-like is already spreading like wildfire. For example, when a game you are super hyped for launches and it's completely not what you expected, that's Diablo-like. When a company removes a key feature, like a charger for a phone, then sells that key feature back to you later on, that's Diablo-like. When a game has a skill tree system with no meaningful options, that's Diablo-like. When you are at a self-checkout, but you are asked to tip for doing the job the company you are tipping should be doing, well, that's Diablo-like. And lastly, when a game you took off for work for has a massive delay on launch that lasts for hours or even days, yeah, you guessed it right.
I mean, to be fair, the delay on PoE is going to be most likely way more, right? This server's gonna be on fire, man.
That's Diablo-like. So you should probably give Rod a little slack here. He knows what he is doing and is completely not jealous at all about PoE 2. In fact, PoE 2 should be thanking Diablo, not the other way around.
Take off the day after launch.
Right?
The thing is that, and Grinding Gear Games would be the first people to say this, that they owe a lot to Diablo 3. Because Diablo 3 being dog shit on release, dude, when the PoE closed beta came out, every single person in the general chat was talking about how shitty Diablo 3 was. And you know what's so fucking funny? Is when this game comes out, every single person in the general chat is going to be talking about how shitty Diablo 4 is.
Okay. Let's check in on some real.
And that's kind of true, actually. If Diablo 3, it's actually kind of interesting, right? If like 15 years ago, Diablo 3 would have been a good game, you know, and like pre-release, I guess, you know, like going towards a good game, you know, PoE would have never been a threat to Blizzard, right? It's kind of funny actually to think about.
Super fans, who I am sure are going to stick with D4 instead of this Diablo-like PoE 2.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and this week saw the most hype live stream the ARPG world has ever seen. The announcement of Diablo 4 season of The Witch Doctor, basically. No, obviously it was Path of Exile 2.
I am a starving man. I'm starving for Path of Exile 2 content, so I'm going to rewatch the same live stream for 15 days in a row until this game's out, okay?
In my opinion, this is one of the strongest announcements I've ever seen in the history of ARPGs.
I think I can kind of get away with less time spent from now on in Diablo 4 and more time invested into PoE 2. I'm going to be blasting this game at the very least until Season 7 launches, and then probably go right back into PoE 2.
Holy shit. Okay, all right, Rob, please tell me you didn't drink the Kool-Aid too.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE come December 6th.
Okay, I give up. Let's at least try and figure out why this is happening.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough in-game content.
Nah, that's never happened. I've personally, I've never seen that happen in the area.
Even Elon Musk's going to play PoE.
It's not complicated and it's not intimidating at all, which is why Diablo 4 sold so well. Almost no barrier to entry. They're great for casual players. The problem is it lacks an endgame almost entirely.
I'm really excited to jump into PoE. The biggest reason for me by far is probably the crazy endgame that they have. This focus on the endgame is just absolutely crazy and fresh and new to me, because coming from...
Did he just say the focus on in-game is crazy and fresh and new to me? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, before. After a certain amount of time, there is not that much to do in...
I'm sorry, I have to laugh.
There truly is nothing to do.
Holy Holy shit, dude. Dude, back to back, saying the same thing. I love how the reaction is the same from literally everyone.
Well, I guess that's not literally true, but there aren't really any great rewards for doing that. I don't have any super awesome mounts. I don't have any titles. My character isn't glowing. I can't link you an item that is so rare and so godly that you wouldn't be able to find it yourself from all the hours that I put into it. The rewards are just not there.
Man, it gets worse. Nothing to do, no reason to...
And but what about your, 4-star Thibault's Will, man? Isn't that like so rare that you can never find it? Holy.
Do the things there are to do and
There's
no
12% on the
rewards for
ethics.
doing them.
Okay, guys, I think it's inevitable. I also need to try this game out, and for exactly the reason you may think. To bring to light why PoE 2 is a vastly inferior game to the masterpiece we call Diablo 4. But for real, guys, I will be making a lot more videos on PoE 2, and you probably should be trying this game out yourself. It looks awesome. Please subscribe.
Diablo 4, oh yeah, I swear. I love it more than I can bear.
Okay, good video. I'm excited to see what it's gonna cook.
Path of exile is my true unrest.
Oh man. Yeah, the next Diablo like in the genre, guys. Oh man. Okay, that was good. What is that other thing you wanted to watch? Someone said something. From GG, I think. Or was that just like some post or something they made? Keep watching. Wait, was there something that we missed at the end?
This is one of the stories
About all the Diablo...
Oh shit.
Can you guys imagine the Frosty LaRue video we're going to be getting about all the Diablo 4 players like watching Path of Exile? I can see the title of the video already.
Okay. Oh shit, Hagrid. Yo. Thank you. Nice to see you, man. I didn't realize you have the first badge, actually. Nice. Thank you for the 5 subs. Oh, hey, Frosty as well. We just watched the video. Smile. GG teased the weapon. Okay, is that on Twitter or what? I have like some stuff there. I'm going to watch me react on YouTube now. Uh-oh. we just finished it. I started WoW Classic Hardcore. I have. I was in the OnlyFans guild so far, but I haven't played it too much. I'm only like level 12, I think. So I didn't really do much. On my Orc Hunter. Yeah, I was actually planning to play a lot more a while, but yeah, this whole like PoE stuff is actually, there's like a lot of stuff to dig through, and we've been watching a lot of the gameplay, and everyone is super hyped. So I've been like mostly working towards PoE 2 right now. Level 6, busy weekend. Yeah, then focus on that deadline first, I guess. You want to play PoE 2? Yeah, everyone wants to. Seems crazy. Hey guys, Hagrid is one of my old school IRL friends who's in chat right now. With the founder badge. Look at that. Anyway, we should have a call later. Or tomorrow or something. I don't know when it works for you. He started playing WoW Classic again, logged into level 17 and realized I hate WoW. I actually had a good time. I really like playing Classic WoW. Especially hardcore, it's very cool, I think. Okay, so what did it tease you exactly? I saw the Malice aura. The art. No, where did it tease it exactly? Was it on the forum post, maybe? Or on Reddit? Also heard that they updated this website here with more info. Community, home, early access. New skill system. Oh, I can actually like, mouse over this stuff. Cool. Yeah, I will join Discord at some point. Haggard. Can someone point me to where's like the new teasers that they have put out? Apparently it's not here, it's just like a basic overview. It's in the info links channel. Ah, that sounds like a good idea actually. I've seen this overview here actually, that looked very good. Expedition Rock. It's basically all the crafting methods. Soul cores. What were those again? Are these like the jewels or are these like something like that? I'm trying to remember what was soul cores again. The renames on this stuff. Notable installation. Okay, this is like the what do you put on your neck? Oils. These are oils? No, this is oils. What about this soul cores? These are the gems, yeah, okay. They come from Ultimatum. It's gonna be very fun actually with like these different crafting systems. Ritual, give you the omen. Yeah. Supporter packs, $480. Wow. Yeah, you can spend a lot of money on PoE if you want. What is that video here? Ah, this is the teaser. Wait, is that the same from like the Menace thing? Scepter item skill teaser. Ah, interesting. So this Menace aura comes from the scepter. So this is mostly something for like minion builds, I suppose. Or maybe for some caster builds as well. But it seems to have like these minion modifiers here, allies in your presence. It actually seems kind of wild, because allies also means other players, right? So it's not just your minions have this stuff, but also you can do like some pretty crazy support stuff. I think group play is going to be pretty wild, actually. Looking at this. 167 spirit from the scepter. But I just realized there is no attack. The scepter doesn't have attack damage. Like, you can't even attack at all. That is all looks kind of cool. Has like this red little glow. I wonder if we're also gonna see like enemies that have these auras. Gonna be good to know what this means. Imagine if it just released PoE 2 as my birthday present. Yo, we'll log in. Endless at 38% of your maximum mana to the total maximum energy shield. That is insane. This is another scepter. Look at this. The scepter has 200 spirit, man. It's probably not even like the highest tier or something. Be curious which one will be multiplayer and which will require solo. I don't think there's anything that requires solo. Yeah, that's a lot of spirit, man, for sure. And you can dual wield them, right? Or is Scepter always only main hand, and then there's like these focuses in the offhand, right? So maybe you can't dual wield it. So you probably have to decide on one of them. That's still like a lot of discipline, man. And a lot of energy shit, I mean. And focus and spirit. Only one, okay. So I guess it kind of comes down to like which one are you going for? You know, which aura do you want? That will actually make a kind of an impact there. It's a good system though. You take it there's no build ideas available on Maxroll yet? No, I mean you can't make guides or anything yet, so... There's like, you know, nothing really to talk about, at least to that detail. Actually, do we have the PoE 2 site already up? Oh yeah, it's already here. So the PoE 2 site is there. But yeah, there's like no guides yet and stuff, so it's just like, okay, how do the basic things work? Classes and ascendancies. Yeah. But you know, there's like only like news and stuff right now, so. Thank you for funny. Doesn't look like hardcore is going to be viable at all in this game. Yeah, it will be. If you get good, it will be. And decide what class and ascendancy you think you will play on launch. Probably mercenary. PoE 2 is a little more medium core in general than PoE 1. Yeah, that's for sure. Like, you know, softcore and hardcore will actually not feel all too much different. Because even on softcore, you cannot afford to die all the time. You get the XP penalty, you lose your map, you lose your boss, you know, all this kind of stuff. Like, it's actually, like, really bad to die. And okay, it can happen sometimes, and then it's fine, you don't lose a character. But in general, like, hardcore and softcore, like, you probably don't even really play different builds very much. I imagine. Mercenary, stones, and machine gun, crossbow, yeah. You said a month ago that there maybe will be a disconnect between PoE 1 blaster types and PoE 2, and you think this is still the way? Yeah, of course, PoE 2 is a very different game compared to PoE 1, but I think most PoE 1 players are probably excited about PoE 2. So the announcements have definitely kind of blown away everything, and at least for the start, I imagine a lot of people will jump in and try it out and have fun. CG live Twitch drops. Okay, there's like no other teasers yet, just this, yeah. Set the item skill teaser. I hope we're gonna get more teasers. This was 14 hours ago. Give me more. There's a crazy notable in the info links. Yeah, we checked out most of these. Malice, okay. This one. 35% increase attack range while I have an ally in your presence. Allies in your presence have +1 to accuracy. That's pretty good. Yeah, we watched this, yeah. We watched this. Is there like more gameplay for other people? Who else was like, you know, making like gameplay videos and stuff? Who was at the events and stuff? Moxie? Wait, Moxie was also there. Interesting. Oh, he's already doing like Fury craft videos and stuff. Okay. What's this? This is first ascendant, I guess. The Ranger class overview. Okay, so I guess he's just... I want to see gameplay more than this. Subtract him. Let's see. What does he have? Sorcerers and mercenary gameplay. Okay, we can check this out maybe. It's half an hour.
Hey, what's up, guys? So this, I guess, is...
Do I have my cam in it? Okay, cam is fine though. Yeah, I have not actually seen much of sorcerers. So it's actually kind of interesting. The first booba. I haven't seen much of the first descendant, but definitely I understand why he called that. Stork login. Let's see this then.
The beginning of making content for Path of Exile 2. Been kind of taking some time recently thinking about how I want to approach this, because I really want to do this right and in my own way. And that's going to be a lot of just talking from my perspective and not trying to fulfill the algorithm and clickbait and all that type of stuff. I just tried it in the past and it does not spark joy. It's not what I want to do. I just want to talk to you guys about you know, a game that I love and share the things, my thoughts about it and what I think is cool about it, and, you know, teach stuff and have fun along the way. So what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today is my playthrough at the playtest that GGG did a couple weeks ago. It was under embargo until a couple days ago, and we actually had to edit the footage, send it over, and Jonathan was personally reviewing all of it. So this is Jonathan Rogers approved footage. The unique thing here is I am one of the only, if not the actual only content creator that has now played Path of Exile 2 all the way from ExileCon, the most recent one. I don't know when that was, a year and a half ago. I've been to every single playtest, including the most recent one. And in fact, the only other PoE content creators that I know were at the last playtest were me, MP Havoc, Big Ducks, and then, you know, some ARPG people, you know, like Darth Microtransaction, but no, like pure PoE people. So that's all of us that were there. I think I have kind of a unique perspective here in that I've played all the playtests. I've seen it from ExileCon where I was like, oh, I don't know if this game is going to be what I want it to be. I was kind of scared at ExileCon. It was very overtuned, we'll say. You know, it was very rougher state. They were figuring things out. I can very honestly and genuinely say after this most recent playtest, I am quite excited for PoE 2. However, I'm not going to glaze it. I'm not going to hide the things that I think I'm a little worried about. I am not like 100% think this is going to be a perfect game. I think there's a lot of stuff that PoE 1 offers that this one is trying to diverge from, and I am going to try to call that out. You know, maybe not all that much in this video, but, you know, I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and concerns. So yeah, anyway, long intro long. Let's just get right into it, and I'll start talking about, you know, what my thoughts are as I go through the playtest. What I'm going to be doing in this video is talking over some parts, kind of pausing it, pointing some things out, and then kind of just letting the gameplay play. Like, I'll take the camera off the screen, let the gameplay play for a couple minutes. You can kind of just immerse yourself. So yeah, let's get started. And hopefully the volume levels and everything are good. So going into this playtest, we can see that we have Sork, Warrior, Ranger, Witch, Mercenary, and Monk. These are the classes that are going to be coming out on December 6th. And I had previously played all of the other classes except for the Mercenary. This is the first time I've had a chance to play the Mercenary. There's a quick little intro animation here kind of showing the general idea of how the character works. And I just want to give it a shot. And in fact, we're going to try to save some time here. Everyone's seen that animation. We're not going to let that play again. So the first skill that you get is the fragmentation rounds. It's just a default shot. Let it play a little bit here. This is my first time playing. This is your AoE skill that you kind of start with. So you get a basic shot, which is right there, my basic bolt. The big thing about the Mercenary is he has multiple skills that have ammo, and they all have their individual magazines that you have to switch between them and reload them. I'm sure there's plenty of ways, and I know on the passive tree, we have seen that there are ways to save bullets when you're shooting. You know, maybe the big thing that I would like, I don't know if that's in the game already, is the ability, you can see that the aim is a little, the name locking with the aiming is a little awkward. The thing that I noticed, and I'll talk about like one of the cons already with the Mercenary for me, was I had to switch between things and reload. And with that reload time, you know, like when you're fighting like a certain set of monsters, right? Or like one pack of monsters, you can empty both magazines, but then the time to switch between them and then reload, you're not gonna be switching between it, at least early on. Like, you know, I've seen, you know, the more advanced gameplay later where they can kind of like reload each other and all that, but at least early on, you know, a big pain point for me was, you know, and every character starts weak, right? But you know, you can unload one magazine, switch to the other one, and then you're just gonna stick to your one, right? Because switching between them, waiting for the reload again, switching back, like that's just very inefficient. But this is the gameplay. You know, he walks around and shoots. You got your fragmentation rounds, that is your AoE. I did find the AoE, at least early on, not very effective. It has a little bit of a built-in pierce there. I skipped that, so I killed him. I didn't get any loot from him. The key here is I want to show you guys the early experience with the Mercenary, and maybe this will get tweaked a little bit by the time that December 6th happens. And I kind of push it a little bit irresponsibly here. I purposely bring a lot of monsters because one of my favorite things in RPGs, you know, I'm a OG World of Warcraft mage type of player. I just want to group up a bunch of monsters and then, you know, cast Blizzard or whatever and blow everything up. And then you can see kind of, also I did get a cold skill right here. So I got a cold shot. I'm trying to freeze them, trying to like shatter them, do some AoE, and just trying to demonstrate here what the, you know, what the experience is with these early skills. At least what you're gonna expect. No, like I said, I'm not trying to glaze up things that they're demonstrate things how they aren't. Don't worry, there's a lot of contrast in this video a little bit later on. So anyway, that's the pack of monsters there, and then the first boss that you fight here is the Devourer. It's within these the tunnels. And you can kind of see the experience reloading your different magazines over and over again and switching between them. So that was like a couple minute time skip, and you can see he's not dead yet. This is literally what I did. I was just like, this ain't for me. I'm out.
What the fuck?
So I did see gameplay of both Havoc and MP playing the mercenary later on. They stuck to it and they found combinations of it, and Big Ducks too. All three of them played mercenary, and they all had a good time with it. But you know, that's just what you're going to experience. Anyway, Sork. I'm like I said, I'm a mage, Sork, wizard, whatever you want to do. You know, elemental, temporal magic. That's my thing. Arcane magic. It's always my favorite class in every game. And
two freezing shots.
Yeah, wait for this one. Anyway, the first time that I played Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon, Sork was so poorly balanced and so underpowered. Actually, at least the first and second, if not third time, Sork always felt really bad. And that was basically my metric for, am I going to like this game? Like, can they do a magic caster properly? Well, this happened. Right off the beach, the very first boss that I killed gave me a +2 level of cold spell skill gem, 47% increased cold damage, and level 2 freezing shards right here. Yeah, you'll just see the difference between the mercenary and this. Now, kind of a concern that I have is the reliance on gear here, because I can't actually attribute how strong I felt in this playtest versus the last one on Sork. I can't separate it too much because I didn't have
an
this
insane
crazy
stuff
gear when I was doing.
He's gonna use this like 2x3 at least.
Playtest, but I can't.
If he
tell
takes a
you,
cold damage.
if you get good gear, at least on a Sork, if you get a good staff, things will feel really good. So yeah, this is just watch his life bar.
I need more time. Not yet.
Did a little spin of joy, had a little fun there, and yeah, that's just with that starting staff, that is the difference in power there. When that happened and I saw how strong I was just like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm kind of seeing it here. And this is the next boss in the next zone too. Just to confirm that it wasn't a fluke. Just wait for the shatter. Yeah, so I was very excited. I was very encouraged. I'm
gonna play WSD.
Just how much detail there is to
like
the physics effects of all the shattering. I'll turn up the audio during some of the fighting a little bit later on. Just the freezing shards going through the flame wall, seeing them lit up and all that, igniting the monsters. The effects are like almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it. And I think
it looks really cool.
nice.
I think
Instead
with
of,
the
like,
fire.
The Path of Exile 1, like insane flashiness. So yeah, they added a lot of new support gems, and I think that this is really going to be what differentiates Path of Exile 2. As the thing about support gems in Path of Exile 1 is they very often trend, or are picked at least, towards what gives me more damage, right? Like, we have some that are a little bit more utility focused. You can do something like Fortify, where you kind of have like a hybrid offense and defense, or you have something like Inspiration, where maybe you're kind of mitigating some mana cost. There are some like interesting upsides in addition to damage, but a lot of the time you're just saying, how do I take the highest damage support gems that I can while not taking too many downsides or getting as much, a little side utility in addition to that. That's what we see a lot of the time in Path of Exile 1. And kind of a cool thing, actually not kind of a cool thing, I think one of the most interesting things about Path of Exile 2, and we're gonna see how this plays out, is the forced single support gem. So for example, faster casting right here. If I take a faster casting, I can only have one of those on one of my skills. And because of this, I have to be very intentional in what I use that for. I really don't think it's going to feel like generator spender. It's not going to be like a Diablo 4 snooze fest. It's not generator spender. It's utility, single target, multi-target, utility mobility. And that's like the way that you want to think about it. So I end up using quite a few different skills in my damage rotation. It's going to be more about evaluating the threat and the positioning and the way that everything's happening. And that's how I'm going to be using my different skills dynamically in combat. And for example, Fortress right here. This is one of the cool support gems that it actually makes your flame wall summon, or anything else like ice wall as well, summon in a circle. So you can use this to encircle enemies, encircle yourself, encircle an ally, and then like we'll see this later on when I'm playing with MP. I am putting this around the monsters, and then MP is shooting as a mercenary through my flame wall and then boosting his shots. And there's a lot of interesting additional utility that you can get here through these support gems, instead of just, oh, I'm going to put elemental focus and control destruction on every single skill gem. Just to, even if you're using multiple damaging skills, you'd end up using, you'd use similar support gems. Instead, you have to be very intentional and thoughtful about how you're picking your support gems for your different utility skills. And at least the way that this played out until, like, I've only gotten to the end of Act 2 so far in the playtest, but the way that it's played out, at least in this playtest, was I had a lot of fun playing around with the different support gems. As always, how it works out in an end game, we'll see. Really, really cool thing. So freeze in this game is incredibly, again, everything through the context of only playing through the first 2 acts, but freeze in this game is incredibly powerful, as you've already seen. It works on bosses. You can build up freeze on them, and then there's a lot of stuff building around shattering frozen monsters. Just having something to freeze monsters. It doesn't have to be like a builder, right? It's not resource generation, because mana honestly was basically never an issue for me. That was not a problem whatsoever. It's really just about what utility am I trying to navigate or utilize as I'm doing some combat. Things like glaciation right here were actually very interesting. So
once people got stuck in Act 1, now like at this point they have nerfed Act 1 quite a lot and they buffed the classes a bit. Like it doesn't seem that hard anymore. Like when I played it at Gamescom, the game didn't feel as hard as it sounded, at least from like the previous playtest. I wasn't part of the June playtest, for example. I didn't go there. They invited me, but I stayed at home basically. And at Gamescom I played it, and I played like Act 1, Act 2 with like various characters, and it didn't really feel very hard. So I think it's okay now. Maybe the early game balance has been improved or something. I wouldn't really say that people can't get through Act 1 or something like that. Like you saw how fast he was melting the Devourer, for example, once he had the staff here. So yeah, like maybe double the damage of what you would normally have, for example. And even if you don't have that, if you have like a white staff that does nothing, then you would still kill the boss probably like in 1-2 minutes or something. So this is just like the expected time for a boss. Yeah. Maybe you just build different. I mean, I understand that I probably have an easier time than most starting fresh in a completely new RPG. But it's not like, ridiculously punishing or something, I believe, in the early game. So they have definitely improved that. Or maybe it was just like, not as bad as it seemed.
So this one's really cool. Hey, free chilled ground whenever you freeze an enemy. So, again, additional utility that you can put between your different skills, like drop a frost bomb and have that doing some additional utility right here.
Right.
Put between your different skills, like drop a frost bomb.
WoW Spain. Permanently intimidate enemies on block. Okay. Intimidate, I wonder if it still does the same, but it's like 10% increased attack damage taken on PoE 1. And some knife and strength, some threshold.
And have that doing some additional utility right here. That's unique that I got. When you block an enemy, you permanently intimidate them. Not for my build. This is just showing me selling some different things. I'm just trying out like, hey, what do I sell? What, demonstrating what I get for different currency for the disenchanting. And I'm not control clicking there just because I'm like trying to feel things out slowly one by one. All right, so I did not mouse over all of these. You can see the scroll bar. There are a lot of support gems, and a good chunk of these say coming soon as well. There are so many. There's going to be a lot of differentiation and potential for, one of my favorite things in Path of Exile 1 has always been customize your build for yourself. Like, hey, people ask me, hey, should I use Steel Skin on automation or cast some damage taken? Even little things like that, you can customize them in a way that fits your playstyle. All right, like if you're in hardcore and you got to play really intentionally and slowly around your cooldowns, cast some damage taken, or even manually casting it is the play. If you're in softcore and you're running 1 billion miles an hour, automation for your Steel Skin could be fine. Like, it's not a bad choice, but it could be fine. And I think that type of decision making, and like there's a lot of conversation about like, from the hardcore solo self-found racing perspective, like this is always the right play. But there are, inefficient methods of play that could be, turn your brain off even more and you get your Netflix on.
New interview.
And I think that
Legendary
you can
drops.
customize your builds in
Okay,
Path of
I
Exile.
don't know this
They're
channel,
giving
but I
you
can
more
check this
tools
later.
to do this. This is a new skill called Ember Fusillade. Unfortunately, I was with my gearing, I was like really pushed into cold skills, but I kind of wish I went into fire because some of these fire skills they're beautiful and really cool. I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
That's an interesting skill, okay. So you charge it up and then you like auto fires. Okay, it reminds a bit of like the ice shards in WoW or something. Actually, we have that these days as well in default, right? Elemental Constellation is like this, right?
But oh my god, the animation is just gorgeous. Like,
Now don't move.
walking around and self-casting Ice Nova, you're gonna see a lot of that. It just ended up being the strongest tool, unfortunately, for me a lot of time. Here's another boss, just showing how strong I am. This is about halfway through Act 1.
Let me teach you the power of the Eternals, Maracas fiend.
But yeah, like the I don't know. This is clearly a fidelity upgrade.
Oh my god, yeah, so much damage, man. What the fuck?
To me, Draven.
Freeze is so strong. So you can see in the upper left corner, building up the freeze. See those debuffs right there.
It's ridiculous amount of damage right now.
The damage numbers, I can go back a little bit. You can see the damage numbers up here. You can see their weaknesses and strengths right here. Debuffs, and then the damage numbers, just like Dark Souls. Which is pretty cool.
Take your necromancy to the grave where it belongs.
Delete this.
Here's me kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree. Didn't see anything crazy. I didn't kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree.
28% increased maximum energy shields.
Didn't see anything crazy. I didn't explore everything in the passive tree. I didn't have a ton of time. I wanted to I was balancing playing the game, chatting with Octavian and Jonathan, chatting with the other streamers, and God, I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there.
They will have a POB and PoE too, but not at the start, I guess.
Yeah, this one is really cool. Frozen Vortex. When you shatter an enemy, 30% of the overkill damage is done per second. It lasts 3 seconds, so you basically get 90% of the overkill damage that you do as damage over 3 seconds total, which is pretty cool. I don't think I was doing that much. So the cool thing with Cold Snap, rather. So Cold Snap is a skill that shatters.
It's kind of nutty.
So kind of like the
what is the hourglass? Okay.
So Cold Snap is a skill that shatters. So kind of like the rotation that you can do here is I end up
Made to get Unleash as one of the first support gems, man. This is in the first tier. Damn. That was really good, actually.
Ice Nova, you can cast your Ice Nova on Frostbolt by default. I just found my Frostbolt was going too fast, casting too many skills, that got a little bit too much. But what I ended up doing was dropping Frostbomb when necessary, casting Ice Nova, freezing, and then Cold Snap will shatter a frozen enemy for damage. And then you can link that with Frozen Vortex, so that shatter overkill damage will then put a nice strong vortex on the ground.
You're gonna support import, export of build files. Okay, for the passive tree or for what exactly? I wonder how it's gonna work.
This is to demonstrate a little bit more. So, Frostbomb on the ground, casting Ice Nova, and then Cold Snap to shatter them.
Looks really good.
And showing how dangerous zones can be really quickly. can start getting stunned. You do have to be pretty intentional about just charging forward. Here we go. Here's Veriketh, aka Candlemass, I guess. Same monster from PoE 1 with a different name. So as you can see, my damage is not as much. I believe I still have the same staff from the beach. So with all that said, it's just that same staff, no additional damage items or anything. And
the good thing is like you can still take the stuff and then craft 4 more mods on it.
Probably 3/4. I think this is almost the last zone.
It seems corruption takes on many forms.
How long is the early access for? Yeah, I expect until like late spring or summer.
All right, so I didn't want to like go. This boss fight takes a little bit. This is the final boss of Act 1. Got an Exalted Orb. Show
Just get
the
the
new item
typos,
that
okay.
I got. I finally did upgrade my staff. Level 5 freezing shards. I actually spent. I edited this. I spent a lot of time, like a solid 2 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes, trying to compare the damage numbers between all my different skills. So the interesting thing here is I lose the +2 cold skill gems, and I gain level 5 freezing shards as well as some freeze buildup, which is nice. I actually end up taking.
Wait, is it actually the same stuff? Janet stuff? It's the same, right?
And
yeah, so it's the same base, but it's like a high. I don't know, so it gives you a higher skill rank.
And I
Interesting.
gain
Okay.
level 5 freezing shards as well as some freeze buildup, which is nice. I actually end up taking this.
I really like the system where like you get a certain skill from using a certain weapon. I think that adds a lot of like, you know, fantasy to a build, right? You use that stuff, and this is like the cold stuff basically. I really like this. Wait, I muted this now.
Corner of your DPS buildup, which is nice. I actually end up taking this, but you can see you have your DPS numbers right here, which are. So I was originally looking down in the lower right corner in PoE 1, but these tooltips, I hope they build these out a little bit. I think they're trying to simplify it, but when you mouse over your skills in the lower right corner, it shows nothing. It just says the name. There's no data whatsoever. I think they want everything to kind of be in this skill gems, like kind of kept over in the corner here in the skill gems panel. And there's a rough DPS estimate, again, because you're comboing so many things. It's
And there's one big advantage of doing it this way, which is that you can actually press buttons and potentially see your numbers in combat, which you can't if you have to mouse over on your skill all the time. Here you can keep the window open.
Be accurate whatsoever. But you can see these DPS numbers changing as I'm changing my weapons around. And I keep trying to mouse over here to like see if anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip doesn't change when you change your items. I think that's just the base gem tooltip. So here's, I believe, the first boss fight in Act 2. There's my Frostbolts flying in, trying to clear some of the ads.
Gold effects look really cool, I think. It's done a really good job there, like the clouds, the ice spikes.
This fight ends up taking a while. So yeah, this is, you know, if we're going to talk about some of the cons, at least for the Sorceress gameplay, there wasn't that much I can do. If we think about the tools that I have, and I went into all of the cast speed that I could. I had faster casting. I took all of the cast speed.
Just like running circle, cross
If
Nova.
any gear gave me any cast speed, I would take it. So the problem with this fight is if you go above this line up here, there's a bunch of hyenas standing on a cliff that will just shoot arrows at you. So you're stuck in this little triangular arena. You really can't go up here. And periodically, the boss will just, if you walk away from him, he'll do multiple slams. He'll do a charge attack at you. Like his scariest, I guess I'm spoiling the boss fight so spoilers if you don't want to know how this boss fight works at the beginning of Act 2. But if you get too far away from him, he'll do a charge attack at you, or he'll do really big slams. And I actually don't have any tools that give me very good damage at range. Like I can cast Frostbolt with the Ice Nova and Frostbolt, but it's not like PoE 1 you know, later on, maybe if I get Unleash and Spell Echo or whatever, like maybe I can make this work. But if you cast 1 Frostbolt and then maybe I can get 2 Ice Novas and then 1 Frostbolt and 2 Ice Novas, I'd rather just cast 3 Ice Novas, right? Or even like 3.5, because the Frostbolt had a slow cast speed. Because of that cadence, it was actually way better for me to just stay close to him. Thing is, the way the fight works is I can't walk up here, like I said. And if I walk away from him, he'll do like really scary range stuff. And I'm kind of stuck in slow cast animations. And it's actually easier to just, you know, roll around him when you're really close. Also, he periodically spawns ads. And because the ads are not nonstop, but pretty frequent, I'm forced to almost nonstop just spam my Ice Nova. And this was a little bit of a concern. Like 100% could be build or skill issue. But, you know, I kind of felt a little pigeonholed into just, I didn't hate it, but I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I just wanted to point that out. Conk effect. Oh yeah, I got Solar Orb, which is just a cool, you put a fire orb on the ground. It's very pretty and it does burning damage. Just kind of mousing over some of the support gems here. You can see a couple more support gems that we haven't seen yet.
I do have to say, this like recommended support gem setting is actually really good. I think it's gonna help so many people. Just kind of like, you know, pick something from, you know, what's like a recommended option and just go with it. And you can still, you know, there might be like more support gems that can function with a certain skill, but most of the time there will be like kind of like a niche thing or like a late game thing or something like that, I guess. I think this is a really good innovation here that they've done.
With the camera, you can see a little bit more.
Thank you for the wishes, guys.
So yeah, just leaving this for anyone that wants to comb through the video and just see everything I mouse over, go for it. So I'm going to let the rest of this play out. You can just watch some of the gameplay here as I finish up playing with Empy. Thanks for everything over the past few years. It's been really cool going through all of the discoveries and sharing cool stuff with you guys.
That's kind of funny because in the other video, we actually saw MP writing in the global chat, hey, we're in Act 2. Anyone wants to join with 3 out of 6? Now we're seeing this pop, actually. That's hilarious.
PoE 1, and I'm excited to start a new chapter with y'all in PoE 2. Hope to see you guys there. Subscribe to the channel and all that if you want a little bit more. And I'll see y'all soon. Have a good one. Bye.
There is power in this object. I can
Well, it's 2 mercenaries, yeah. MP and Hell. Slam it. Kapow. I got any slam? Mana on kill. Not terrible, I guess. Dude, look how MP is getting blasted. Look at MP's HP there. Bam. Crazy. That is the streamer MP. I mean, they're all streamers there, no? They're mostly content creators, I think, for the streamer. And shit was also like other media and stuff. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, the monsters do seem hard. Like, in Act 2, you do get faster and stronger. You can notice a difference compared to Act 1, but the monsters also get a lot stronger. And they kind of keep pace with your power. Which is very interesting, I think that's good. When you saw years ago MP insane good player was one of the reasons why I stopped with PoE was too much. Ah, that shouldn't stop you from playing the game. MP is just doing MP things basically with his group, so. But yeah, it does reward group play in kind of crazy ways. And I think that has kind of like been tuned down lately, but still. Oh wow, thanks for the friendly. Thank you, Mo. what amount he said he could spend in PO1 to get access PoE 2. I think anyone who spent 500 lifetime. Or 480? Yeah. Yeah, but I got used to WSD by the way, guys, so WSD is definitely part of the game. For most builds, let's say. I got an emerald. Fuck. There was a chance to poison on hit. Herald skills deal 20% increased damage. 6 dexterity. I wonder if poison still goes off like physical and chaos damage, or is it like only chaos damage? Something like this could actually be really nice. Just like randomly get a poison sometimes, which is like very strong. Okay. What was this other video that we had here? That just went live actually like half an hour ago. From legendary drops, I know them.
This game, so we could. Wouldn't it be great to know what the secret is behind having a successful live service game, so we could share it with the world?
This, yeah?
One of the things that I've always wanted to do was to sit down with someone that has a successful game or a successful live service game and dissect the inner workings of it to understand how they know the player's perspective so well and how they can deliver a game that players actually want to play. And in this case, well, we get to do just that. I got
on launch, you create and delete socks until we get a +2 skill step from Hillock. It's not Hillock, he's called the... like, what is the name of the first boss again? Basically Hillock 2.0. I mean, you can see like how much a weapon can carry you, even for casters, you know? Like, historically, casters don't really care that much about their weapons and their gear, right? It was always like, yeah, just play a caster build and you're gonna be fine, because the skill gems carry you and they get level ups and they have like their own damage, right? It's the same in Diablo 2, it's the same in PoE. And in for melee builds and range builds, it's always like, okay, you need a good weapon in order to be powerful. But yeah, I guess the same has come true now for casters as well. So it seems like there's like better scaling with gear for all kinds of builds. And I think that's a good thing. You'll be known as Hillock regardless. The same way how everyone says this is the beach and this is Hillock, yeah. Yeah, the weapon drops are insane. In fact, you know, like there's something that Havoc also talked about yesterday in the video. Like he said, if you want to get like the best way of gearing up, if you're doing like, you know, speedrun basically, is to just like sell everything to the vendor and then gamble for weapons. Yeah, and this kind of makes sense, right? Weapons are these big power spikes that you can get in the early game, and you don't really care about this like extra 5 res that you can get on your armor piece or whatever. So you get a better weapon, you kill stuff faster, and you're chilling, and then you get like, you know, 1 life regen roll somewhere, or like some life regen like passive node, and you kind of set. And then maybe some movement speed boots if you can. Plus skills for melees like spells on PoE1 as well. Yeah, I guess now it's like, you know, much more like streamlined, I guess, where like, you know, +1 to a skill gem is probably like a kind of like similar value for casters and for melee, for example. I guess it depends a little bit on which gem we're talking exactly. There might be some that also have like flat damage scaling of their own, similar to PoE1. Some don't, some do, and so on. But yeah. Thanks to Virus, by the way. WSD will be available in D2R as well, starting at 3.12. Ah, okay. Yeah, the thing is that in like Diablo 2 or Diablo 4, like you can't like attack while moving, right? It's like built into PoE 2. Like they actually have this whole functionality where like you do things at the same time, which doesn't really matter for D4, but I guess some people just really like WSD. We'll have a one-on-one guide for PoE 2 for Diablo players. Yeah, I'm planning to release a lot of videos actually before launch. I'm starting actually later tonight.
the opportunity to sit down with Jonathan Rogers.
Ah, shit, we just got a big donor from Louisiana. Thank you so much, man. Thanks to the cuckoos. The donor, dude. Holy shit.
The co-founders and the technical director of Grinding Gear Games, Path of Exile 1,
Thanks all the wishes,
and their
guys.
upcoming game, Path of Exile 2. This is an incredibly special conversation where we get to talk about both games, the success of the first one, and what we
Appreciate it,
get to
man.
look forward to in the second one. But even more so, I even go in to talk about some of the issues that I'm seeing in the games industry today. We have a little bit of back and forth on that as well. This is a very special interview, a very cool video. I'm so happy to share this with you guys. It would not have been possible if it wasn't for you in the first place. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to reach these people. So I have to thank you for this. And this video is that thank you. Enjoy. True. So you're one of the founders of Grinding Gear Games. What led you guys to make Path of
Nice
Exile,
intro.
and did you guys think you would make it this far?
So I actually was one of the founders
Jonathan,
straight out
log
of
in.
university.
Okay.
I was friends with Chris, who, you know, he was basically my best friend through university. And we kind of, I mean, I knew I wanted to be a game developer from the point I was like 10 years old, right? Like I was doing game development like as a hobby right from that point. So it really wasn't a question of like, was I going to be a game developer? It was a question of like, how is that going to happen? And Chris, he was actually the one who sort of suggested, look, what we need to be doing is making a sequel to Diablo 2. That was basically his view on things. And I obviously loved Diablo 2 as well.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like, at the time when he was suggesting this, I wasn't still a player of it. You know what I mean? Like I'd played it a huge amount earlier, but Chris was still deep in Diablo 2. And obviously loved the game. But he just made a really good case for the fact that, you know what, like there hasn't been a game that got the whole formula right for a really long time. Like there was no evidence at the time that Blizzard was making it, right? Like we just had no idea.
Yeah, there was like a 10-year lull or something, right?
Yeah, it was that because I mean, that's a whole thing. But effectively, they hadn't announced anything. You know, like as far as we were concerned, it was just like here's just a game that was still selling. By the way, like people were still selling physical copies of Diablo 2.
Yep.
Like it might have been like 10 years later or something like that. There was still game was still selling like hotcakes. And it's like okay.
It's still good today.
Yeah. There were, and so you had a game, and it's like, okay, no one's made like a true successor to this thing. It's still selling in stores. Obviously, people, you know, there's still a huge amount of demand for this stuff. Why the hell, you know, like, are we not the ones doing this? So, yeah, I mean, basically, we.
Nice to see you too today.
You know, we decided, hey, we'll just get started. And I was doing a lot of.
I'm watching an interview. What is it called?
Path of Exile?
Legendary Drops is the channel.
Uh-huh.
He's interviewing.
Did you just start?
Yeah, that started a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
It's not like directly like PoE gameplay stuff, I guess, but maybe later. But they're talking about like the whole development and stuff. That's very interesting, actually.
Okay. What the doggy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, doggy.
Say hi to Chad.
Yeah. I was carrying him around all day, actually. Yeah. How does that feel?
Yeah, you are like a little cute kangaroo.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the papa kangaroo. Anyway.
Need anything? You don't even have water here.
Yeah.
Want tea?
They stole my glass and my cup.
Hobby game development. Chris had done a little bit of that, but you know, he was actually doing some security stuff. And we were just like, okay, like, well, let's just do it then. So yeah, we just started writing code and getting things done, and you know, we went a long way. And you know, I remember at the very beginning, because like we actually did like think, okay, well, what is the what would success look like for doing this? Like, what, like if we're going to do this, like what would we have to actually achieve? And the thing that we thought that we needed to achieve was effectively 10,000 concurrent players. That was the amount that we sort of worked out that if we had that, the amount of money that we would be making would be able to support the studio, and everything would be okay. So that was kind of our like what we were trying to do. So anything beyond that point, as far as we were concerned, was just gravy. You know what I mean? Like everything beyond that was great. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much achieved that like right from the start. Like we as soon as we had our closed beta, like, you know, things were going well and the company just did really well. So yeah, it's been pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like that was kind of our thing. Like we never really at the time sort of thought that we weren't thinking like we had to be the biggest game ever. We were just like, we can be sustainable if we have 10,000 concurrent users. So that's the audience we need to attract. If we can do that, then we're good. And so that was kind of our thinking. I think the sort of the grander scale is something that yeah, it wasn't really in our mind.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, Path of Exile has been a bit of a standout success, especially like with free-to-play games, ARPG specifically. I still think there's not a lot of competition out there. Even you guys saw an opportunity, and I mean, we've had a couple of games come out over the last few years, but Nothing in the same vein. What do you guys attribute to the game's longevity and its success?
So when we started, I guess what we saw was there were kind of like 5 pillars to make a good action RPG. Like there's what, and these are the things that we thought. Okay, like there are people who have some of these, but there's no other game that has all of them except for Diablo 2. So the first one would be, well, I mean, in no particular order. You've got random level generation. For longevity, you just need to have it. You need to have it. I mean, you need to do it well, because if you don't have that, I mean, look, things are just going to get boring very quickly. You've just played through the same thing 1,000 times. I mean, obviously, even with random level generation, that can still happen, but it takes a lot longer. The next thing is a secure online economy. So effectively, you have to have the ability to trade items, and it has to be secure in the sense that nobody can dupe them. There's no cheats. There's nothing like that. Like that's really important for that long-term feeling, because it makes the stuff that you find feel like it has value.
Yeah.
Which I think is very important for the long term. The next one is that you have to have a random item system. So, and what I mean by that, what I mean is like the item system has to have elements of chance, and it has to be that anything you kill could be the thing that could drop the next amazing thing that you need to find. So, in practice, since we launched, we have also added more deterministic things as well, which I think do have a place. But you certainly need it needs to be that just killing any random monster could be the one that drops like the amazing item. Like you still need that feeling all the time. Otherwise, you like if you don't have that, then what happens is that you see you finish a grind, and then the next giant grind is like stretching out ahead of you. And if you don't think you're going to get any rewardingness until the point where you finish that, that's a good moment that you might choose to quit. So that's actually one of those things that is really important as well. The next one is you need action combat. And at the time, the reason why what we were talking about there is as opposed to the kind of more MMO style combat that you had back then, which was like very like, like just everything's on cooldown, like you have a million abilities and it's just kind of like one thing after the other. That sort of cooldown rotation, like sort of slower paced combat that you had from the MMOs at the time. And was that all of them, or did I say 4? I can't quite remember now. Where was I up to? Did I miss one?
Maybe, I think so.
No, right. So there was the other one. The other one was a deep
you said the loot and the
character
action combat and the trading.
Yeah. So a deep system of character customization. So effectively, you need enough depth in the way that you build your characters to make it so that you're willing to play through the same character. So not through the same character, through the game again, but with a different build, so that can still be interesting to you. And that was something that D2 didn't really have as much. But one thing D2 did have was the concept of the ladder reset, which is effectively like the fresh economic start. And that concept was ultra important because, and once again, if you're doing ladder resets, then you need to have the ability for your character to be different every time. There needs to be lots of build variety and things that you can do so that you feel like you're having a different experience each time as well.
This guy seems way more down to earth compared to Diablo higher ups. Yeah, I think they have like probably pretty low hierarchy in their company. I imagine that he's probably going around and like talking with random devs all the time and these kind of things, and probably sitting in lots of meetings to talk to them and whatever, right? Yeah, it seems like very laid back, and I mean, he was like one of the founding guys of like GG back then, making literally sitting down and coding the shit, right? And I guess he doesn't do that much of coding anymore these days, maybe some, I guess, but he's probably also like responsible for a lot of other things. And he still has that experience from way back, and like this philosophy, and like this understanding of this is the 4 or 5 points that he just described. We need the economy, we need the level generation, we need the random drops, and so on, right? These are just like the core principles of what this entire studio was built on, right? And of course, they carry this forward. And since he's still there from the start, they can also carry this into PoE too, which is something that I guess Blizzard doesn't have, because there's just like too much of a time span and too much of like people joining and leaving the teams and all this kind of stuff. He has like much more continuity, I guess, which helps. The PoE 2 have an auction house. There is like the so-called currency exchange, so it's not for items, but for any kind of currency you can use that at least, like all this crafting stuff, for example. Blizzard problem is every Diablo game since 3 is a completely new team, they have to relearn everything. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there might be like some old school people, but most of them are not old school people. And even those that are probably don't have enough influence to really like, guide the games into like a certain direction, similar to the predecessor or, something like that, right? I mean, they don't always have to make the next game completely similar to the previous one. And I think it's good that Blizzard also tried new things, like in Diablo 4, for example, like the open world and, this kind of stuff, the renown system. I think it's fine to try these things. And, generally it has worked out relatively well, like what they tried as a new thing. But other stuff also didn't work out, and now they have to go back, and now they're basically just making like Diablo 3.5, right, as people call it. And, they've kind of like backpedaled on a lot of the stuff, instead of like trying to keep innovating into a direction that would be maybe more risky, but potentially more rewarding as well. Instead, they just kind of went back to what they already had and knew is kind of working, which is a bit sad to see.
So those are kind of the like 5 pillars that we had. And I think that really like at this point, the one that I think a lot of companies still don't
Thank you,
have.
Kavita. Yeah, I heard about this.
The ones that I think that companies still often don't do. One of them is they're really afraid to do full economic resets where there's absolutely zero progress that carries on between the leagues. That's something that so a lot of companies are doing seasonal content now, but the thing that after they do the first one that players will always say is, oh, we want you to have some way to skip the campaign, we want to have some way to right? They're going to say that, right? But I think it's actually ultimately long term very harmful, because it means that like when you have a full economic reset, it means that new players can join your game and not feel like they're behind everyone. Like they're behind everyone in terms of knowledge, but they're not behind everyone in terms of like, physically speaking, everyone who starts a Path of Exile league is on the same playing field, apart from what they know about the game. So I think that's super important. So that's one that a lot of companies still aren't doing. But the other one as well that a lot of companies don't do is item trade with no binding of items, and so that really keeps the value. And a lot of companies are very afraid to do that. It's one of those things I think is ultra important. Like it leads to so many problems, and people look at the problems and they assume that those problems are worse than the benefit. And I think that's partly because the benefit is a little bit more intangible. Like it's harder to kind of appreciate the value that players feel, like because it's kind of like it doesn't even kind of matter initially, and it's like one of those longer term kind of like concerns. But I think that is really valuable, and it's something that I wish more games would do.
I'm actually really happy you said something about that, because I think it's one of the things where like I look at you guys, I also I play Warframe. That's one of my big games, right? And you guys are very similar in that, with like being able to trade loot and whatnot. So many games stay away from that. And I think it adds so much more value, not only to what the player finds in the game, but like I don't really know how to put my finger on it exactly, but I think it actually does have something to do with those concurrent player numbers, and it's something that brings players back, because they know no matter what when they're playing the game that
Thanks,
there's really nothing keeping them from reaching the rest of the players that might be ahead of them.
Right.
So yeah, that's cool. So where was I at? So you guys already have a successful game with PoE. You guys could have just visually updated it and continued to grow it. Why did you guys choose to make a second game, making PoE 2? And also, why did you choose to support both?
So it's funny because we kind of creeped towards it in a strange way. Initially, the plan literally was, okay, we need to visually update Path of Exile 1. But there was a very specific thing that was that was the big problem at the time. And effectively what it is that the rigs for the player characters, that's like one of the first things that you'd need to make in a game, right? Because everything, like all the character animations and all the skills, but also all the armors need to be attached to them and all that stuff. Like all that stuff kind of goes on top of that. So once you've done that, it's something that you really can't change without redoing, everything related to characters. And we were like, okay, these rigs are from 2006. The people who made them at the time were very inexperienced.
Yeah.
We didn't know what we were doing. We also, every player character had its own rig, which means that we were doing 7 times the amount of work to support everything that we should have needed to do. And just the overall, there were just so many problems with them. So like, okay, in order to make the graphics of PoE 1 better, we're going to have to change these rigs. So we make new rigs, and we're like, okay, now we're going to have to re-rig all the armors. But if instead of re-rigging armors, like, surely we should visually update the armors instead of just re-rigging the old ones, right? Because obviously, it's like, well, we're doing much work anyway. We might as well just create new items because those will look better and everything will be better than that. And we have to make new animations for everything. So rather than like remaking old skills. I mean,
you.
effectively, we might as well be making new ones, right? That are cooler and better.
Yeah.
So effectively, you know, it started out there. And at some point we're like, okay, but like the graphics of the starting areas in PoE 1, you know, we like the first act is like a particularly ugly. We really should like make a new act 1.
Yeah, we really should update those player characters, and then we should really update the armors, and then we should really update the skill effects, and then we should really update Act 1, and we should really update all the monsters in Act 1 as well. And then, well, since those are higher quality, we should also update all the other monsters to be on the same level, right? And then we should make some new bosses maybe. And then we can also update the physics engine. And yeah, while we're at it, we can also add 6 more classes, because why not?
You know, like you know, so to make
And
that
here we
look
are.
better as well, because you know, like by the time you've got these great looking characters, but then they're in old environments, like that looks bad. So we really should update that as well. So
Thank you,
effectively,
Florian.
like we just kept on, like more
Thank
and
you.
more things kind of like got added and added as like, you know, and effectively
It
at some
just
point
turned
we're
into
like,
a new
okay.
game.
Yeah, it sort of did like that. And so when we even announced Path of Exile 2, we announced it as like, okay, we're going to have 2 campaigns, because at that point we decided to redo the whole campaign. We're going to have 2 campaigns, but it's going to have a shared end game, so that it's like effectively still the same game. And that was kind of what we announced initially in 2019, because at that point we were still in the mindset of like, we're effectively just, this is effectively just a giant expansion to Path of Exile that we're making here. And then even later than that, then at some point, the point when it really split into 2 games was the point when I started wanting to make some much more serious changes to gameplay feel and to balance and so on. I don't think those necessarily were like it came from a specific philosophy that differed from PoE 1 or anything. It was just that like, in order to make these skills feel good, I feel like I need to make these changes kind of thing. And at some point, we started getting a lot of like, especially from like QA, who are still mostly working on PoE 1, and like some of the designers who are working exclusively on PoE 1, we started to just get a lot of like, oh man, you can't really change this. Like it's changed, like, you know, like because, you know, people are used to this and it won't be compatible with what people are doing. Like there was all sorts of, we just started to get a lot of like pushback on things where like, okay, it's going to break the game if you make this change. It's going to break the game if you make that change due to existing stuff, and like just various things like that. Just like lots of concern about that from inside the team. And so I started thinking about it, and I kind of just thought like, you know what, like at this point, we're effectively remaking everything. We might as well just go all the way and actually split the games apart from each other. And then as soon as we did that, it immediately was very freeing, because we could suddenly make a whole bunch of decisions that I guess we would have been, you know, like as I said, that were hard to make just because of a lot of pushback within the studio about things. And like those people, it's like, well, if it's a different game, it's like a whole different question, right? We don't have to worry about all the stuff from the past. You know, we can make a lot of changes, and that's sort of how we ended up with that. But I mean, at the same time, there was also this idea that like we did need to make Path of Exile, in order to really make Path of Exile grow to sort of a much larger audience. We really did have to, like, there are a lot of people who've tried.
It's gonna be a problem of PoE 2. It's huge at the start, and imagine all the new stuff each season, plus after 1 year it's gonna be just a mess. I don't think so. I don't think it will become just a mess. You know, they have so much stuff already to get started that they can also just, you know, easily decide, okay, we're gonna, you know, rework this thing, or we're gonna throw this away, or, you know, they can still find ways to not like overbloat the game again, similar to how it did in PoE 1. And even so, you know, they could, you know, make like, you know, just like temporary content or whatever, right? On purpose. You know, like in PoE 1, they kind of just kept building on top of the game every single league, and almost every single league always made it into the game permanently. You know, in some cases, like, you know, they were like, okay, we're gonna see how it is, and then we were gonna bring it back later. In other cases, they were like, okay, like this is like decided, you know, this will be how the game is now from now on, right? This is gonna be permanent in the game now, even though this is like the new league mechanic. Like in some cases, you just can't really do the step back. Like for example, when Betrayal League came out and the Syndicate and all that stuff, right? This was just the game now, and everyone knew that this is gonna stay forever, right? So I guess depending on like what they've learned from their past, they can like make much better decisions about the stuff now as well, to kind of avoid the overbloat that we had in PoE 1. This game will have more content, yeah, but it won't have more content in PoE 1. You know, within, let's say, the next 3 years or 5 years or something, right? It will take a while to get there, and even if they do get there, they can still, like, they have done, for example, a very good step towards, you know, less complicated, like, you know, layout of the skill system, for example, and just like in general, like much easier to grasp mechanics compared to PoE 1, for example. And since there's less of them now as well, even if they add like, you know, one big new endgame grind every league for like the next 2 years, they're just kind of doubling what they have now. They have like 7 different endgame grind systems right now, and then there's gonna become like 15. And I think that's still okay, you know. And then they can still decide to like, you know, cut some in the future, or, you know, just make like other leagues that don't necessarily just introduce like a new mechanic to grind or something. I think there's plenty of opportunities for them to be more reasonable, I guess. Has way more content in PoE 1 now, less mechanics but more content. Yeah, I mean the bosses themselves are definitely way better, and like there's lots of good bosses, I guess, in PoE 2. And like PoE 1 also has many bosses, but most of them are just kind of like awful, right? Outside of like the endgame bosses and, you know, some cool campaign fights, maybe. That's about it. So, you know, in terms of like the number of like well-designed bosses, PoE 2 is definitely in the lead. But in terms of like overall like amount of content, I'm not sure if it's really more. You know, there is stealth, there is blight, you know, there's all this kind of stuff that you can do in PoE 1 that it doesn't really exist here yet in PoE 2. So F that, I want Tomb Lord at every map, Tomb Lord, let's go. Who's interviewing Jonathan? I'm not sure what the guy's name, but the channel is Legendary Drops. But yeah, anyway, I would expect that PoE 1 leagues in the future are probably not going to be as massive anymore, right? They're probably still going to make like some new mechanics and some new stuff and whatever. But I think the main advantage that they have now is they can make like PoE 1 so different from PoE 2. They can make like PoE 1 like the ultra zoomer game, right? Maybe they're even gonna like, you know, allow you to like shortcut the campaign, or I don't know what, right? They could make it like the actual like zoomer game basically, even more than it is now, and then have PoE 2 like being the hardcore, like, you know, tough game, and the slower game and so on. So this is like really a good part about it. They don't have to worry about it anymore. And like, you know, the more zoomer and like quality of life and so on they make PoE 1, the more they might also just like attract players from like the Diablo audience over to PoE, and then those people eventually will try PoE 2, for example. So if I was them, I would probably go more in that direction with PoE 1.
Path of Exile in the past, who effectively, you know, like
me,
fell off it for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't like the combat, or maybe it was too complex, or maybe they didn't like this, that, or the other thing.
6 years
like,
straight, I've tried the game and quit.
Yeah. So it's effectively by putting a line in the sand and saying, okay, we're making a sequel now. It effectively means all those people who tried it before and maybe didn't like it are like, okay, well, maybe I'll give this another shot now, because, you know, you were saying that you have made a substantially different game here, which obviously we have. So, you know, it's a time for then all of those people who tried the game in the past to come back and give it another shot. I think that is another important element of, you know, making a sequel like that. Yeah, I was just saying that's kind of how we ended up where we are.
Oh, okay, well that's good. All right. So on that, actually, because there's we're gonna get into some PoE 2 questions here now, but from my perspective, I got some time playing the game. I'm a big ARPG fan. I grew up playing Diablo 2. I had a cracked version on my mom's computer. She could barely pull me off of it any chance she got, but from my perspective, this game feels like a true evolution in the genre. It's the pacing, the combat, the dodge mechanics. What were you guys trying to accomplish with this? Because it does feel like an evolution. It doesn't play like any other ARPG I've played before.
So it really was an effort to make that combat feel just like, yeah, just much better. And I think one of the things, so whenever we launch a Path of Exile 1 expansion, it's always very interesting to see what people say outside of the Path of Exile community. Like, obviously the Path of Exile community gets all hyped about whatever the next big thing is, but it's very interesting to see other communities, because what you see there is what people, usually the top comment will be like, oh, you know, I tried this, but the combat feels so dated and bad and all that sort of stuff, right? Effectively, like, it's interesting to see what it is that people who don't play PoE dislike about PoE, because that's a very interesting thing to think, okay, this is the stuff that we can potentially improve in order to get it better. And like, I love action games, you know, like I'm just a big action game player. So I just wanted to make something that to me felt like a decent action game. You know, like I want to kind of be able to have the best of both worlds. I want to be able to feel like an action RPG as far as like all the stats and like, you know, interesting stuff like along the traditional like looter type game.
Build diversity,
but I also want Yeah, but I also want you to be able to approach it like an action game, where you've got mechanics that you can dodge, that you can understand, like, you can see everything's got wind up, so you can see like what's going to hit you. You can learn mechanics of bosses. Like, you can effectively I think if your character is weaker, you can overcome some degree of that in PoE 2 with play skill. But then at the same time, if you don't have as much play skill, you also can overcome some of that by getting more stats and doing more grinding. So ideally, we can kind of get the best of both of those worlds. But yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to, I'm an action game fan. I want us to be good on the level of an action game.
Yeah. So actually, this lines up perfectly with this. So one of the things that I noticed actually getting hands-on time with the game was that every encounter that I got into, regardless of whatever character I played or how far I got into the game or how much gear I got or skills or whatever it might be, every single encounter felt meaningful. And it was in a way, and I was talking to some of the other creators at the event, and I said that this doesn't feel like a second monitor game anymore. Because like Path of Exile, Diablo, these are games I got YouTube up on the second monitor, I'm watching something else, and it demanded my attention at every given moment. Otherwise, I very easily could lose, even though it was fighting something that otherwise I could probably overpower. Oddly, it reminds me of Elden Ring in a lot of ways, because it's just that engaging. How did you guys manage to create that kind of feel? Was that the intention, and what kind of impact do you guys think that's going to have on the gameplay overall?
So we really do want to make sure that, especially the first time you play through the campaign, that the combat isn't... And I mean, I think that the word around here that often says we don't want the combat to feel trivialized. Like, we want it actually, yeah, like as you said, we want it to feel meaningful. And this has been a really big tension point in development a lot of the time, because I guess there's several reasons for that. So one of them is that if you're not expecting that as a player, that is like a very big different game feel.
Yeah.
Like, it's a huge deal, right? So, and like, that's one of those things I feel like it's really important that people understand, is that like like, you're gonna have to concentrate on the bosses. Like, the bosses shouldn't be you just walk up and kill them in 5 seconds. You need to like observe the mechanics and engage with them and like understand them, and like, like it might take you a couple of deaths before you kill a boss, that kind of thing. And I think that I think from a designer's perspective as well, you kind of want, like, you put all this effort into designing a boss. Like, you don't want a player to just walk in and be like, oh yeah, I just killed it in 2 seconds, like nothing you did mattered. You know what I mean? Like, so on that level, we just want the combat to feel like it matters. But at the same time, you do need a feeling of progression through the game, and you do need to make sure that at some point you get to the point where you feel much more powerful than the content. Now, I think the difference is with PoE 2 versus 1 is that the point where you reach that is a bit later than it was in PoE 1. And the other thing as well is that people have so much knowledge of PoE 1 at this point that they can reach that trivialization point very, very quickly right from the start of the game. Like, obviously we've added like lots of content over the years and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's kind of gotten to the point now where PoE 1 combat really just doesn't kind of like matter very much overall, unfortunately. So yeah, we were trying to get back to a situation where the combat wasn't trivialized. But then once again, there's a lot of tension, right? Like, as we are doing testing on closed betas and so on, you definitely get a cohort of people who are like, oh, effectively, I mean, ultimately they're finding the game too hard, right? For their level of concentration that they want to put into it. And
you have anything planned for the stream on PoE 2 early access release? Oh, I guess you're gonna start like a few hours early, sit in queue for 18 hours, and then blast for 20 hours or something like that.
So we really,
and hopefully eventually get like first level 100 or something.
You have to like do a fine line here. And so ideally what we can achieve is that if you are finding something too hard, you can go and grind. You can get a level of power from what you're from the stuff. That you look around the world, get more stuff, and sort of come back. And that's like a thing that you can do. But ideally, we're in a situation where the amount of that you do kind of depends on how hard you're finding the content. So, ideally, you kind of like do side content to the point where you reach the level of difficulty with the combat that you feel like you need to reach before you're feeling comfortable.
I got you. Okay.
It was actually a realization that we had relatively recently, because there was actually an interesting thing. You mentioned Elden Ring. There's actually an interesting thing I noticed with Elden Ring, which is that if I'm playing Elden Ring and I try to kill a boss and I can't kill it, then what I do is I just go and do some random side content until I feel powerful enough to come back. And that was something that Path of Exile 2 players in the closed betas were not doing. And I was kind of...
Come on, Jonathan. No one does that. He's gonna wipe on the boss until he kills it. No. Like, I'm not gonna go away from the checkpoint that I have just reached after going through the zone, then wipe on the boss 3 times and like, I only got him down to 30%. Let's just, go on like a half-hour detour, get 2 level ups and come back. I mean, who does that?
And like, Jesus Christ, it's a fly. Sorry. That was something that Path of Exile 2 players in the closed betas weren't doing, and I was kind of, well, why is this? Like, why is it that people just slam their face against a boss again and again and again in PoE 2, where in a game like Elden Ring you'd go off and you'd and you would go do something else?
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Maybe it's just like a like a philosophy thing, or maybe some people are just like they don't want to learn the mechanics of the fight. They just want to like overpower the fight with like raw strength. Like the difference between like getting a one shot or surviving a hit with 10% HP is, obviously massive, right? Because you can heal up, you can take another hit, you can heal up, you can take another hit, and so on, right? Or the difference between getting 2 shot or 3 shot is also massive. Not as much. So I guess there might be those cases where people would actually do this. But I don't think this is really like the standard way of doing it, right? I think most people is kind of like, you just bash your head against the wall until you get it. No, especially if this is like, obviously inspired by stuff like Elden Ring. I feel like this is how you play Elden Ring, Smork, exactly. But yeah, I guess there are cases where it's like, okay, maybe you shortcut your, you only went the main path and you didn't actually like get enough like power from other sources or something. Even in Elden Ring, you can get to the point where it's like kind of like easy peasy defeat all the bosses if you just do everything. Just get good. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny because in other interviews like Jonathan was basically talking about, get good. But in this case, he's doing the opposite, and it's kind of surprising. I mean, it's also fine, right? It's like, okay, you have this other stuff you can do. But I think in most cases, most people will probably actually do most of the side content in PoE 2, to go and level up and get all of the extra bonuses on the bosses and stuff, like the permanent upgrades, right? Just because this is probably going to be kind of the standard way to play. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that will skip a lot of the side content, like, just by default. I think most people will probably not just go the main campaign, but they will also, do all the side bosses for these drops and to get level ups and so on, because the game is just so hard. Mostly speedrunners will probably rush through the thing and not be very powerful. Yeah. The game is about getting items of power. I think that's his point. Yeah, but the other time he was also talking about like he doesn't want to just like regrind the same zone over and over and these kind of things. So I guess he wants you to kind of like complete all of the side stuff once, and then this should be the level where like you're slightly above the average expected like power level maybe or so. If you like clear everything and do all the side content, then you should be like, strong enough to kind of have an easy time, I guess. So that's probably the idea here. Thank you, Savage. This all goes back to Havok's video, maximum efficiency, pushing at minimum viable power level. Yeah, exactly. I mean, for speedrunning strats, it's gonna be very interesting to see how it's gonna go on the actual 1.0 launch when we do like, world first race and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I can imagine even on hardcore, there's gonna be like a lot of racers that will not actually do all the side stuff and just rush through the campaign. And, then you're gonna be like kind of weak, but this is how it is, you're gonna get there faster basically. But I guess we'll see. The thing is, like on 1.0 launch, we probably have to deal with like 3 new acts that no one has actually played until that point. So it might not be such a bad idea to do the side content just to be like a bit stronger. Because you just have to deal with like unknown bosses and stuff. At least one, like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, everyone will have done that like 100 times by then. But not Act 4, 5, and 6, I guess. Thanks, Cyclist, by the way.
And the thing that I realized is that in Elden Ring, you have a map that invites you to to the idea that there's other stuff out there that you could find, and that there's all sorts of stuff on there. And you kind of realize, oh, you know what? There's other stuff I could be doing if I'm not enjoying this. And Path of Exile 2 initially, the map didn't really kind of bring across any of that. So recently, what we decided to do is make sure that on the map there's like icons for all of the like side content and little extra things that we've put around the area, so that when you open that map, you kind of feel like, oh, there's so much stuff here that I could be doing. And so then it kind of just reminds you of the fact that, if you're having trouble with a boss, you're like, okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to go off and do something else. And if you do that, you.
Fun fact: when I played Elden Ring, Margit was by far the hardest boss for me because I just followed the main campaign up all the way to the first boss. And I was so fucking weak.
We'll get meaningful upgrades because we've also made sure that all of that content has interesting like fixed drops or just like little things that they can do that will give you a meaningful upgrade that will potentially make you stronger to allow you to defeat that boss. So that was something that we it's not an obvious connection between like, how come people are finding bosses frustrating to like being, we need to improve the map. But that ended up, I sort of realized that like, why is it different between these different games? And I think that was very important. So adding that has actually improved the experience, I think, quite a lot.
Yeah.
Jesus,
you get
what? Just go away.
It's like, oh man, it's so crazy that you say that about the map, because the wild thing is I was thinking about it while I was actually playing the game, because I had gotten to a boss that absolutely handled me, and then part of me was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, I can beat this by skill. Right? Like I can just pay attention, learn the mechanics, dodge all the mechanics, and do my best not to get hit and beat the boss that way. And then I opened the map and I saw there was like a bunch of mini bosses that I hadn't even touched yet. And I was like, well, let's go ahead and go around here. I'll probably get some skill gems or some uncut, support gems off of them, be able to build something out, maybe find some better equipment or whatever, and then come back a little bit later. I did that. Sure enough, got better support gems, got better higher end skill gems and some better equipment, came back, handled the boss. It was still tough. I'm not going to say like I didn't have to try anymore. I still had to try. But it felt a little bit more measured because I was actually dealing enough damage to take it down within a realistic amount of time, right? And
well, I'm really glad to hear that worked, because that was my thesis for how we were going to fix this problem. And I'm really glad to hear that worked. But the other thing as well is Jesus Christ. Go away!
Somebody get a fly swatter.
Like smelling here or something? Like,
I don't know. When was the last time you left the office, man?
Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? So the other thing as well, though, is it really did force us to create a lot more of that side content throughout the game as well, and I think that really helped, because having all those like kind of little interesting encounters has just made the game feel so much more alive. Like there's just there was tons of cases where we did things like we would so it's funny because so we've got all these bosses in the game, there's like tons of them everywhere, but then we also have things that I guess like they're still sort of bosses. I think if you look at a lot of games, you would still consider them to be bosses. But effectively, they're like hard-coded rare monsters that have specific abilities. And a lot of the time what we've done is we've taken things from like later in the game and moved them earlier to use them as like a boss in that sort of area, things like that. So, for example, I don't know if in the forest you found that that witch in the witch's hut.
Yes.
Was that a thing you found?
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where I got some like leveled up potions or flasks.
Yeah, exactly. So that witch actually comes from Act 5. That was just one of the regular monsters from Act 5. We took it down. We added this like frost breath ability.
Yeah.
Then added a little bit of stuff around, like you walk in and there's the cauldron and then she disappears and goes behind you, and like a few things like that. And it's like really quickly we were able to create a little encounter like that. And if you're in Act 1, a random Act 5 regular monster feels like a boss to you.
Yeah.
So that's like just like a nice way to just add little bits of content. Like we've kind of done little things like that all over the place, just like little touches that add that just make the game world feel a lot more alive and allow us to drop specific items. So yeah, that one, once again, that one's designed to specifically give you potions. But actually, there's another interesting one with that one, which is that I don't know if you found in the previous area there was a little camp with some zombies that drops a skill gem. You might have missed it.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay, so basically, so if you miss that one, then the reward that you would have gotten from that one will also drop from the witch in the next area.
Oh, okay, all right.
So effectively what this means is kind of like a catch-up account where we can effectively say, okay, there's all this random optional stuff around, but if you miss some of it, then we can forward some of those drops on to a later point, so that we can still sort of make sure that at the beginning you sort of have a reasonable, like we want to try. What we're trying to do there is we're trying to make sure that the bottom of the people who are the most unlucky effectively still have a reasonable experience. So that's the kind of thing that we can do to there's like little tricks like that we can do to make that more interesting.
That's incredibly smart, and it worked. So there you go. I'm happy your plan worked there. So actually, along with like missing content and stuff like that, I am the quintessential new player for Path of Exile. I've tried the game like 6 times over the last 6 years. I fell off every single time. It wasn't until Settlers of Kalgur that finally got me, mostly because I could respec using gold.
Right.
That's really what it was. I couldn't tell you how many times I had bricked a character just because I couldn't figure out how to build. I get like to the end of the campaign or near the end of the campaign and just get smashed. You guys have made a lot of changes that have made the game far more accessible. It's obvious that you're trying to aim this towards newer players. How do you guys manage to balance something that is going to be good for new players while still keeping the game the same for those hardcore players that they've come to love for Path of Exile?
Yeah, so it really comes down to trying to remove what's called incidental complexity. So effectively, you have what you might call necessary complexity, which is effectively in order to get the depth that you want, there's a certain amount of complexity you need to be able to make the system work at all. But then also you have incidental complexity, which is effectively things that are complicated where simplifying them doesn't change the depth of the system at all. And a great example of that is the way that skill gems work, where previously skill gems were on items. It meant that every time you upgraded an item, you had to worry about your skill gems. That didn't change anything about the options that you had for how to combine skill gems or anything like that. So effectively, I would class that as incidental complexity because it's something that made the game more complicated, but it didn't change anything about what you could actually achieve in the system in terms of like how you what the ultimate way that the combos you can do, anything about how you build a character. All it did was just get in the way. So effectively, what we're trying to do is just remove all that stuff that's getting in the way, that's not making the game deeper, while keeping all the stuff that is necessary to make the game interesting and have interesting.
I think this is actually a very good point that Jonathan is talking about here. Like there's like unnecessary complexity, and they actually realized that and removed it. And exactly as he says, like the skill system is the perfect example here. Like everyone loves that skills are no longer items, right? And it didn't really add anything interesting to the game. Yeah, okay, there were like some little details about how easy it is to get like a certain gem color on a certain weapon type because of the stat requirements, and are you going to use a chromatic orb, or are you going to use the Barisi bench craft to get like white sockets, or are you just going to like crafting bench 1 red socket or 2 red sockets or some bullshit like that. But in the end, it didn't really add anything exciting, I guess, and the result was always the same. You got the right colors, so it's actually really good. Yeah. And there's a lot of like stuff like this in like mini games. You can probably find it in Diablo as well, where there's just like complexity for complexity's sake. Or maybe it's not even for complexity's sake. Maybe it's just like they design something and thought it would be engaging, but it's just like needless, right? It's just like useless complexity for no reason that just everyone hates, basically. And it's good that they realized this. Yeah, RNG for RNG's sake is not necessarily the same here. Like RNG is a very key component to how minigames function, especially RPGs. So RNG is okay, but I guess it depends on like what exactly we're talking about. Why people from D4 can't talk like this? I don't get it. They have smart people there too. Yeah, I'm sure they do. But I guess they're not always in the right positions or something. I think at the start of the game it was good complexity that added something. Yeah, okay, maybe like 10 years ago, like the socket colors and the links and the fuses, they were actually like part of the overarching like crafting system, right? But over time, getting the right colors on your gear wasn't really like anything that was like a challenge anymore or something like that, right? After like Act 3, you will always have all the colors on all of your gear that you ever want and all the links and whatever, right? So it's like no one cares, basically. And 10 years ago, fuses and chromatics were like the thing, this was the shit, oh my god, I have the 3 right links, let's go, So I can kind of get it and where that came from, but I guess I should have done something about it like way, way sooner, maybe. I don't know. But I guess it is what it is now in PoE 1. In PoE 1, you can imagine some casuals, if they can't get enough chromes to get the colors they need, they might just quit. Yeah, of course. This certainly has happened many times, because they're like, oh shit, man, I have those 5 chromatics. Here's my 4-link item. I need like 4 blues, and it's like some agility boots they have 20 movement speed. I really don't want to change my boots. And then he's like start chroming 5 times, and of course you get like green, 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 green all the time. And then like, ah shit, now I ended up with like 1 blue, 3 green. I can put my main skill in there, 0 links, log out, uninstall. Like, absolutely, right? Like, of course this has happened. Yeah, not many times, I'm sure. That was exactly me, yes. Ben's first post ever in the forum was to ask for a way to undo his accidental 6 link back in the day. That's hilarious. Okay.
Depth. So if we can do that, then I think that we will have something which, you know, new players are going to find a lot more friendly. So yeah, like the skill system being a great example. I mean, things like making respecs easier in gold and stuff like that stuff all really helps. Video. There's just a lot of these things, and really, you know, like what we were doing before, you know, some of that stuff just wasn't really necessary. You know, it was not improving the game to do it that way. So the answer there is like, you know, yeah, effectively, yeah, I believe that you can have it both ways, but at the same time, like I never want to make a decision that's going to make the game less deep. And it's very interesting because like obviously that can be something that you know, can mean different things to different people. So like here's an interesting one that was like a one recently that we changed, which was that we changed from 5 flasks down to from having 5 flask slots that you could do whatever you wanted with, to having just a life slot and a mana flask slot, and
getting rid of the piano keys.
Yeah, exactly. So you could look at that. Obviously, we're trying to solve a real problem because that one actually came out of the fact that whenever I was actually watching new players play, the thing that they would screw up the most was using flasks. Like they would press the wrong button, they'd do one that was empty. There was all sorts of stuff that they'd be doing there that that just wasn't that was causing them to die. And I was like, at the same time, you've also got the whole flask piano thing, which is like, you know, not great. And but the thing is, when we first said, okay, well, what if we just had you know, 1 mana and one life slot? The first reaction to that is, oh, you're simplifying the game, you're dumbing it down.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of interesting because there will be a lot of builds that don't actually care about life flasks, right? Like any CI build, any low life build, any energy shield build, like they all will not care about life flasks in any way, unless they give you like a way to like maybe put like a unique flask there that has like an impact on you know, an energy shield, for example. Or I guess there's like a keystone for something like that, right? Where you can like convert your healing to an energy shield recovery or something. So maybe you can do some stuff like that. But I wonder if like everyone's going to do that. I'm sure there's going to be builds that will just like not use any of their flasks ever, basically. Because they either don't care about mana or they don't care about life, or maybe both.
On this kind of thing. Like this is something that we have to be worried about. So then it's like, okay, well, how can we have a system where we can bring back some of the interesting build choices that you felt like you had before, while not bringing back all of the annoying garbage that people had to do and like all the stuff that was making new players fail.
The physical actually having to use the potions part.
Yeah, exactly. So that's when we thought about, okay, well, what do people really want the variability of their flasks to be able to achieve? And the answer is they want solutions to things like getting frozen and like, you know, fire, like burning and this kind of stuff. They generally using those flask slots for things that aren't even life and mana. So then we're like, okay, so we're going to add this new system called charms, and they automatically trigger, and they still give you some interesting build choices, but they don't require the physical dexterity of having to, you know, of having to hit all these different buttons all the time and knowing which one to press. And so like that's another great example of like, okay, we can do something which is like we've got a way to keep the depth, but we've also got a way to simplify things down and make things easier. And along the way, I actually think it actually improved some things about build choices too, because a flask with the mods on flasks are much more important to think about choosing between when you've only got 1 flask of each type. Like if you've got 5 flasks, then the mods kind of fade into irrelevance because it's like, well, who cares? I'll just make it blue, and whatever mods I get, I don't really care. And like, sure, maybe there's a couple that people seek, you know, like instant healing and that kind of thing. But now when it's like you've got 1 life flask, it's like, okay, you really care about what mods those are, and like there are different choices now about like, well, what am I prioritizing here about what I want in that flask. So I think that actually improved depth in some ways as well. So that's just kind of a long rant about a very specific system there to give you a kind of example. But effectively, that's the kind of design process we go through when we're thinking about like how can we improve things for new users without actually breaking any, like removing any depth for high-end players while still having all these build choices that are going to matter in the long term.
So I think that's really smart, because the thing is that looking at the charm system for the potions specifically, is that you guys not only simplified it, but then you actually ended up creating more depth in a system simultaneously. So not only did you make it more accessible for a newer player, but also now more seasoned players have to balance, okay, well, I'm going to be doing this. I want to make sure that I have fire resist, or I want to make sure that I have frost resist, or whatever it is, and I have to fill whatever gaps with my build that I have. Well, that's how
V2
I'm
has
gonna,
like the same
use
season
my
system as
charms.
D4
Now they're
basically.
hunting for charms, or they have charms that are filling up their stash tabs and whatnot. And I think that's really smart. That's smart. I like that a lot. So as another one of my like new player things is that when I always came back in to try Path of Exile again, obviously every single time it was around a new league mechanic. And this last time that I got through, the Sellers of Kalgur was very easy to kind of get used to. It's something similar you've seen in a lot of other games and whatnot, so it was pretty familiar to me. But when I actually finally got to the end game for the first time, got to maps and everything like that, I was yet again lost, and my only solution was like 2 or 3 hour guides from Zizrain or somebody like that, right? And I'm like, it's not really what I wanted to do. I try to play games as blind as I can. And I was wondering, when it comes to the end game, do you guys have any plans to maybe nudge new players into the direction of maybe end game solutions that are best for them? Or are there ways for players to be able to discover that?
So I think that the end game, just the core system in PoE 2 is a bit more understandable and discoverable. The way you can kind of see, so we've got the map that sort of shows you what you can find, and so it really feels like you get more of a sense of discovery, and you kind of slowly get introduced to the different mechanics. Like you're going to start finding those sort of extra league mechanics. Like you're going to see them on the map before you get to them. You're going to be like, oh, what's this? You go there, you try it out, this kind of thing. Like you're not just going to randomly run into like 10 different weird mechanics that you've never heard of, like right from the get-go. So effectively that allows us to kind of more slowly introduce those things. And all of those things, I think, have a much more considered ramp about how you get into them and how they go forward. We can effectively make sure that there's tutorialization for them at the point where you encounter them for the first time. There's just a lot more that we can do around that. So I think the system itself is just a bit more amenable to making that ramp into the in-game a little bit easier. But ultimately the end game is where the complexity does start to ramp up a little bit. Like that is something that is definitely just going to be the case. That's where you start to because like especially as we add more and more content to it, that's where you're going to start to get all of these things sort of coming in. But as I said, there's a bit more of a consideration to just like how the ramp up works. I think the other thing as well is that if you just want to concentrate on one mechanic as well, that's something that you can do very easily in PoE 2. You can do that in PoE 1 as well. Yeah. But like the way that you do that, I think, is a little bit more obvious in PoE 2 as well, with the way we've got the tablets and the towers and stuff like that. Like I think that the notion of like, okay, I'm gonna just do breaches and I'm gonna like try and seek this out, I think that's a bit more obvious too. So and then also the progression systems for all of them with the different trees, that kind of also I think just splits the complexity out from it, into separate areas. So you don't have to like worry too much about the ones that you're not doing right now. So I think that sort of helps as well. So I'm hoping that will improve things. But I must say that the end game is where we've had the least amount of closed beta testing stuff done. Yeah. It's only recently that we've able to get people testing that at all, and so that means that we've got the least information about how new players react to that. That I think is going to be something that we'll find out more as we go into early access. Honestly, like it's a sort of it's very hard to get people in like a 1 week beta test to be able to get all the way to end game and like engage with that. And the people who get there are going to be most hardcore users anyway. So there's like that'll be very interesting to see how new users react to that end game system.
Yeah, for the end game stuff, at least what I saw from like the presentations and whatnot, I'll immediately say I think the map system in general is like light years ahead of what it is for PoE 1. It's so much more like easy to read and understand and see what's going on than it is in Path of Exile 1. And especially like the more like simplified skill tree for the maps as well. I think that helps out quite a lot. So Path of Exile seasons have always seen a lot of players come back. It seems that it's always an actual event, momentous occasion. There's a ton of people that file in. You got a bunch of people streaming it on Twitch. What do you guys think is the key to maintaining that long-term engagement that you guys see with Path of Exile?
So I think there's a few elements. So one of them is the thing that I already mentioned before about the full economic reset being really important. But the next one is that our just general view on maintaining a game, and I think this is something that the industry is more generally coming towards now, but only in the more recent years, is coming to the understanding that you don't want to keep players around forever. You want to give players a good experience that they're going to enjoy for, like a few weeks, a month, maybe 6 weeks, something like that, like some amount of time that's like bounded. And then you're happy to see them go to play other things, not in the knowledge that they're going to come back again later. Like you don't have to hang on to players forever, and I think that mindset is something we've had for quite a long time, and it's something that just much better for the long term. Like there was a period, when the MMOs were big, where it's like everyone was trying to like hang on to players for the longest amount of time. They were all subscription models, so it was like the interest was keeping people around forever. And
I think we all
takes a while
WoW.
for that kind of it takes a while for that mindset to kind of go away. And it's sort of very interesting to see as well that and this is kind of a weird maybe a weird connection, but in the mobile world, for some reason I feel like they still treat players very much this way, that it's all about they want to try and keep players forever. And as I said, I think that it's kind of something that is ultimately self-defeating because players will just burn out. Like you really would much rather give them a satisfying experience than like, okay, you know what, I'm done with this, but I'm going to come back again later. So I mean, that's like one really important thing I think for sure.
So do you guys think that your monetization has something to do with that? Because like you guys have a very like player first approach to your monetization. You guys are, I mean, especially in the like free to play realm, you guys are, a rare breed to say the least. How much of an impact do you think that has on it?
I mean, I definitely think that comes a lot to sort of player trust, like by not being aggressive with monetization, by making sure that we, everyone, what we do feels fair. I think that it just means that, players trust us and they're much more likely to spend money just on the idea that, I'm supporting the game that I'm enjoying playing. Look, I'm sure there are things that we could do that would like juice our monetization significantly beyond what we're doing now. But we wouldn't enjoy doing those things. And I think that ultimately be self-defeating. It's much better to just do what we do. And honestly, like, monetization is something that like, it's not our first thought when we're coming to design things. Like our first thought is about designing the game. And then monetization really is like, okay, like, obviously we want to make some cool stuff there. But it's like really the first thing is like first make a good game, and then if the game is good enough, the hope is that players will want to support you.
Yeah,
the hope is that players will want to support you in what you're doing. So I mean that's kind of always been our view on it. And it's funny, even at the start. So we started the game in 2006, like working on it, and at that time free to play was really not a thing in the Western world. And the reason why we chose that is because we kind of thought, well, we're not some big studio, we're just some random dudes in New Zealand, like I don't think we can even get people to buy our game, and like how would we even distribute it, and like all this stuff. Like we were like, we couldn't even do this. So free to play felt like a way for us to be able to actually get an audience. But then the only examples that we had were all of the pay to win things that were going on in Asia at the time. So we were like, well, obviously nobody in the we were like nobody in the West would ever accept anything that was pay to win. Clearly, right? That's clearly not okay. It's kind of what we were thinking about at the time. So we were like, well, so obviously we need to do all of this cosmetic stuff that we do. So that was kind of like our thinking back then. And it's funny because it turned out that actually Western gamers will accept pay to win in a lot of cases. There are like a bunch of pay to win games that are successful in the West after all. Yeah. But our whole thesis at the time was like, nobody would accept this. I mean, we wouldn't accept it, right? As players, like that's what we were thinking. So therefore, that was the monetization model that we picked. That was our thinking.
I think that in a lot of ways that the player first approach, not going the pay to win approach and things like that you've seen with many other games. Well, there have been some successful ones that are out there. I think especially recently, I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but there's a lot of live service games that have come out that did lean on those pay to win systems, or they were a little bit too aggressive with their monetization. Maybe it's they monetize too many things. Maybe they price things too high or whatever it might be. especially when there's games that are like parallels of each other, right? You'll have two games that are basically like the same thing, but one is, you know, way more expensive to play than the other one. I think that it builds a lot of customer loyalty more than anything else. And how do you think that loyalty like really plays into like the longevity of your game? Because like I said, I've seen a lot of these games basically come out and then fizzle out really quickly because of their monetization.
I mean, it absolutely does factor into it. Like, no doubt that it does. But I mean, you still at the end of the day have to make a good product, right? Like like the gameplay itself is king. Yeah. And I would say that the main thing you don't want is the monetization to be getting in the way of that. And monetization really can do that because the moment that you monetize something, the game designers are influenced by the existence of that thing. Like if you're selling a certain thing, like even if you don't even realize that you're doing it, you're going to be making game design decisions around making it so that people actually, buy that.
I think battle passes are probably the best example of that, where they like they're curbing all of the gameplay around how you progress a battle pass and things like that.
Right. So that's why you've got to be so careful what you decide to monetize, because it will affect what you do with other things, and I think that's almost inevitable to an extent that. It's like it is so dangerous to do that stuff because it just affects you so much. And I actually think there's a thing that in my mind is connected by the way here that it's not technically the same thing, but you know how a lot of live service games will have like, play this weekend and get double drops, and play this weekend and get 2 times experience, and this kind of like stuff like that. Like that stuff, I think, really undermines the integrity of the game very significantly in the long term. Like that stuff, like sure, that weekend a bunch of people will turn up, but then I feel like then you're like, when you don't have that, now you're much less likely to play, and so then you get into this death spiral of like, okay, well, the only time people turn up is when you start to.
Shots fired. I do have to say I also strongly disagree with these kind of things. Like for seasonal based games, like Diablo PoE or something, especially if there's like also kind of like a long-term grind, long-term competition even or something, which at least right now we don't have in D4. So you could argue, okay, we don't have official competition, ergo you can just do whatever you want. But realistically, eventually we're gonna get it, right? So are they gonna stop doing mana splitting then? Probably not. But it is kind of a problem, and I also like the point that he's saying, like, yeah, now, oh shit, I missed the buff, and do I really want to play now that everyone had a double XP this entire weekend? No, like...
Turning on double experience weekends, and so it's like now that's what the game is, and it's like you've kind of compromised the whole thing. So it's like even just that like stuff that's not even really to do with monetization. Even it's just like another thing where it's like it's an outside element outside of the gameplay.
You're using marketing to push gameplay.
Yeah, that shouldn't be there, and I really hate that stuff. And like, I mean, you like people will all the time suggest this kind of stuff, right? Like, and you get this with like third-party publishers as well, where it's like you'll be publishing in a market, and they're like, oh, we want to be able to run an event where blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, we just will not do it. Like in the long term, it just breaks things. Like, and they'll say, look, when we do it in this game, we get so much more players, and it's like, well, yeah. When you do that weekend.
Yeah. Look at our statistics, guys, here this weekend. Yeah, look at all the players. Don't look at the, players next season or the season after that.
But, like it's just not good in the long term. So we never do that stuff. And I think that it's once again another one of those things that in the long term I think is much better for the health of the game.
I think that like generosity is always a good thing to have in games, and maybe it's not like double XP weekends or anything like that, because obviously I wholeheartedly agree with you that it has a negative impact more than a positive impact in a lot of cases. I brought up like Warframe like earlier. Every single day you log into Warframe, there's a reward that you get, no matter I think how long you play the game, and sometimes that reward could be like a 75% off of the premium currency for the game or something like that. So players always feel rewarded for logging in all the time. So I think there's different ways to go about it, but yeah, for sure that's. It's definitely not the way. One thing that I definitely wanted to make sure to bring up as well is I'll be real, the carrying over all microtransactions from PoE 1 to PoE 2 is unheard of. It is most companies would probably see this as an opportunity to be able to double dip, to be able to have their existing audience pay for all new things all over again, start over fresh. In an entirely different microtransaction ecosystem. What was your guys' motivation to, what a lot of companies would probably look at as throw away all that money?
So I think there's like 3 or maybe.
I don't think this is really how I would see it as well. I think like doing this like with like how they announced PoE 2 and saying this is like basically just like an upgrade to the game, like there's a second campaign, it's the same game client, whatever, right? So after that announcement, they didn't have really any other choice, to be fair. They can't just say, okay, by the way, in the past we said that everything will carry over, and because it's like the same game anyway, and now we're making a separate game, and now, by the way, nothing is carrying over anymore. Like, they didn't really have a choice, I guess. But on the other hand, I mean, the game is also similar enough that it can carry over a lot of stuff, which, I guess makes a lot of sense, and also makes it so that they don't completely lose all of the income stream from PoE 1, because if they had said, okay guys, nothing carries over, you have to buy everything again in PoE 2, then this would immediately dry out, like, almost the entire income probably in PoE 1, right? For years, right? Like, imagine, like, 5 years ago they announced PoE 2, and if they had said, yeah guys, you have to buy everything again, no one would buy anything. Until now, basically, right? Okay, some people would, but, it would be way less. So this kind of like gave people the safety, like, hey, I can buy this stuff and I will have it later, and I don't lose anything. And I think this is really the only choice they had, honestly.
Even 4 sort of things going on here. So one of them is having started from a position of this is an expansion to Path of Exile 1 certainly was part of the, like, part of the initial sort of thinking there. But the other thing as well is that, okay, so let's think about sequels to live service games that have existed. Now, every time that people have done sequels to live service games, and there's not like that many of them.
No.
A lot of the time, the sequels end up doing worse than the original game, and you have to go back a little bit for some of these. But effectively, like, it's not always the case that the sequels do better. But what had been the case before for all the sequels to live service games was that the original game effectively took a back seat and no longer received any development, and effectively, was dead. And we're like, well, why do that, right? Like, why do that when we have something that there is an audience for that people love?
You're playing it today, right?
So I'm like, right. So I'm like, okay, well, in order, like, when you're a game designer, you think a lot in terms of incentives, right? It's like, okay, like, because like just as a general mindset as a game designer, you're like, okay, because every time you design anything, you're like, okay, what are the incentives for the player? I'm also thinking about like what are the incentives that we as a company will have, depending on how we structure this. So I'm like, okay, if we make sure that the microtransactions span across both games, that means that as a company, we will have an incentive to make sure that Path of Exile 1 continues to receive content, because we will still be getting monetization from that. Because the feeling that players will have is that PoE 1 is still getting, because PoE 1 will still be getting monetization because of the fact that all that stuff goes back as well as forwards. That means that we'll always be incentivized to support it. So effectively, I wanted to like build into what the company is doing, a way to incentivize us to do the right thing here. And so that's like part of the reason why we did it that way. But there's one other point as well I want to make, which is that when you do run a live service game, you kind of realize that like the stuff that's selling is the new stuff. And I don't think that like reselling a bunch of stuff from the past to everyone again is necessarily even going to make that much money anyway. It's like, sure, I mean, there's stash tabs and stuff, and that would have been like a short-term injection of cash probably if we'd done that. But really, in the long term, there's 2 things that are going to give us more money. One of them is like, getting new players. And those new players won't have paid us any money before, so they've got nothing to carry over. And the second thing is, keeping people interested in playing the game over and over again through all the different leagues, and thus, buying supporter packs through each of those times as well. And people having all their old stuff carry over really doesn't matter for those things, right? Like, if our goal is long-term success of PoE 2 and 1, then it really, we can make this, and I don't think it should really hurt us at all in the long term. So I think just like for several reasons, it was the right move to do, and obviously players, are very happy about it as well. It makes the people who played the game before feel valued, and like, we're not just going to throw this stuff in the garbage whenever we decide to do something new, which I think is very important. There's that feeling of like we actually care care about all of that stuff that we sold you before. You know, like, so I think that all of that stuff combined really does just make for, you know, to me, a no-brainer decision. So this wasn't a difficult decision at all. It was something that was very obvious to us right from the point when we decided to make PoE 2, and you know, we so I guess that's the sort of our thinking behind it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just an easy PR when they did there. I'm pretty sure they had to do some compromises and, you know, some tech and whatever to actually ensure that they can use the NTX in both games. There's still like 2 separate standalone games with like separate engines as well and all that stuff, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they have a new engine for PoE 2 and all that. So I wonder how easy it was to actually do this. But it certainly like was a good move, and also like the stuff I explained maybe played a role that he didn't like talk about now. But yeah, thanks Ben, by the way. We should wishes and the subs.
No, I think it's great. My stash tabs, thank you, by the way. But it's
they had to turn off PoE 1 for almost 12 hours to do it in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, they actually did like this one day off there kind of thing lately. You still gotta convince Tencent. I mean, PoE 1 has been going very well, and PoE 2 is most likely going to go very well as well. Like, I wonder, maybe they've already, like, you know, made back all of their development costs now or something, you know? With just the pre-launch, pre-early access sales, right? He was actually talking about it. It was going very well, like, you know, lots of sales and everything. So I expect there's going to be a lot of people logging in on the 6th.
It's no, it's just it's an interesting direction to take, but I wholeheartedly agree with you that it seems like a no-brainer decision to just go ahead and transfer things between the two, because I think in a lot of cases for like the existing PoE audience, you're going to have people that are going to play both.
For sure.
Right? Like, they're going to go back and forth between the two of them, and they're going to spend money on both of them. Sure. And again, I think this kind of goes back into this like conversation of like, when you treat players like that, when you make things so accessible, when you don't make a situation where it looks like you're just trying to take money from them at every given turn, I think it builds a relationship in which they don't feel like they need to spend money. They feel like they want to. Like, they want to support you. And I think that's something that's really important. This ties into like a conversation. This is more of like a philosophical thing on my part, but you know, over the last couple of years, I've noticed that there's been a trend lately where I think that a lot of companies are trying to either strike a balance or try to trend in the direction of like younger audiences and different, you know, people like to say the mythical modern audience or something like that. And you know, one of the things that I've noticed is that like great games just seem to land well, right? Like Elden Ring is a game that's played by ages probably 13 to like, I don't know, probably folks in their 70s have played Elden Ring. Like it really does cover that massive group of people, and I think that in a lot of cases the industry is kind of losing sight of how like older players are not aging out of video games like they would in other industries. So like they feel like they have to target their games towards something else. And I noticed like the first thing that caught me off guard was when I logged into Path of Exile, and the first thing that happens is all of the other characters get hung. So it's like, it's not a game that immediately wants to treat you like a child. Like, it has its tone, it knows what it's using.
Do we have mods here besides Nini? I'm getting follow botted right now, so let's keep the finger on the sub only chat.
Universe is and what its themes are. You know, how do you think you strike that middle ground, or do you think it's necessary to strike a middle ground with an audience?
Look at this shit.
Well, at the end of the day, what we're doing is making a game that we enjoy, right? Like, we're making a game that we think is cool. And I think the danger really comes when you try to make a game for an audience that you're not part of. Like, I think that's where you start to make things that appeal to nobody. You know, because you probably the people you're trying to make a game for that aren't you feel patronized by whatever it is you're doing. And
I want to wish me happy birthday, yeah, for sure. They're not gonna spam any nasty links or something like that in my chat very soon. Yeah, be careful, guys.
There's
a lot of examples of that.
Yeah, and you don't, and also you don't, you know, once again, you just don't know what it is they want. Like, the only person that I know, like the person I know the most what they want is myself, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know exactly what I'm looking for in a game.
Thank you.
And so and also like a lot of, you know, the people on the team as well. Like, you know, like the people on the development team really need to like what it is they're making. So, as I said, we're making a game for ourselves primarily, and I think if we do that, that we will find an audience of people who are like us, who enjoy this kind of thing. And yeah, we do enjoy, you know, like darker themes and like doing, you know, like fun stuff. Like just honestly, it's just really fun to do this stuff. The most fun that our artists have are when they're like making things that are more extreme. Like
Discord is fine.
you probably, I guess you probably didn't. Oh no, we did. We show you in that presentation the Black Chambers that has all the crazy body horror stuff, and it's like they had so much fun. Just like, oh yeah, what do we get this guy? And just like pull his intestines around a crate, like around a gear train, like like stuff like that. They're just like and they're like slicing the guy in half vertically. So you can
the minute I saw like the cheese grater machine, I was like, thank God.
So it's like there's a smile on the artist's face when they're designing stuff like that. So it's like, and if they're enjoying it, then the players will enjoy it. So like I think that's really what it comes down to. Just target yourself, like make stuff that you think is cool, and then so long as there's enough other people like you out there, then you'll get a big audience.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. These are we're into the bonus round here. Here we go. Path of Exile. Oh, this is a really good one. So obviously, long-standing game. There's a lot of narrative and story elements from Path of Exile 1, a lot of world building that's very pivotal to this game. It's picking up off of the events of Path of Exile, obviously. How do you guys approach storytelling and in a way to keep players invested, but also, with Path of Exile 2 coming out, how are you guys going to, onboard those new players that maybe won't go play Path of Exile 1?
So as a starting point, like you really can play through PoE 2 and understand the story without knowing anything about PoE 1. Like it is the same world. There are going to be some characters who repeat, that kind of thing. Like if you played PoE 1, there's a lot of stuff there for you. But we do have to make sure that the story is kind of feels engaging to someone who just didn't experience it before. I think one of the things that's really interesting with storytelling in an action RPG is that you have to be really careful not to be overbearing. Like there are cases where like we expect people to play through the game lots of times, right? And so like if you have a lot of like so the quintessential thing that a lot of games do, most games do.
I know what he's going to talk about. He's going to talk about like forced dialogues, forced cutscenes, like I know this kind of bullshit, right? I hate this so much. Like I remember like Diablo 3, for example, you mentioned it added like the setting like auto skip cutscenes and auto skip dialogue. But you still had to, start the cutscene, end the cutscene. There was always like this 5-second delay. It still loaded the cutscene and then just like finished it instantly. But it was so stupid.
Is they'll detach the camera from the play, from the play position, and they'll
exactly
that.
Like
you talk to an NPC and it comes down and you've got stuff like that, right? And I think for a game,
like look at this. Every time you talk like to a side quest guy in the V4, right? It's exactly that. Like it zooms down and then you have the dialogue and it zooms out again. And even if like auto skip everything, it does that, right? It removes your UI. You can't move. Oh god, that. Why do they always do this?
You play through one time, that stuff is very effective and works well, and it does help with engagement in the story, and like that's a good thing. But the moment that you do that, when you've got a campaign that you want people to be able to like run through quickly, just taking the camera away from where it is and putting it somewhere else immediately makes it feel like a chore to engage with all of those NPCs and everything. Like in PoE 1, if you want to, you can burn through like all of that story and quest stuff like very, very easily. And so we're kind of trying to make sure that in PoE 2, like we had this sort of difficult challenge of like, we want people to care about the story more than they did in PoE 1, but we also don't want to have that feeling of like, oh, you like made the campaign this annoying process to have to go through. I think that is something that some of the games have run into, and so then they start to think, oh, we need ways to skip it, and like it drives all of that stuff, right? Like we want we want to try and do both. So I think that what we've really tried to do is to add more of that story stuff through the campaign in ways that are both not annoying but do sort of allow you to experience stuff without having to stop your gameplay. So you've got things like as you're walking through areas, like sometimes that
New Zealand internet
that like will play as you
is there a single time that Jonathan is like sitting there for like a 1 or 2 hour session and he doesn't lag at some point? It happens every time, right?
As you
You've
run
seen the
through
internet,
and
man.
stuff like that. We've also made the like more, I guess, like animated story moments that you sort of get to experience without actually having to stop running around. You know, like you've got things like
Kiwis.
boss intros and things like that. Like you get a moment to like tell a bit of a story as the bosses coming out. You know, with a few lines of dialogue that can really you know, like make like sell the idea without kind of getting in your way. So I guess that's the sort of main thing. And I think one of the games that inspires me the most, and strangely enough in this regard, is Half-Life, where they always made sure to never break the character's ability to like, you've got one perspective through the entire game, right?
Yeah.
Like there's never a moment where, like, you know, like where you have a cutscene or you fade out and fade in and do something else. Like, and I agree with that thing wholeheartedly. Like the moment you do that, you feel like you lose control and you feel like it's a game telling you something rather than you playing something. So I actually am a big believer in like keeping the character's perspective.
Actually, never thought about this, but it's true. There's no cutscenes.
The entire time. So that being said, we do have a few things. You know, there's an intro cinematic that you guys got to see.
It was very good.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to create, by the way. And there's even a couple more things like that later on the campaign as well.
Very cool.
Which we'll be doing. So yeah, I think that the story stuff is a lot better in PoE 2 than it was in PoE 1. But we still, as I said, have to
I'm talking
maintain
about
that idea of,
Half-Life.
like,
Yeah, okay, there's a cutscene between the acts, you know, okay, like, you know, you load into a new act, you finish the last boss. I think that's okay, you know, this is not like the moment where I'm like, you know, now it takes away my player control. This is more like part of the loading into the next act kind of thing, right? This is not, like, I think this is okay, like it was like a 30-second cinematic or something, right? That's fine. I was talking about Half-Life though, like in Half-Life, you actually just go from, you know, start to finish in one go without ever changing perspective or anything. Like, okay, sometimes you have like, you know, forced dialogues and you have to wait a certain time for something to happen or something. But yeah, it's kind of interesting actually that it mentions Half-Life. I never thought about it.
Don't get in the way. Don't be annoying.
Compared to
Don't,
that Call of Duty
if you
campaign,
know
for
what
example,
you're
or
doing,
something.
don't make you have to do annoying steps. Like, actually, here's another random example about this kind of stuff where, like, there's this idea in where we have to consider both what the character knows but also what the player knows. So in our storyline, unlike a lot of games, if you know as a player where something is before someone has told you about it, then we will allow you to go and do that quest before you know about the quest and that kind of stuff. And like, we're generally pretty consistent with the idea that, like, that you don't have to just talk to an NPC just to find something out that the player already knew. Like, that's really important. Like, you don't just, like, you know, like if you can always, like, you have to go to an NPC if you have to, like, turn in a quest item because they need to, like, you know, make something for you or do something like that. But if you already know exactly how something works, there is no requirement for you to talk to an NPC just to find that out. And once again, I think that's a bit unusual as far as games go because most story games kind of like the character has to know about something before you're allowed to do it. Whereas in a lot of cases, but here it's like, it's very important to us that if you know what the campaign is and you've done the storyline a million times, you just go straight there, you just do the thing, and it's very you know, there's nothing in your way.
Are there instances in which you could actually go and like take down like a boss that might be a part of a quest before the quest is actually taken?
Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. So we do in some cases have blockages and things that, like, but when we do that, it's like, it's because, oh, there's some key you have to get from something and stuff like that. So there are blockages along the way that are mandatory, but generally speaking, you know, you can ignore the NPCs for everything except having to turn in quest items, and then you'll still be able to complete everything just fine.
That's cool.
And go through everything just fine.
Yeah, I like that because, like, the idea is, this kind of goes back to one of our earlier discussions, but it's the idea of earning the ability to trivialize the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, and that's something that players like, who knew players like to earn things in games, including skill and reputation and items and whatnot. But I think that there's something really special in that where, you know, for these more experienced players, once you've run through the campaign a couple of times, now all of a sudden, you know, I don't need to talk to these people. I can go grab this. I can go kill this. I can do this. I can come back and then take the quest and turn everything in and then go back to doing what I was doing.
Sure.
That's very cool. I like that a lot. So just in general with obviously with PoE, you guys have PoE 2, you guys have done a lot of new things. You guys have added a lot of new things. How much freedom do you guys give your team to experiment with new ideas, and how do you guys decide what features are making it into these games?
So it is honestly a mix, but I guess one of the things I like to do as a manager generally is that if someone suggests something and I've got an idea as well, then if those things are of equal weight, like if I don't have a reason particularly to prioritize one or the other, I'll always go with what the team wants to do over what I would prefer to do. I think that's just important because it means that the team just feels a lot more ownership over what the game is, and they feel like that their ideas are actually getting in, and they feel like what they come up with kind of gets into the final product. So like it's interesting being a game director because you've kind of got this mix of tyranny, but also democracy in terms of like you've obviously have to make sure that the game is going in the direction. Like I'm not going to do anything in the game that is something that I wouldn't like, but at the same time, if I'm ambivalent towards something, but another team member is really passionate about it, then it's absolutely something that I think that they should be allowed to do because it'll make them much happier. And I think also the passion of the person making the product goes through a lot in the final result. So I always want to err on that side. But the main thing, of course, that I'm here to say is like, you know what? But if I am like, no, I don't like this, I really have to just be tyrannical and say, this can't go in the game because I don't. I really have to, on some level, have some kind of cohesion around the whole vision of the thing.
Yeah.
You really don't want it to turn into some kind of design by committee product either. So it is a bit of a tough balance, but ultimately, I would hope that the team feels like ideas they come up with have a good shot to go in. And generally speaking, I'm fairly fine with whatever ideas they come up with going. And so long as there's something that I don't think is making the game worse, I'm like, yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah.
You can. Let's go with that. Let's come up. Let's do this crazy boss. Let's do whatever crazy monster you came up with.
Yeah, I like that, especially with the boss design and stuff like that. I think that like when I was playing the build of PoE 2 that I was playing, like the boss design is something. It's wild how much you guys have evolved it since your last game, or just in general, just for the genre. It's just so cool. Sure. Which actually it brings me to one final question that I have, and this is something that was kind of brought up when we were at the event. I just want to say that I appreciate the genius of this, but the idea that you guys are going to be releasing the first 3 acts and then you are going straight into the end game because you guys want to make sure that in early access, the end game is what is getting played, the end game is what's being tested. What's the motivation behind that? I feel like obviously part of it is somewhat a no-brainer because PoE is its end game in a lot of cases. These games are their end game in a lot of cases. But what are you guys looking to accomplish for it, and what was the what was the mindset making such a intelligent decision?
So it's funny because you say it's a no-brainer, but it surprisingly took us a while to realize that that's what we needed to do. And strangely enough, it actually happened. We changed direction completely to this when we were when we did the announcement for Settlers of Calgar. And so what happened was, we obviously had a bunch of in-game plans, and we had a design for what the in-game would be, but we did the Settlers of Calgar announcement, and that announcement was really huge. And
it's so good
on the
by
same
the way.
day. On the same day as that announcement occurred, there was also a Diablo 4 announcement where they announced, I think it was a class they were announcing, and everyone was saying like, Blizzard's making this expansion and it costs like $60 or whatever it costs, and the amount of and the content they're making is like not even as large as this random PoE 1 expansion that's coming out. You know what I mean? Like there was all this sort of stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I'm like, okay, well, so first of all, like making a class is actually like a way larger amount of work.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Than making Settlers of Calgar was. Like honestly, when you actually compare the two in terms of the amount of work that goes into it, one of them is a lot easier. But then I was talking to Mark about this, and Mark was like, well, yeah, but so maybe they should be making more of the type of content like what we're making. And I was like, well, you're not wrong about that. Like, okay, just because something takes more work doesn't necessarily mean that like that's the right thing to be doing.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, hang on, are we making the same mistake with PoE 2? Like we were barreling forward thinking like we have to finish this campaign before we can work on all this endgame stuff. And then I was like, well, hang on, like why are we making all this content that's really hard to make when we could be making content that's honestly easier to make, and probably the players will get a lot more satisfaction out of it. Like there'll be a lot more actual gameplay that comes. It's like because like when you're making a game like ours, it's like you've got this phase where you make you have to make a bunch of art, you have to make a bunch of animation and like all this sort of stuff, and then there's the phase where like you get to like do a bunch of remixes and reuse and like all that stuff, and like an in game typically is where all that sort of stuff happens. And like that stuff is honestly easier to do than making it in the first place. And yet the amount of actual value that a player gets out of that is like in a lot of ways higher.
Much higher.
So we effectively were just like, you know what? Like why are we not just stopping? Like we need to just drop everything. We were like towards the end of making to finishing Act 4. And we were like, you know what? Let's just drop everything that we're doing. We'd already done a pass through the game, by the way, so like a lot of that stuff's already done. But like we were like doing the polish work on Act 4. But like, let's just drop everything and just focus entirely on in-game now. Like, let's take what we've been doing with in-game and like now we're gonna put the whole company on it. We're gonna stop completely working on all of the campaign stuff that we're doing, and we're just gonna focus entirely on in-game and make that as big as we possibly can. Because the players will get a lot more out of that. And like honestly, like a 3-act campaign for a new player, it's already a huge game. Like sure, we're making a game that's that's 50 hours long, but
it's kind of funny.
Having a 25-hour long game is also still a big campaign, right? Like, and yet, And the other thing as well about this is that,
dude, I think a lot of people will probably appreciate it actually, right? Being short, especially when he's talking about like the replayability and all that stuff. But I mean, technically, it's not really shorter, I guess, because you still have to play the acts 2 times. So the cruel difficulty is you have to do Act 1, 2, 3, and then Act 1, 2, 3 again, and then you're in Endgame. So it's basically kind of comparable to 4, 5, 6. It is ironic, but also I'm not sure if he said it, but at the very least, what also happens though is when you do the campaign, like basically the end game of an ARPG is always like just reused stuff from the campaign, right? You have to make the campaign because that's like the baseline, it's like the introduction and the new player experience and so on. But you also take everything from the campaign and, those become the end game systems, right? Those are the monsters, those are the bosses. You just see them again as copy pasta basically. And without the campaign, there would be no endgame either. So you can't just say, just make endgame, don't make the campaign because everyone hates it, because the campaign is the endgame in the end.
If we have a bad endgame when we get to early access, then we kind of have to say to people, hey, trust us, guys. There's a good endgame coming. You guys don't really. I mean, we'll tell you kind of what it is, but like you guys have to just sort of trust us what it is, right? But if we have a great endgame and then the campaign's 3 acts short, well, it's like know exactly what another 3 acts is going to be like because you just played the first 3, right? So it's like you know exactly what to expect when we add that later. But we get to impress you with an end game before that point. So that really was what it came down to. But yeah, it was not really that long ago when we came to do that. And I think that was a really important decision because we effectively, and the other fun thing about it, by the way, is that now like making the end game for PoE 2 is like going back to the making PoE 1 leagues again, except with the resources of the whole company all in one thing. So it's like making 7 leagues concurrently, which is kind of a crazy thing, but it's been very fun. So it's been a lot of fun to work on that stuff, and it's pretty cool. So it's funny because in
never finished Act 3 to 6.
This is
Not even
right. Like obviously this is better.
Yeah.
But it did take a little while, and it took that moment of like, well, what the hell are we doing here, to actually realize that we had to change direction like that.
Yeah, because I mean, like from my perspective, when I'm looking at it, it's like, well, story content. It's not like it's not worthwhile, or the work that your folks have been doing on it isn't worthwhile. There's a lot of value in it, but the vast majority of that value will be extracted within the first couple months of the game releasing, and then done. Whereas Endgame is the reason why people keep coming back to the game over and over and over
again.
But
also, a lot of the value that we get from making that stuff is that we then get to use it to remix it to make it an in-game. So like the in-game maps that we were showing, like all of them look like unique areas, but all of them are just like done by just like we've got so many assets through the campaign of the game that we can take and then turn into maps. Like when people are making new maps, it really only takes a few days to turn around a new one, because like in-game maps I'm talking about, because in terms of the environment, I mean, because they just take a bunch of existing stuff and they're putting it back together. And it's like you'd be surprised how different you can make areas feel than campaign areas by changing remixing a few different tile sets together, doing some changing the color of things, changing the lighting settings and all that sort of stuff, and suddenly you've got an area that just doesn't feel like anything else you've done. And then you make a few specific bespoke tiles to kind of make to add like a specific theme to the area, and then you've got a new map. And it's like we can do that stuff so quickly, and it really makes the end game feel gigantic. There's just all sorts of shit in there that there's so many maps and like interesting things to find, and And the last benefit is that for a lot of developers, when you're making content quickly, you just feel so much more productive, and it's so much more fun to actually get stuff working. Like it's the slow grind that kind of wears on you over the years, but the whole just like, oh man, we're just like making maps left and right. We're like turning out, all these systems. Like it just feels great to do. So
yeah, I would imagine, especially because like, I mean, you got to think. I mean, you already do think, but with you guys been working on Path of Exile 1 for so long, it's like going back to their regular grind when you're just going to make the end game content, right? It's like, oh, we were already doing this. So that's cool. That's cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it. I think that it's going to be a very special game. You guys have put a lot of love in, a lot of care, and it even as an early build that I've gotten my hands on, it feels transformative in ways that I haven't been able to express properly in words yet, but believe me, I will.
I'm really glad to hear that. That's great to hear.
Is there anything that you would like to say about Path of Exile 2, or anything you'd like to say to the audience for the end of this? Give it a second.
So obviously it's a scary going into a launch, right? Because you don't know how people are going to react. But like I think that I'm really happy with the work the team have done on the game. Like it's just so I think it's a good game. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how people react to it. Like I just want to see were we crazy this whole time what we're making, or did we actually do we have the right idea? Like all the changes we've made, all the things we've done. Like I just want to see does it actually, are players actually going to love it? And I'm hoping they do.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. Well, man, thank you for joining me today. I can't wait for the release of the game. I'm sure everybody else can't either. I'll be covering it, that's for sure. There'll be more content that's coming.
That was a pretty good interview, I think.
But thank you for joining me today, man.
Thank you very much.
The host was also very enjoyable to listen to.
Family.
What was that? Okay. Log in. Yeah, it's just so nice to listen to Jonathan. There's actually some interesting insights there. Merlin is already gone. Nini took him. Think we'd get one from Chris. Yeah, I don't think Chris is actually really that much involved in the development anymore. Or I don't know. We haven't really seen Chris talk about PoE 2 very much, right? Like he was like there on the initial announcements and stuff. But then afterwards it's basically always Jonathan and sometimes Mark. Those are like the game directors. Meme video. Is this Frosty? We already watched Frosty. Oh, what is this? How to prepare for PoE 2. Oh shit. Okay, let's see it. Do you have anything else that you want to watch? It was like MP gameplay, right? I want to check out what MP uploaded actually. He's playing Mercenary. So maybe he also has like a full playthrough.
Alright, Nolan. I had some bad news. If we want to play with those dinosaurs, Daddy's gotta go. I gotta go capture one and bring it back so we can play with them. Is that okay, Nolan? Yeah, dinosaur. They go roar. It's gonna take me a while. I might not be back for a while. Is that okay if I'm getting a dinosaur? Hey, Daryl. So I got some good news and some bad news about the PTO I took last week. Yeah, it turns out the doctor says I'm gonna make it, but there was a bit of a fishing accident that occurred.
Kind of a win-win. Okay.
Hey, Mom. You know how we were taking a work trip out to Australia? I got some bad news about family Christmas. There was a bit of an issue. Apparently, it is illegal to try to capture and domesticate a kangaroo to bring back. Hey, Lance, there's more where that came from if you don't rat me out to Mom, okay? I need you to keep quiet. Can you do that for Daddy?
Okay.
You can do that for Daddy? I'm gonna be gone for a while. Just don't tell Mama that I'm busy playing Path of Exile, okay? I might be able to sneak you away from time to time to play too. Just keep it on the down low. Can you do that? Yeah, alright. Sounds good. Can I have a fist bump?
What? A bit of fresh air that hopefully lasts you through the winter. It's trying to touch grass. There's not even grass there.
Hey, honey. This is a really unfortunate call I have to make right now. I just heard from Daryl that there is a last-minute job that is of paramount importance that I need to go out of country, or the company, it could just downright fail. We could lose our jobs. We could lose our income. And I know it's not going to be pretty for you. We got the 3 kids at home, but... I'm gonna tell you about dinosaurs, and you're gonna give me a big roar, okay, Nolan? Sure. You gotta hide, okay? You hide in the background. No, Nolan, stay over here. Nolan, come back here, okay, big guy? All right, Nolan.
Not sus at all. That's a good one. Okay, good video. Okay, let's see what MP has. Reacting to the full PoE 2 presentation. 1 day ago. No. What I'm hyped about. Okay, this is PoE 1. Wait, did he upload any footage from PoE 2? I guess he might have played us, right? Maybe it's like older already. PoE 2, 1 video. No. Did he not upload his footage as well? The company is sending me to the moon. Now before you freak out. Yeah. What's this video title? Was it this one? Wait, did I close it? I can link it if you want. How to prepare for PoE 2. Yeah, from Captain Lance. You watch Catmaster? No, I don't think so. Witch and Monk Duo. Is this like a couch co-op as well? Yeah, this looks like couch co-op, right? I'd like to see more like PC gameplay, but I guess like this is like this is actually the latest event with the couch co-op. I think this is probably the latest one, right? Or maybe they did like another one, but not with the content creators. Did people play this again at some point after this? It was Snail, thank you. Yeah, we watched Frosty LaRue. I haven't seen much of Witch actually. It would be interesting to see some Witch. Is this Witch perspective here? Here's the stuff. No, it's the quarter stuff, right? Who are we watching here? I mean, it is couch co-op anyway, so there's a monk and a witch. We could watch this a little bit and see how this is. How far did it go? The graveyard, the mausoleum. Okay, that's basically Act 1. Behind the scenes chatting. Ambulance. Oh, they also turned on some cams at the end here. Kind of. But they're very blurry. Okay. Nice. Okay. Recent Mercenary. Yeah, I want to see some Mercenary.
But there's a couple of problems.
Ah, this is Big Ducks.
And hopefully by
You
the
can
end
watch
of this
this
video,
one.
you'll know
It's also shorter. Let's see.
pretty good, but there's a couple of problems. And hopefully by the end of this video, you'll know whether those problems are a deal breaker for you. Now, full disclosure, I was flown out to LA by GGG, and I got my hands on what I think is about as close to an early access build as I was realistically gonna get, like a month or so before it released. It was an awesome event. I met a bunch of Diablo 4 content creators because it seems like that's most of the people that were there, but I'm not really the type to take like a bunch of photos or videos or anything. I kind of just like to be like in the situation, absorbing all the information, and you know.
Wait, who was there from the Diablo 4 community though? I haven't heard much of this.
I'm writing stuff down, trying to, you know, just experience the once, well, twice now in a lifetime event where
DM?
my favorite video game company flies.
Yeah, I wouldn't really consider DM like a true default creator though, no. But I guess he's probably like the closest to that.
Me out for my favorite video game to play it and experience it before everybody else. So, you know, I figured that GG has like a full media team there, and they'll probably take at least one photo of me that I can use, right? Like just one. And they sent the album over to me, and the one photo of me in this entire album, which was sent to essentially everyone, is this. I straight up look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I look like I have a terminal case of scoliosis. Dude, I look like I'm like that 115-year-old man that they found in a cave and they like dragged him out and he was literally about to like break in half. I'm like straight locked in gamer mode, but there's no actual game in front of me. I'm just trying to watch the event and see in between the two people that are in front of me. But yeah, don't I look great? So the mercenary, I want to focus less on builds right now and more just kind of like general trends that I feel, because there were a few people playing mercenary, like particularly Havoc was playing a more grenade style build where I was playing a icicle / fragmentation style build. I'll talk a little bit about those in a bit, but it's not really the main focus of this video. I'm sure there's going to be quite a few different builds that will work for the mercenary, and they'll have varying degrees of success, but realistically, it's the systems with the crossbow that I want to talk about in this video. So I personally made it pretty far. I was one of the furthest in the group. I mean, it was mostly Diablo 4 players and only a handful of PoE people there. I made it, like, I think maybe about a fourth of the way into Act 3. Havoc was playing the mercenary as well, and he was playing a grenade build. He made it to what we think is the halfway boss of Act 3, but I spent like the last 45 minutes to an hour of the event walking around trying to get like the vibes that everybody felt about the mercenary, and most people kind of had the same feeling. With pretty much everybody that I talked to that played the mercenary, at least somewhat, some names off the top of my head that I remember was Havoc, Empyrean, Subtractem, and quite a few Diablo 4 people. Pretty much everybody said the same thing, in that like the first 20 or 30 minutes of playing the mercenary is frankly kind of awful. So much so that I'm pretty sure Subtractem said that he started the mercenary, got to like the first boss or two, and then was like, wow, this is bad, and literally re-rolled right then and there, because this was like a time sensitive situation where it's like, you kind of just got to go, you kind of just got to make a build and choose something and play, especially if you want to be able to see like the end of Act 2 and Act 3 and all that kind of stuff. So pretty much everyone was like, yeah, this doesn't feel great. As for the people who actually like pushed through and kept with the mercenary, most of them said it eventually started to feel pretty decent regardless of the build that they played, but those first few steps were pretty rough. Now you might wonder why like the sentiment about the mercenary was so universal at the entire event, and it's because of the ammo system. It's because of the reloading system. When you are very early on in the, I'll call it like the crossbow system, you notice right away how slow and kind of clunky the whole crossbow system itself feels. And the problem with this is that you have separate buttons for loading ammo into the crossbow and then firing the ammo from the crossbow. Now, once you've loaded a type of ammo, it automatically reloads and you only have to hit the one button to fire it. But if you're using multiple types of ammo, especially as you start getting into the combo system in Path of Exile 2, then it gets to this point where it's like you're pressing one button to load ammo, and then you're pressing another button to fire, and then you're pressing a different button to load a second kind of ammo, and then you're pressing that same fire button again, and you kind of have to just go back and forth. And most of the time when you're playing an ARPG, you get this kind of feedback system where it's like you press a button, you see a noticeable effect happen in the world around you, like, I pressed this button, I shot an arrow, it killed something, right? But with this, it really doesn't feel that way. You get, out of about 4 or 5 button presses, 2 instances of some kind of like visceral feedback that you are impacting the game in front of you. And when you combine that with relatively slow reload speeds early in the game, it can be a little bit rough. Now, I know I've talked a lot of doom and gloom about the crossbow system, but I do want to emphasize that this is genuinely only like the first 20 or 30 minutes at most. If you are a faster player and someone who can move through the game at a pretty decent pace, this won't be a problem for a very long time.
Yeah, at some point you get grenades and then kaboom. Once you have grenades, you're pumping.
Very early on, you're going to have access to like reload speed increased nodes on the tree, as well as nodes that like give you a percentage chance to not consume a bolt every time that you fire. And then also around, I think like 7 or 9 or something like that, you get access to a support gem that gives you more ammo in each clip. So there's ways to deal with it. And it's not that bad once you get there, but I'm hoping at least a little bit that GGG does find some way to make those first 20, maybe 30 minutes a little bit less painful. I don't know if they just have to like reduce the base amount of time that reload takes and then modify the nodes on the tree a little bit just to make it a little bit more even. But yeah, those first couple minutes are rough. So what about after you make it through all of that? Once you push through, once you get to the point where, you know, you're in like Act 2, Act 3, you've got your combos together, you know, you're firing
Hello, SK.
multiple
Thank you so much.
abilities and they're all interacting. How does the actual character feel once you've gotten there? Honestly,
Nice to
pretty
see ya.
good. In comparison to what I played last
Frosty,
time as
too.
the monk and what I saw a lot of other people play, one big thing that I noticed with the mercenary is that I felt significantly more confident in moving past enemies and killing them while running. I know a lot of the melee classes and even some of the minion classes and such, they get this kind of feeling where you encounter a pack and you kind of just have to deal with it. You can't run past it, you can't ignore it, you just have to fight it. With the mercenary, I felt much more so than on the monk that I could just kind of skip stuff if I
Then
wanted
you
to. I
automatically
could run past it, and
reload. So you can see it here on the bottom right. So there's a grenade. I think it's a flash grenade. And here he has like the frost ammo, and he has like the fire ammo or something. And you can watch the numbers here. So there's like the number of like ammo he has in the clip. And like if it goes to 0, it will reload automatically. You don't have to press a button.
I could fire behind me as I kept moving. I felt like I had the tools where I could impact the environment with either like icicles or stun grenades or things like that. So if I got in a really bad position, I had tools to be able to deal with that. Whereas a lot of the time on melee or other classes, it doesn't really feel like you have tools to impact the environment or impact the mobs that are directly surrounding and on top of you. If you get surrounded and you don't have any of those tools, in Path of Exile 2, you kind of just die. There's not really much that you can do there. You don't really get like blink abilities. You don't really get anything like that. You just have the dodge roll. Now, you do get access to some other things that they talked about, like there are items that give you like a blink and things like that, but it doesn't really seem like they want you to have huge access to being able to go through enemies at any given point. They want you to have to deal with the fact that if you get surrounded, that's a mistake that you've made and you pay for it with your life. So talking a little bit about builds, I tried pretty much all of the different skills up to a certain point. I wasn't able to play a lot of the skills that you get in Act 3. I just simply didn't find the little gems that you can cut into the different skills. I only found one of them. And eventually I landed on a build that uses fragmentation rounds as well as glacial bolt. Fragmentation rounds is one of the first types of ammunition that you get, and essentially what it does is it does a large spread of ammo out across the screen, and if you're very close up front to the enemy, those rounds can shotgun. So you're allowed to do this kind of trade-off where typically as a ranged character you're safer when you're at range. However, with fragmentation rounds, if you give up that safety and go close to the enemy and use that ability, you can hit them with a whole bunch of them because, well, it does shotgun. On top of that, it knocks enemies back, and it does have some, I think, natural pierce built into it if I remember correctly. So very early on, I was mainly using this ability as my main DPS alongside an ability called Flash Grenade. Flash Grenade's only purpose really was to build the stun bar on bosses and like stun smaller enemies. So if I got into a bad spot, I could toss down a Flash Grenade, stun all of the enemies around me, push them back out of the way, and roll through a big group of enemies if I got surrounded, which made me feel relatively safe most of the time for like Act 1 and portions of Act 2. Flash Grenade was really good at building up the stun bar on bosses, so you'd get that like 3 to 5 seconds of being able to just be right up in front of their face, hitting them with all of those shotgun bullets and just annihilating their health bar for a little bit, and then backing off, you know, firing from range if you have to, because some bosses are safer up front, some bosses are safer far away. And then eventually around the end of Act 2, early Act 3, I started using this secondary ability called Glacial Bolt. And what this does is it fires on the ground or at an enemy, and it makes kind of this V shape of these ice crystals. And the way that these ice crystals work is that if you fire fragmentation rounds into the ice crystals, they explode into an AoE. On top of that, they revealed a support gem called Fortress, where if you have some kind of effect that makes a shape on the ground, Fortress instead makes a giant circle on the ground. So what I ended up doing is I used Glacial Bolt with Fortress, made a giant AoE of these ice crystals around an enemy, and then used fragmentation rounds to explode them and kind of do this like shotgun effect. Once I actually figured this out and got it going properly, because most of the way through Act 2 I wasn't really doing it right, I was just kind of like flailing around figuring things out. But as I got into Act 3, I got the proper gear for the build, I got the proper skills, I started doing some pretty serious damage. I went from like struggling on white mobs and blue mobs and such to almost one-shotting blue mobs and taking like a third to half of the health of random yellow mobs it ended up being pretty strong. And it kind of reinforced in my mind this feeling that combos and combination skills in Path of Exile 2 are going to be super important. There are going to be builds where you can just press one button and you don't have to worry about it, but the more that I see of it, the more that I experience of it, it does feel like these combinations of skills are the intended way to play this game. You're meant to do things like create a puddle of oil on the ground that you then ignite with something else, and that causes damage over time. That's kind of what Havoc was doing with his build, where he made it all the way up halfway through Act 3 in the amount of time that we had, which was like 6, maybe 7 hours. So I highly suggest when you start, embrace the combinations because they are so powerful. It is multiple times more powerful than just stubbornly trying to use one ability over and over and over and over again like you would in PoE 1. Most likely, unless something changes drastically, I will be playing this Fragmentation Rounds, Glacial Bolt, some kind of build revolving around this in the actual early access. You can look forward to at least a basic build guide about that from me as soon as I have access to all of that information. Out of the abilities that I was able to interact with, that seemed the coolest. It seemed like the most fun for me, but I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of other abilities and such. I would suggest that early on with Path of Exile 2, you kind of stick to the guardrails that they give you, because while there is infinite depth and breadth that is available in Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, early on, we're really not gonna know exactly what works and how it works. It's probably a bit safer to stay kind of a bit more in those confines for at least your first build. We can do the crazy stuff later. If you have any particular thoughts about the mercenary or questions that you want to ask, let me know down in the comments. I try for at least like the first day or two of a video coming out to answer as many questions as I can. So if you've got any like burning desires about the mercenary, let me know down there. And make sure to like the video if you liked it. If you want more PoE 2 content, I'm going to be making a ton of it. So make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit that little notification bell to stay up to date with all my latest videos, and stay safe out there in Rayclast. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
Okay. That was a pretty good video. It's actually nice to hear a little bit from like some mercenary gameplay. It's also kind of, yeah, it seems like a very good combo. Like I tried this a little bit when I played mercenary, but I was having more success with like grenade stuff, and I'm also more interested in like trying grenades. Grenades are kind of interesting because, you know, they reward positioning and aiming very much. And they can be very effective when you hit them right. But on the other hand, you know, if you don't do it right, you can do nothing. So I kind of like that. And I'm most likely going for like a relatively grenade-focused build at the start. There's also like some really strong nodes on the tree for grenade stuff. I'm excited to try. And you can do some crazy shotgunning with that. When you have like volley or GMP or like multiple projectiles, I guess it's just MP now. MP. Yeah. Yeah, this like cold stuff that he was doing here, it seemed fairly effective, but I think it can be a lot stronger. Like, but I mean, it's like very hard to tell really. Like, it's like early game stuff anyway. Like, how will this translate into later stages when you have like more attack speed and like more damage and everything, right? You can do crazy stuff, I guess, later on. So I guess we'll see. Reloading seems like something you need to feel yourself to judge. I personally, I didn't really have like a big problem with the reloading. Like, he's making it sound very bad, but when I played the mercenary, I did play a predefined character that started like, I don't know, I was like level 15 or something, and at that point it was like no problem at all to reload. I think, like, I didn't even really feel it. So yeah, you have like this ammo and stuff, and there's like a little like break in between sometimes, but it wasn't really a problem. So yeah, I guess it's really mostly like the first, like, you know, few zones or something where, like, you know, the first 1 or 2 bosses are kind of shitty and stuff, and then you get like a node and everything gets better. Thanks, J-Dog, by the way. Can you pre-download PoE yet? No. Can watch this a little bit. If anyone else has any other links, you can also post them in my Discord. I have the PoE 2 section here. So you can also just like throw anything in there. You can check it out. There's like a collection of like, you know, info and links and stuff. If you don't see the channels, then you have to turn them on here. With the channels. I'm glad to hear that, J-Dog. Work has a 40% reload node they can pick up early on. Yeah, apparently. Definitely gonna recommend that as well. Reloading speed is definitely quite helpful. C4 just dead for most Diablo streamers. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're waiting for the next thing, and right now there's no thing in D4, so we're playing PoE. Do you watch Ouroboros video? He kind of shows one skill he can spam, it does a lot of damage on warrior. Okay, let's see that. Oh. Apparently, wait, did you timestamp this? Oh, you timestamped it.
Roguelike system, as you pick rooms and get deeper into the dungeon. Now what I mean by roguelike is that you can actually pick between certain buffs and debuffs before you enter the next room, and it affects your entire run. And at the end of the run, it looks like things can get really, really dangerous and really psychotic. And
is he talking about the trials, or what is he talking about?
It looks to be a lot of fun. The other in-game mechanic they sort of rush through because
yeah, I think this is this perfect strike that it's using here.
Psychotic, and it looks to be a lot.
I mean, you can definitely just like, you know, spam one skill for the most part if you want, like especially as a warrior.
A lot of fun.
Like you know, they have like a bunch of utility there. There's like, you know, like your war cry, and then there's like a shield charge and a raise shield, and yeah, you have like one main skill. Like a lot of people probably combine something like Earthquake because it has like this like 3 seconds delay until the Earthquake actually explodes, and then in between you like do default attack or you do like another hit like Bone Shatter or something. There's also like some combos you can do with like you do like a stun and then you have like an other ability that actually consumes that stun to do more damage, or like, you know, just does more damage against stun or something like that. So there's like stuff like this, or like armor break, and then you have like a consume armor break ability. You don't have to do like crazy combo all the time on every build, I think. But it depends a bit on the class and what you're doing, I guess. This guy's the Elden Ring Pro. Ourobo, okay.
The other in-game mechanic they sort of rushed through because the presentation was already over 2 hours, but it looked really sweet too. At the end, they showed off some really cool, unique skills tied to ascendancies. One of the skills, which was a necromancer skill that allows you to summon a hellhound that sets everything on fire around it. And another one was tied to the sorcerer ascendancy, which allowed them to turn into a demon that drains your health faster and faster the longer you stay in the form. So that's about everything. I had the time of my life at this event, and getting to play Path of Exile 2 early was a dream come true. I think that this game has potential to surpass the first game as the greatest ARPG of all time, and I cannot wait for early access on December 6th. Thank you again so much for watching, and be sure to subscribe for more Path of Exile 2. Have a good one, guys.
Okay, I mean, it's just like this one boss fight we see there a little bit. But it seems like to really stand out with Warrior for early game. Let's see this here. I haven't seen like Witch gameplay really. I also didn't play the Witch myself. It's like the only class I didn't play when I had access. Is Maxroll going to present builds or early access? Well, not on launch. There's no builds. But yeah, like I guess, you know, within the first week or something, you're probably gonna start seeing stuff there. Blood Team of Draining Health reminds me of Legion, Shadow Priest, and WoW. Yeah, it had something like that as well, right? With your Insanity or something. It's also kind of comparable to the like last Epoch Lich form, I guess, or something, right? Like drains your life. I guess the difference is that with the Infernalist, you actually lose your real life, and on last Epoch, you actually lose like a second health bar of life. You die at the end. Ah, yeah, true. This was one of the talents, right? They can go into this like insanity form or something, and then you have like 15 seconds of like craziness, and then you just die. It's kind of cool. Ah, there's actually the 5+ still here, so it's like an old client. Yeah, this is couch co-op, yeah. I watched yesterday also couch co-op from Hamburg and Nugi, playing Monk and Warrior. And here we have Monk and Witch. I'm kind of interested to see that Witch a little bit. Yeah, couch co-op actually seems to be relatively well done here. They only co-op in their access. You think Diablo will have to step out the game now that it's going live? Certainly. I think the PoE 2 stuff definitely looks better than most people would have anticipated. You know, they really captured a lot of hype, especially with the endgame announcements. You know, like, from my expectation, I would have not expected, like, you know, a lot of a crazy endgame that they actually have showed us. Even from GGG. And they, you know, they even talked about it, right? It's only pretty recently that they actually shifted their priorities and decided to focus more on endgame stuff for the early access. So it comes like sooner than I guess most people would have thought. And makes the game, you know, suddenly much more complete than we would have expected. At least I would have expected. Yeah, I mean, this was certainly like a ridiculously valuable move, right? You can't even like quantify it really, I guess, how valuable it was to make the decision to not complete the last 3 acts for the early access. Yo, Xemenef, thanks for the prime. You expected just 3 acts and then basic maps? Yeah, kind of like that as well for me. I didn't really expect that much. I mean, I understand the focus that GG has more on the endgame than, like, for example, the Blizzard devs. But I did not expect they would have really, like, anything crazy ready. And they do. I think controller is going to be more precise in this game. I guess your character movements will be a bit more precise since you have, you know, 360-degree movement instead of only 8 directions with WASD. But your targeting will be worse instead, so I guess it's like a trade-off. Are people going to play this on hardcore launch? No. It wasn't the reaction to Vessel of Hatred. Vessel of Hatred was very recent. It was like, you know, a bit more than a month ago, 1.5 months now. I think they were talking about the reveal of the Spiritborn. You know, this was like in I don't know what, like June, May, or whatever. And they first, like, you know, actually showed off the Spiritborn, basically. What are they doing? They actually captured this in 4K. Couch co-op. Interesting. There's a decent chance there's bugs on launch. Yeah, there's certainly gonna be like, you know, some bugs or at the very least some, you know, overtuned stuff or whatever. And even if not, right, there's like so many different bosses and so many different monsters and you need to like learn about all of them and all that stuff. Like, there's like, unless you build like some giga, you know, turtle character basically, where like whack away at every little white monster for like 2 minutes, I don't think that you're really gonna survive your hardcore playthrough. Hi Mars, it is. I'm not playing right now, guys. Yeah, just watching this video. Does it seem like Warrior can do shield main damage builds? Actually, I don't remember seeing a skill that is something like Shield Bash or something, or Shield Crush. But I imagine they will do this at some point. You can check the database again. There's like the PoE 2 database. There's like a lot of info and skill gems in there and stuff. But there also is kind of like, you know, incomplete lists of like whatever they found from like, you know, the footage and whatever I guess that they have seen so far, so. Trying out Elden Ring and getting your ass kicked. Yeah, I guess PoE 2 will definitely remind of Elden Ring a lot. Yeah, you can do 6-player co-op. There's shield charge, yeah, there's shield charge, but it has a cooldown and it's not really going to be like a main damage ability, I think. Yeah, thank you, Artis. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Resonating shield, just walk through maps banging your own shield. It reminds me of this one cardboard animation. I think where it is showing up like a WoW classic dungeon run or something, and there's like this orc warrior just banging his shield, taunting the boss. Sorg and Merc gameplay. Sounds fun as well.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ah, this is Subtratum again. Okay.
Very loud.
27 minutes. Did we watch this already? No, I think.
Too much clutter.
We're watching a video on Sorg from Subtractum. I'm not sure if it's the same video. Yeah, we actually watched this. But yeah, the only place of MP.
Too much clutter.
It's the same Lois line from PoE 1. Too much clutter. Yeah, one who has spent over 480 will get access. The M released a 30 minutes video of PoE 2.
Do you have any?
Okay, 3 hours ago. Okay, we can check that as well. How long is this one? This one is quite long. Music keys for later. I want to see this then.
Footage from a fun class? Yep, you're watching it. You are watching the fun class footage. There is no funner class than Warrior. Warrior is the only Giga Chad class. It's straight up the best class. All the most handsome players will be playing Warrior, by the way, in case you were wondering. This person's just face tanking, no dodging. This person is me.
Nah, you don't go for loot for during the campaign, I think.
Yes, gameplay in its finest. Look, you're welcome to roast me all you want for this footage, but I was trying my damnedest. All right, this is classic DM Warrior footage. I don't know what you want from me. Check out my backyard, ladies and gentlemen. Blizzard has its revenge today. We have some new footage to show, by the way. So you start by basically having a tutorial. You've probably seen this part already. I switched from shield one hand to two hand pretty fast. How long was the test this time? Just over 7 hours. I think it was closer to 8 hours. I had a pretty good amount of time to play it here. Were you playing WASD? No, I used click to move mostly here. Rolling slam is pretty much the move I use most of the time. How recent is this gameplay? The most recent. So this would have been the most recent test of gameplay there is right now. This would have been as of November. Very first boss. This is essentially Helllock here. Spacebar to avoid attack. So it kind of has like an actual tutorial in the beginning. So this is the witch's house. So there are, I'm going to pause this just real fast here. So you're going to notice there's like a witch here that is...
this is what Jonathan talked about, I guess, like this monster from Act 5 that has like the flask drops or something.
Until you click the cauldron, it disappears. So this is like the witch's house. This is one of those bosses that's like a sub, like you don't have to fight this boss. They were mentioning that when you see a checkpoint in the game, then there might be something around it. And this is one of those scenarios in which it's summoned an elite. And it caught me off guard. I didn't expect this. I'm pretty sure I get dumpstered here, like immediately. So you can see it's like a yellow elite. Actually kind of scary, and I'm pretty sure I just straight up die here at my first attempt on this guy. I was like kind of caught off guard here. Ran out of potions, and then I'm pretty sure I just die and go back and redo it because the checkpoint relaunches me right here. So I'm like, holy moly. So I think I tried killing this guy a couple times actually, and I am unable to kill it. Yeah, I tried to go back down. I realized I can't go back down because it's random. I suppose I said just die here. I think I tried to kill it like 2 or 3 times. Realized like it's kind of brutal, and then I go kill other shit and come back to it, I think, which is sort of what they were talking about in the interview, where it's like they want people to go around, if you can't beat something, kind of come back. Look at the dot, it's the dude draining your health. It's like it's the damage that's spread out over time, and my potion, like I'm literally right in the beginning of this game here, and he keeps teleporting around. I'm kind of getting shit on here. At this point, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go.
Maybe also combine melee and ranged damage. Yeah, it will be, I think.
But I think people are going to run into those types of situations and wonder, like, do I need to?
I'm also considering doing something like a mace plus crossbow setup
I do it
myself.
wrong or get frustrated, and then they just got to kind of do what Jonathan was talking about in the interview, which is like continue to go get gear, farm, etc. I will leave all of the me suffering footage in here so you can at least watch it. The rolling slam is like the majority of my damage throughout the entirety of this run, but is like slightly disappointing with how slow it was how I felt. So I felt like I need some attack speed. This is me trying to figure out like where I want to go. My plan was from the beginning, I have ZDPS through almost this entire run, because my plan from the beginning is find where stun buildup is, and then I want to do stun buildup. So I want to see how fast I can proc the stun, because in my very first test when I was doing this was I consistently spam mace, and it made it where the bosses actually got locked out. I would immediately get it where they can't, like the bosses couldn't attack at all. And since that gameplay, I noticed they kind of changed that, because my very first footage is me like cheesing bosses, like the bosses can't even move. They're just getting stunned over and over and over and over and over again. So I kind of wanted to try that out again. You'll notice the interruption, which I think is where stun threshold is going to come in nicely. So you're going to watch ZDPS for a while before I get my head out of my ass here in Act 1, by the way. Have Portal Scrolls been removed? Yes. Portal Scrolls were removed. It is free to Portal back. You can just hit the button to go straight back. They do not need Portal Scrolls anymore. ID Scrolls are still in the game. Cast timer instant. The Portal has a cast time and can be interrupted. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I die a load here. This is a warning for people with ZDPS. This is a pretty brutal portion. I'm pretty sure I die the Rust King about 15 times. ZHP greater than ZDPS? It's both. It's both ZHP and ZDPS. From what I've seen, what do you think is a realistic playtime of the first act? I assume, Jonathan, 25 hours for Acts 1 to 3 for non-PoE players. So, a good question. I got to the end of Act 2 in about 7 hours, and then I struggled to kill the final Act 2 boss for like 2 hours, and straight up couldn't kill him. And that's because I definitely needed to like get stronger, but I knew the servers were about to turn off because they turned off after 8 hours, and I was like, I'm going to just sit here and smash my head into this boss and try to beat him. So it took me about 7 hours effectively to get to the end of Act 2. You under-leveled in bad gear. I was 3 levels down on the zone when I started, and then I ended up being even level by the end of it because of how many times I had to run through the zone. Is the story good? I wouldn't know. I skipped the story because I didn't fly there for voice acting. I wanted to play the game, so I was actively trying to play the game. Poison looks cooked. Yeah, it's pretty brutal start, dude. They give you a lot of mobs. Like, people are worrying about the density and stuff, but it's actually, like, kind of hard. Seems like survivability stats are a must-have. Yeah, you really do. I was trying to find a way to survive here in the beginning. Once I get out of, like, the first 2 zones, it started being a lot smoother. The first bit was actually pretty brutal for me, I'm not gonna lie to you. For new players, dying a bunch of something I'm expecting to do. How much will this impact my early game, or is it only late game I have to worry about? Okay, so I can only speak to my class. I know there's some other classes that had smoother starts. I died a whole bunch the first, like, hour and a half. There's no doubt about it. And then there was some bosses that I was dying to. In terms of, like, how does this impact your experience? I think you'll probably have to learn to go back to town. I really, like, for some reason, I just didn't want to go back to town. Like, right here, I could run behind the tree and go back to town. But, like, I figured it was faster just to die and resurrect since there's no penalty. And then I can continue to kill the mobs for XP. So I was like, well, I'll just keep doing it this way. But I probably could have just gone back to town. I'm trying to, like, rush because I kind of wanted to get to Act 2 early because I'd already seen Act 1, which is kind of stupid. There's the hammer I needed, so I was, like, panicking trying to get the hammer. I don't think it's going to, like, impact your experience. I think the point is it's supposed to be kind of...
I wonder if the loot is still on the ground if it dies.
Like, you're doing your build correctly.
Actually.
You'll get stronger and... Like, let me give you an example. So right now, like, look how much I'm getting mobbed, right? Like, absolutely brutal. It feels way better once you're strong enough to, like, destroy through these mobs. So, like, kind of the low, weak start makes you feel better as you go through. Like, does that make sense? Why are you not blocking? Because I was elected to lead, not to read. I'm not necessarily a fan of blocking. I'm trying to do damage. I just want to hit them. So as soon as I drop as soon as I can drop the shield, I do, and I go two-handed like immediately. It's a mentality thing. I'm role-playing. I'm basically cosplaying as a 0 IQ warrior that only smashes. Make sense? Are those spires the new waypoint markers? The little like stones that go up that have the blue runes on them are checkpoints. The waypoints are like still the ones that are seeded into the ground. The second stomp in the ground feels so satisfying. I like rolling slam. I was using it primarily. It is kind of slow, so like one of my complaints I had with rolling slam was that I would feel like I'd have to animation cancel. You'll notice like I kind of do that with the dodge. Like I do animation canceling quite often because I feel like I get locked into the animation pretty hard. That was one complaint that I kind of had. It's still like a strong move, but like it was definitely a reason, you know, to be concerned. So the Rust King here wasn't too bad. He basically just summons minions and you got to kind of deal with him. He shows up on one of the obelisks once you're doing the final rune of power from you grab the 3 different obelisks, kind of in the first zone. He's pretty much your intro boss. Is this Act 1? This is very early Act 1. So this is like
Yellow crossbow.
Major boss Act 1. You can see there, loot is not specific to your class. Our first yellow item in the game is actually a crossbow, and obviously we're not using crossbows. I did find a pretty good item for myself fairly early, the gloves. I don't know if we've seen the gloves yet, but I get a blue pair of gloves that have +1 to all melee skill gems, like right in the beginning. Sorry if I asked, but what's your opinion about the first comments about Souls-like elements on PoE 2? Some people comment the game is more slowed down to the first. Yeah, I mean, it's slow. I feel like this is a point that has been brought up and addressed the most out of almost any point in the game, which is that the pacing is slower because PoE 1 is 10 years old to the point where they have had so many additions to the game you can zoom very fast. The pacing of PoE 1 in the first act and the pacing of PoE 2 in the first act are very close to similar. So there's that to keep in mind. The other point is it is purposeful. They do want to slow it down so that the rewards and the monsters feel more impactful because there's a significant increase in focus on things like boss fights and individual pack of mobs. They don't want you to just one-shot literally everything and just like move forward and spam. Like it's supposed to be more meaningful combat interactions, and that's why they've added things like dodge, etc. They want the fights to actually be fights as opposed to farming. Hopefully that answers the question. It's right about this point that started to get a little bit easier. I had to get some skills behind me, a few levels and a couple pieces of gear, and then it started to get a little bit easier. Okay, so here we go. This is what I would consider the first boss that is going to piss a lot of people off. Devour. So in the very first playtest, there's been 3 playtests I've been part of. In the very first playtest, this boss made multiple people quit during the playtest. Like, they flew there to play the game, they started fighting the Devourer, and I'm talking like 30 minutes into the game, and they couldn't beat it, and they literally quit. So I'm talking for the next 4 or 5 hours, they were sitting there on their phone, like, for real. So this boss, yeah, some people are going to tilt. However, I think they might have made it maybe a little
They
easier.
made this easier though,
And
I
to be
think.
fair, the first playtest was significantly harder than any of the other ones. Like, Devourer definitely took me a moment to beat as well. Okay, so that's Devourer down. This is kind of like it almost looks like Blight type of area. But this is why some people thought that there was going to be, you know, Blight bosses, etc. Like, way early we were seeing some footage, is because we were seeing, like, this infected stuff. But this is the
Yeah, you watched, like,
growth
Legends video.
area. It's not necessarily a Blight-related area. This is still Act 1. I think there's an optional boss here, if I remember correctly. Okay, so here's the Rotted Druid. So this is another boss. This is an example of why I'm going stun mace build-up. You see how quickly I stagger them? And even on the second staggering, like, it's a pretty decent... It's a pretty decent
I haven't seen this
look
boss
at
before.
that. And he's going to be staggered again. So it allows me just to Unga Bunga we go face, you know, Smork go face, basically on the bosses. Which is kind of like what I wanted to do. I get some other combos later on with, like, the Earth Shatter, etc. But, like, the constant proccing here is pretty nice. Yeah, this is still Act 1. And you can see how much stun we're actually getting. He actually does damage, too. You gotta be kind of careful, because you're like, you get used to just going face and then you can stun lock him, but then you pretty much immediately can get one shot if you're not careful. So they actually do a good amount of damage back, but just like that, it's over, and we got our
Big
first
yellow
chest
chest.
plate. You're going to League Star Titan? I'm thinking going Titan because of the way I want to do my build, which is double two-handed maces using Giant's Blood, and then weapon swapping to another double two-handed weapon that has my DPS one. So I want, like, my maces to have, like, Ruthless and Stun build up, like, all of my stun-related gems. And then from swapping there, then I want to swap to my moves that have all my DPS related gems. So my plan is to immediately proc stun. They're stunned, so I'm doing 40% more because of the Titan Ascendancy. Then I'm swapping to my two-handed axes, and I'm DPSing, like, as fast as possible, or axe or staff or whatever it happens to be for the best DPS. We'll still figure out that part. But the one half of the build, which is going to be the stun mace related build, is 100%. How swapping weapons work? So on the skill tree, you can, or on the skill gem menu, you can associate which gems go to which weapon swaps. So they do
The
this.
deaf in maps, how does that work? Well, you die in the map, and the map is basically deleted. And then this path will be blocked. So there's, like, this path that sprawls out in all directions. You have to find, like, another path around, basically, for another map.
So that you can automatically swap weapons when you're casting something. So if I'm doing, like, I'm doing my move, the rolling slam here, you're seeing where I do, like, the double hit. If I'm doing that move and I'm using it because it's a mace move, then I can auto associate it to the mace, so that way it's actually castable. And then what I can do is maybe I'm doing that, and that the support gems I put on it are, like, Ruthless, which does, you know, 500% more stun every 5th hit or whatever. If I'm doing all the stun build up to, like, support style gems in order to knock down the boss, once it's knocked, then I can have the other weapons and the other weapon kits selected to whatever my skill gems are. That's, like, maybe an axe move that does bleed or something. We'll figure that part out. And have...
I feel like this build that he's trying to make sounds extremely tedious, man. Yeah, okay, maybe not so bad, because they actually, like, auto-swap the weapons, right? So you just, like, you walk in and you, like, some kind of, like, stun build-up stuff. And then you swap the other weapons. I'm not sure if I really need to swap the weapons for that, though. I wonder if there's even, like, a lot of stats that would help you with this whole stun build-up stuff on the weapons themselves. Yeah, I guess it does the auto-swap. But still, I guess we'll see. Like, the thing is that every time you swap the weapons, you also have a delay before you can attack. There's, like, a cost for swapping, basically.
that actually be my primary damage with all the support gems that are related to DPS once they're already stunned. So I'm going to stun them first, then swap to another basically weapon set, for instance. And what the second weapon set is, I'm not sure. The only thing I know is 100% we're going to go double two-handed maces in order to be able to proc a ton of stun, which means I'm going to be looking on my maces for things like stun build-up, like all of the affixes that will help me with that, and then the other part will be to swap to DPS. Yeah, this is Draven. This is a good boss fight, by the way. So this is a duo. Draven and her duo, like 2v1 you basically, and you got to kill both of them. It's a good fight. I think this one took me multiple attempts actually. There's like big AoEs that he spams, and then Draven himself.
Yeah, there is like a note on the tree as well that makes the swap faster. It's like weapon swap speed or something you can get.
There was a pretty decent amount of people struggling with this one, as I struggled myself. The biggest issue I had was when he shoots out those, it can shotgun you if you're standing too close. So because I'm melee, I'm kind of in his face, and I'm getting shotgun. So it took me a bit to like understand the mechanic here. And then the circle, you gotta like, what you have to do is constantly move and dodge out of the circle. And then you have like a DPS window, and then that one you shoot shit to the side, and then like hits in the middle. If you get hit in the middle, you pretty much just die.
This is the shotgun here. I'm stood right in it.
It's the shotgun from the beginning. So you have to kind of like know this what his animations are, and then you really want to avoid that one. That's the animation that will get you. I think I die here again. I think I died like 4 or 5 times. It took me quite a while to beat this guy. It's a good fight though. I mean that one. See, he doubles it and it's shotgun, so like you can really get comboed out. This is where some totems would have probably gone handy, and I think totems are going to be pretty good for melee enjoyers, because one of the issues you're going to experience is you're going to need to be able to move constantly to like dodge some type of shit, like this one, and you're losing DPS timing because of that. Like that move right there, that's the terrifying. That and the combo one's kind of annoying because he does a lot of damage, but it's the other one that was shotgun. You have to be very careful with that. So you kind of got to have like something that's going to do some damage, like bleed, totems, like something that's going to do some damage while you're getting hit. Also, he can off-center your camera. If you're melee and in the middle of an animation, like Rolling Slam, for instance, and he starts attacking you, he'll actually off-center your camera, which can be a little bit annoying. You see, I'm starting to figure out the mechanics a little bit, but at this point I don't have enough health pots. This is where I'm saying some life regen would go in handy, vitality or something, because in this type of situation, it's like maybe I can finish the kill, but I have no more potions left, and my health regen is really slow. So I feel like if you're melee, having some early game life regen would actually be very nice. This is something Havoc pointed out in his like breakdown review video. I thought was a really good point, is that life regen's got kind of an insane amount of value in the beginning, and I totally agree. I don't even remember if I killed him here. I think I died in it, yeah. Died the combo. That's the part that I think a lot of hardcore people are going to lose to the Draven shotgun in the beginning. The main fight's still coming up. I actually think this might arguably be harder than the main fight. This is one of the harder ones, next one. But it's not like the main fight. Is this the kill? Yeah, you can see I get scared of the... I kind of have to learn to wait for openings here. Can't just face charge this one down. Running out of mana too was something that did happen pretty consistently. That's kind of like the biggest opening right there, is after he does that. But then he casts that move. Like, see, that's the one. That one is going to, I'm telling you right now, boys,
oh, man.
that move is going to kill hardcore players like crazy in the beginning of Act 1. Because sometimes he does one, sometimes he does 2 of them. And when he does 2 of them, if you're standing in melee range, you will die. Because, like I was saying, it can shotgun you. Like, you can get hit by this shit, and it does a significant amount of damage. Like, it's actually kind of crazy damage. So you kind of have to wait for, like, only the openings. Also, I'm not sure if my defenses were up to snuff on this point. I might be under level. Look how much damage. I did about 60% of the one move. And if he double combos it, you're in trouble. That's pretty much my primary move. The AoE's, like the big circle AoE's not so bad. It's a little bit scary, but like it's more scary than like actually, you know, a GG problem. That move will fuck you up, buddy. You just kind of gotta like respect the moves. Because you can't really greed for DPS. It's something I was learning with this one. Like there.
Yeah, it's one of the first boss in the game. It's like the 5th boss or something.
How do you invest in more defense, skill tree, gear? Yeah, both of those things. I mean, skill tree will have defenses on it, gear will have defenses on it. Things like resistances, HP, strength gives you HP, for example. I thought I was going to die there at the end and have to redo the fight. Also, this is the other part of the thing. So we fought Draven with Asenia, or whatever her name is, as a cast-in, and then now we're doing the reverse of that, in which Draven helps her out. So you have to fight both of them to get basically both keys to progress now.
Right of the full moon.
The voice lines are pretty good too. Whoever voice acted this character did a phenomenal job. Right of the full moon.
My love, I call to you.
It's very good. How do you think PoE 2 will change PoE 1? You think it will end up hurting its player retention even with the offset seasons? I think there will be a percentage of people that play PoE 2 over PoE 1, and I think newer players coming to PoE will probably go into PoE 2, meaning...
Are there iframes on roll? There are some iframes at the start of the roll, but they do not work against certain attacks, I think, and don't work against AoE attacks. No, I think certain attacks is only blocking. I think there's certain attacks you cannot block. And he definitely cannot roll through AoE attacks. But he can roll for, like, you know, most, like, projectiles, I think, and, like, you know, strikes and stuff like that. Yeah, you can definitely use a dodge roll quite a lot to your advantage if you do it well and time it well. And you can definitely overcome, like, more difficult bosses better by, you know, dodging at the right time and stuff like that. How mandatory WSD is going to be. Yeah, I think generally you kind of want to use WSD. But maybe melee classes can get away without it, or like very slow paced builds, like summoner builds or something, maybe. I'd be fine without it. You can already see nobody stopping the ghost from reaching the boss, it's so obvious. Ah, didn't actually notice anything. Wait, so I have to stop the... I saw that he was shouting sometimes and the bosses would disappear. But you actually have to like prevent them?
AoE's not, like the big circle AoE's not so bad.
Or do you like have to collect them or something, or what? This is how he like becomes more powerful? Like, he draws them in here, like I saw this. But I didn't realize that it actually has any purpose. And here is true, he absorbs the ghost.
Like, respect the moves. You can't really grieve
This
the
thing.
DPS is something I was learning with this one. Like there, I had to cancel it so that way I didn't get hit.
Yeah, I see. I didn't notice either, actually.
Player base for PoE 1 will be low. Be a percentage of people that play PoE 2 over PoE 1, and I think newer players coming to PoE will probably go into PoE 2, meaning that I think the overall player base for PoE 1 will be lower.
DM played PoE 2? Yeah, of course.
The dodge was clutch.
I mean, is there like any major content creator who has not played PoE 2 at this point, actually? I think pretty much most of them have, like in RPG genre at least, right?
And fight over, so I guess we got him. So that is, you fight the first two bosses to get the key or whatever, then you fight this guy, and then this guy opens up the next portion. You're going to notice there is a lot of bosses, and we are still only in Act 1 at this point. So you're going to experience like a significant, amount of bosses, even from the start of the game forward. You know the GPU and CPU of the setup that was played on? No, I didn't bother looking at the PC settings. As soon as I got there, I knocked everyone out of my way, and then I ran to the PC, and then immediately launched the game, and I didn't move until the game was over. That was another boss, by the way. Crowbell down. By the way, this is King of the Mist, who kicks ass. Looks like a pretty tough fight. Yeah, once he realized the mechanics, it wasn't so bad. He's got a few tough moves. He's pretty tanky, and I think I'm a couple levels down the zone. I was trying to like rush through, to be fair. I didn't really do much crafting or gambling or anything like that. How are you fighting Kings of the Mist? I thought he was a pinnacle boss. I think they have him associated with more than just that. This is from the Canopy in Act 1. It's possible to portal out from boss fights. I think if you don't get canceled here, but if you portal out, like you have to do it again, you're kind of like locked in there.
Ditch.
It's a good fight also. This one and Draven took me a few attempts. And the final Act 2 boss. There was 3 bosses that really gave me trouble, and this was one of the 3. He like recovers HP fully and everything. It's very long fights. You run out of pots a lot, then there's a lot of damage over time and shit to dodge. Lots of AoEs, you can see. It's like a battle of attrition. Some life regen early would go a very long way. The voice acting in Kingdom is actually pretty dope too. This whole like cheese freeze was super annoying. Also, you'll notice that I do a significant amount of damage with the basic attack. The basic attack is actually like more damage than my rolling slam. It just doesn't stun as much. Later on in the game, when I was on the final Act 2 boss, I ended up spamming the basic attack over the rolling slam. It actually was just straight up more damage. You can skill gem the basic attack too. There's a longer boss fight later for the Act 2 final. And when I was doing that, I was running out of mana, so I started.
I wonder if we're gonna
using
see the
basic
Act 2
attack
boss,
instead. I
yeah.
didn't have time to
Does
do
it
all,
show
like, the
it?
bigger cast. So I started using the basic attack. Did I get the knock? I remember if I do here. So close. Oh yeah, the KO from the AoE from the left. I'm pretty much using...
Look at him there.
Did I get the knock? I remember if I do here. So close.
It's like the totem's exploding or
KO from
something.
the AoE from the left. I'm pretty much using all of the abilities I had unlocked at this point. Like, I didn't have more by now. I maybe could have done some more side shit. But I'm pretty much main storyline Andy at this point. Yeah, I was trying to figure out the mechanics of it. Seemed like the totems were like kind of a problem. Also, speaking of totems, my double totem is like actually like super strong. I was really enjoying the double totem. Trying to get the knock
surprise.
that shit.
Well,
I
here.
think bleed is something that would have been really nice on this boss, maybe. Like to have even more bleed. I think we have it on the rolling slam at this point, maybe on the basic attack. But like some way they do more damage without having to be right on top of them. That's why I keep having to use the totems, eating the AoE a lot. Surprising how good of a boss fight they give you so early though. There's shit everywhere. Like you got the red shit, you got the purple shit, you got the things on the ground, you got the mass AoEs, you got the totems being summoned. You have the snare that he does. He has a full heal. Like they give you quite a fight. Oh, it's gonna be close. Can I get the knock? No, I died to the AoE in the middle. Then there's the AoE in the middle that also does like a giant shootout also.
But Toggle is Act 2 boss. Yeah, apparently Toggle the final is not the Act 2 final boss. I guess it might be like the second to last boss. Apparently Perennial King is the last boss. You fight him multiple times throughout Act 2. So I guess after Toggle there comes Perennial King again, and that's like probably Act 2.
Of a battle of attrition. They're longer and more drawn out.
There's at least one more zone where you're like on the caravan.
And it reminds me of Elden Ring in that way with the boss fights, where it's like you run out of pots and then you're like, oh shit, like I'm out of the pots entirely. So you're kind of like trying to play a game of like not getting hit enough. Basically, you're trying not to just raw dog trade HP, and you're not really regenerating the pots. You got to be like careful and learn the mechanics. Basically, I watched my buddy Moxie. I think he beat this like first try. He's playing Ranger. I think there's going to be some... I don't know any bosses that are like easier on melee, but I know a lot of bosses that they feel harder, for sure. Do you believe servers will hold on December 6th? It sounded like, from what I'm remembering from the podcast, it did sound more to me like he was, you know, almost use the word surprised by the amount of reaction. There we go, plus 30 spirit. So that's an example of plus spirit you can get for ores, etc. It did sound to me like he was pleasantly surprised by the amount of interest PoE 2 was generating. They did my boy King of the Mist Dirt early act boss. He's a good fight though. First try indeed. There's a skill gem, so you do get skill gems like kind of randomly. There's yellow mob. Give you an idea of some yellow mobs there. Kind of cool moves he's got. There's great hammer. I think at one point I had a pretty good hammer. I don't remember at which point. Maybe it was this one I already had at this point, but it was 24% increased physical. But I thought I got pretty.
Actually, I'm wondering, does the vendor recipe system still exist in any way? No, it doesn't, right? I don't think you can do like some weird stuff like, you know, sell like 3 different things and then get like an upgraded physical damage weapon or something, right? I don't think there's anything like that anymore in PoE 2.
I was trying to figure it out because I feel like my damage was
Hey, Cyrox, thank you.
Insane.
Evolution.
Yeah, that's 57%. So I think I end up using the 57% Auge here. See what I get.
Do it.
5 to strength, yeah.
46 to 61. Big weapon.
So 36, 48 to up to 61 there. So a little bit of a DPS increase on the two-hander. So not 38 to up to 61 there.
9 life per enemy killed. That's actually
So a little bit of a DPS
relatively good for
increase on
sustain,
the
but I don't think he has trouble against
so
packs.
not bad little starting mace there. And then I was basically
Thanks,
going
Aleph.
like, okay, I think it's Warcry and powered attacks. Like I was using the Warcry. So I'm trying to do it where it's like all my damage is front loaded in one big hit, basically. And then I end up trying to figure out where I go next. And you see here, stunned enemies, two-handed, etc. So I'm going like all the way to stun shit is basically where I'm going. I take the war cry no, but then I pretty much go for, I'm trying to get as much stun build up as I could, because I was really wanting to see like how quickly you could really stun somebody. It's, you know, I probably could have got some better damage, but also I missed the loot box here in the beginning. I think I ended up having to come back.
Yeah, it will be satisfying for sure when you take those bosses.
Combat wise,
And also when you get better and you know understand things.
Now, and in every one of my playtests, the game feels phenomenal. The best compliment I can give it is it's one of those games where I almost just don't that's a good item, just not for me. I almost don't care at all about only playing it for content. Like, it's the type of game, if I wasn't streaming and I wasn't making YouTube videos, I would be playing the fuck out of the game. Does that make sense? Like, I would be playing it regardless. There's games you'll play and you'll try it, you know, and all that, because there'll be a new game that's out. You're like, okay, let's give it a day or two or something, or you give it a stream to see what it's like. Path of Exile 2 is not one of those games. It's one of those games that you only want to play it because it's good. Like, it feels good. And I didn't want to stop playing when the servers turned off during the play test, and I wish we could play it right now. Oh yeah, this...
Dude, I can't wait for like some, you know, hardcore challenge race or something. It's like, you know, you have only one life or something like that, you know, like a no hit run. That's gonna be fun.
This guy caught me off guard. I was like gonna read the thing because I thought I was gonna do a voice line. I like listening to the voice line, so like read you as you're doing it, and then this dude showed up. See, I like the knock, and that will give me 40% more damage during the knock. In a while, I start getting the Earth Shatter combo. That feels more satisfying. He does like a missile barrage or something. Fire breath. Classic. Like a piety-like move. What was the coolest item you found on your run? I didn't really, to be honest, I didn't find very many good items. Like, I actually felt like I was a pretty dry playthrough. I didn't get that much shit at all. I also like barely got any currency. At one point I had to get a basic ass transmute from Moxie because I literally couldn't even like blew my piece of gear. It was a pretty dry playthrough. Okay, so this is the final Act 1 boss. Effectively, like, I think that's sort of the beast from the cinematic there. And you're gonna fight the Iron Count guy here, who has like he has basically two phases. You have your basic phase in which he's just a sword Andy, and then he has his wolf phase in which he does a bunch of dashes, etc. against you. He can freeze you with the giant poke, as you're going to see there. He is staggerable, which is basically my whole move, and he just kind of attacks fast. He's not really actually like that scary. I think they might have turned him down a little bit. The freeze is pretty annoying, but I feel like he was actually more annoying before. I feel like they might have nerfed him a little bit, because before he was like his melee felt more disgusting to me previously, if I'm being quite fair. This part's cool. So these are my Earth Shatter. I can like put down these spikes, and then when I war cry, it explodes the spikes, doing some damage. So the combo I was trying to figure out, and you know, I'm playtesting, so I'm learning this. So here he goes, become a wolf there. This is the guy from the intro, by the way, that stabbed the hooded one. And he's got the sword with the runes on it, right? But the combo I'm trying to figure out here is if I knock him with my mace and then spam these things while he's down, and I just basically just tank some dog shit. But if I spam these things and then war cry, I can do like this big charge combo damage, which was effectively what I was trying to figure out how to get that to work just right. And I ended up getting this later on in the game, but I had just sort of unlocked these moves, and I figured out this combo. And the combo is actually like pretty strong, but it does take a while to get them up. So what I mostly figured out about that is when they're doing like immunity frames or they're staggered or something, that's when you kind of spam them. If there's a moment in which you can't DPS till later, it gives you like delayed damage, lets you set up with it. See where I can like put the spikes or totems or what have you, and then you can kind of do a burst of damage later. Also, those moves themselves actually do, and then he does, you know, obviously ice rain here, etc. before he's gonna do a big fog move. But those spikes that come out of the ground too actually do stagger as well, so you can sort of set them up while he's gone and then spike them. Now this part, some people were struggling a bit with this part because in order to indicate when he's about to come out, like there's not much of a timer, but he'll shit talk you, and at the end of shit talking you, then he'll charge. So that's kind of like your indicator on when he's about to come out of basically the tree, and he does it a few times and then you go. So I was trying to just use the totems to like sort of block for a bit. Again, it's sort of a battle of attrition. Like if I run out of all my pots, right, I'm just eventually going to bleed out and die against him. And then this part, because the rolling slam, like the rolling slam is so slow, it does playing melee, oh yeah, it doesn't meteor slam, sort of like Elden Ring there. Doing the rolling slam does kind of leave you weak, I feel like, a bunch. So you got to be kind of careful with it. Having some attack speed or something, I feel like would actually be a pretty big deal for Warrior because of just how long. I mean, to be honest, it takes fucking forever to cast some of your moves. Like, the delay is really long. Just your movement speed and all that in general. I think having movement speed on the boots is going to be just as big, obviously. And then having some attack speed or something for this would be lovely. Because I was struggling with just straight up my attack speed. Like, I would eat a lot of stuff because I started walking into the animation or something. There's a good example of, like, the dodge roll can block some things, but not everything. I was able to block the swipe, but, you know, you can't exactly block like random damage. I think I died here, if I remember. I ran out of pot. Yeah, I ran out of pots here. Probably could have killed him if I didn't eat most of those things at the end. But you can tell this boss is not too bad. Compared to, like, Draven in the earlier acts, when you're maybe not as prepped with gear, etc. I definitely think that those were harder bosses. I think Kings of the Mist was way harder than this guy. So I don't think he's too bad.
Hey, that's what I'm
everything was
thinking.
clearly indicated on the move, so you learned it pretty fast. None of the moves really feel frustrating. Here I kind of learned, okay, like spam this shit and then blow it up, and you can see you can kind of like prep some
it's a pretty
damage
big
in
burst.
advance, so starting to piece together the builds a
Holy.
little bit better, and then you can see the burst damage is actually like pretty good because you get the full combo set up there with the earthquake and all that. At that point, the damage is like pretty solid. So I think Warrior, once we learn the combos of the Warrior, I think Warrior is actually going to like absolutely melt. It's just going to take a bit of time to like figure out the good combos and how to set them up and get the right gear and all that. But that's why I definitely like Warrior might be clunky, but I think he's going to slap. And you can see we're already like vastly improved for the run that we just had before here. Damage is there. It's just learning to set it up, and he's immune there while changing, so that'd be a good another opportunity to start setting this up, which is what I do here. And then try to cry and get the burst right after. So that right there, that's staggering damage and getting the opportunity. That's why I want to run Giant's Blood with two-handed maces with the 40% more damage while stunned. Like, I think that that's kind of the opportunity. You stagger him literally immediately when you get these big bursts of damage. Again, he goes to the mist, summons the wolves, constantly charges at you. At the end of every shit talk sentence, he'll charge you. And then these guys are body blocking you because, you know, you can't just walk through them. So the totem actually was kind of goated for this. Even if you're not going to be like a big totem Andy, maybe you don't like totems, having totem is actually kind of nice because it kind of deters people for a while, like that taunt, like decoy totem from PoE 1. So it kind of keeps them off your ass for a moment, which I was a big fan of. And there we go. So that's the final Act 1 boss anyway. Didn't get too crazy drops throughout the entire fight, or in there I got bonus max HP for the fight there. Throughout the entire playthrough, I actually didn't really get that too crazy of gear, to be quite honest. I think I get like maybe a better axe later, or a better maul later, but nothing too insane. Cheers, boys. Thanks for coming by. I love you all. And I will see you in the morning.
Okay. The Warrior seems very powerful. Like, also when I played it, I feel like I had the easiest time on Warrior, at least in the early game. Warrior was pretty good. Like, you have like the big slams, you have the Infernal Cry, and that just kind of like carries you. The default attack is pretty strong. I felt like Warrior was pretty easy. But I guess like minion stuff might beat it. I'm not sure how good the minions will be though. Looks so far the weakest. I don't know. Maybe I was just like really good at Warrior and bad at everything else. I mean, also didn't play the latest version. Like, this is like a more recent version that they're playing that I played. Like, for me, it was like almost 3 months ago now when I played it. But yeah, I think Warrior is probably gonna be a pretty good choice. Don't I have the puzzle? Apparently it's coming tomorrow. Puzzle box tomorrow, guys. Warrior is a safe choice. Go Warrior, get to endgame fast and go hardcore. Yeah, I'm actually also kind of considering to maybe just do like first character softcore and then go hardcore after. Could be nice. Surprised they're not going Monk. Yeah, Monk is also really cool. But Mercenary is kind of exciting. You'll see. I think especially if I want to start hardcore relatively soon, I would probably try to do it on a ranged character first, because it kind of allows you to get out of many shitty situations more easily. No rouge. There is no rouge in this game. Somehow the color palette was already exhausted, I guess, from all the Diablo 4. You see this fire there? That's actually just orange. Yeah, I wonder if you're gonna get something that actually feels like Rogue in like Assassin or like some other Shadow Ascendancy or something. It could be cool. I'd really like to play something like that. Like in PoE 1, I didn't really play that much Shadow, and when I did, it was usually like a trap build or something. I didn't really like I tried to do some stuff with like ambush and, you know, these kind of things. And a bunch of like, you know, claw and dagger skills. But it never really captured that feeling of like a rogue in Diablo 4. I wonder if we're gonna get something that feels close to it. That will be tough because, you know, rogue in Diablo 4 is like much based on mobility. And mobility is just like not a thing in PoE. In PoE 2. So I guess we have to see. That will be the first guys on Maxroll. I don't know what it's their plan exactly. I'm not actually part of the PoE 2 team on Maxroll. I'm doing the Diablo stuff. But I would expect they're gonna get them as soon as possible. I would be surprised if that's later than like after 1 week. The 2 ascendancies won't really be classes. Yeah, but they still like incorporate a certain like fantasy, right? And they are also like what they design the skills around, for example, right? They design the skills around like certain fantasies and certain classes or certain ascendancies and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, you can always say, okay, like every class can use everything, and that's technically true. But realistically, you know, for like reasonable combos, you know, you choose a class, then you choose a ascendancy, and you choose skills that go along with it. And, it, you know, it generally just kind of makes sense. You know, in PoE 2 a lot more than PoE 1, I guess. But of course, you can do like weird, wacky stuff. Like being like a ranger that's actually a spellcaster or whatever. Especially with like how generically they design some of these ascendancies. Like for example, look at a Witch Hunter ascendancy, right? Like, or like the Gemini Legionnaire. Like yeah, on the art you actually have a crossbow and you're playing a mercenary that starts with a crossbow. But this can basically be anything. You know, it's like so generic that you could just play whatever you want with it, if you want. And potentially make some cool combos as well. Can you use keyboard controller and couch co-op? I'm not sure about keyboard on console. I've seen someone use a mouse at some point in like another playthrough, but this was in a solo game. Never felt that way. PoE feels like, okay, I want to play this build because I have to pick this class. Yeah, this is how PoE 1 works, but PoE 2 is, you know, more like grounded in the fantasy of a class, I think. It's still not really the same as like, you know, Diablo 4 where, you know, you play a class and you know exactly what you get. You know, in PoE 2 you can still do weird shit. but it's mostly, you know, a certain class fantasy you're following, I guess, in most cases. You know, this open mind node there, it seems actually very strong. 20% mana regen and 2 flat mana per second. That's a crazy notable, actually. Who's that starting gem guy? Yeah, I'm probably going for the Witch Hunter. Yeah, it kind of depends on like how good is gem quality and what is the node before the gem quality node. We don't know either of those two things, so it's gonna be like a pretty wild, big wild card. But yeah, I guess the Gemini Legionnaire scales really well later on. So it might also be like an angle of, you know, you start Witch Hunter, and then at some point he's gonna go and unspec it and go play Legionnaire instead, you know, when you're like level 90 or something. And you actually have like, you know, all these like support gems already socketed and whatever. So it seems like a very big like late game ascendancy, the Gemini Legionnaire. He's not going for crossbow, he's going for minions. Yeah, minion builds usually need a lot of skill slots, so that kind of makes sense. Yeah, this is something I might want to do, just like play Witch Hunter and then respec to Gemnin. Imagine this game came out when it was supposed to on number 15. Then what? The Classic Grenade skill looks busted unless they tune it down. Yeah, Classic Grenade is gonna be relatively good for clear. As long as you have enough damage from that to like kill small stuff, I guess you can start like chain reactions of explosions with like, for example, Infernal Cry. Or the Ascendancy node on Witch Hunter that makes enemies explode. So that could be interesting. Yo, 2 support gems. I guess it's like a force drop and there's like 1 per player. Saw the post where Elon Musk was asking about PoE too. Yeah, he replies to my Twitter. Tweets a lot. Standing in Poison Cloud and dying. Okay, zoom in more, is the vision fixed? This far back. Interesting. Usually I always hear people complain that the vision is too close and not too far. But I don't think there's any zoom. I know that sometimes in dialogues in town it would zoom in. But I'm not sure if that's actually, you know, an option or something. When? Wow. We'll see. Later. For now we're gonna check out more stuff. To be honest, I'm probably not gonna do that much more WoW anyway. Since we're like basically switching to full PoE mode. I also have like a sponsored stream. Probably tomorrow I'll do one. And maybe one more later this week. Actually 2 more later this week. So I have a few sponsored things this week as well. I'll try to fit in a bit of WoW though. Yeah, and the PTR as well. So there's really not much time for like WoW. Early access costs $30, not 400. What do you think about Ranger? It was pretty fun when I played it. The combo with like the lightning arrows, there's like these lightning rods that they shoot in the ground, and then you wait for monsters to step on them, or you just stick them up under the monster. And then you shoot at them, and then they will like, you know, basically all electrocute together, which is kind of strong. So that was pretty fun. But I felt like I had a bit of like a lack of AoE clear. It was like good on single target and like not that great on AoE, was like my impression. Wait, they didn't do the boss. Did they? Ah, never mind. It's not the Mudbower yet for the Devourer. It's later. So in a graveyard. Okay. Yeah, I think I missed it. It's probably like this side zone here where the Devourer is. Where's the game releasing? Yeah, the full release is probably like summer, I guess, or spring. That's my expectation. Dude, there's one rare monster. This tanky boy.
Another corpse to serve me.
I wonder if it would be like more valuable. You can just like AoE down the packs. Oh, they both died. Like AoE down the smaller stuff. And kind of like not waste your time for like these like super big chunky rare monsters. And just like get the loot most of it from like the bosses. And rather like AoE packs for XP. Unless you happen to have like a lot of single target damage. It kind of looks like single target damage is generally just not really high. But AoE damage can definitely be scaled up quite a bit, I think, in some builds. I'm just like watching like how much XP are these guys getting, for example, for killing these packs. Like this pack of trash monsters was somewhat comparable to the XP that they got in the from the rare monster where they killed it. Yeah, look at this. They have like this guy here is like he got like maybe 20% of 1 bar out of 6. So it's like 3%, 4, 5% maybe of the level or something for this rare. And this pack actually gives him more than the rare monster, for example. That was way faster. I guess it was a kind of chunky rare because he had the energy shield. I think John has hopes for 2025 release. I think at some point they said something that they want to keep it to like 6 months, but I guess we'll see. If they need time for cooking, I think that's not a problem. Like they already have, you know, like the early access going, and you know, a game is looking like it's gonna be in a pretty good spot anyway from the start. Plus they have the cash flow with the early access costing $40, and you know, potentially MTX being in the early access already, right? I'm pretty sure they're gonna start selling stuff in early access already in the in-game store, right? You can get the stash tabs and whatnot. So. Is this actually from old footage? Wait a minute. This is from November 25, it's from yesterday. Okay, this was from June. Okay, so it's actually kind of old. Yeah, this was the couch co-op thing from June. I remember they also invited me to go there, but I didn't go. It's actually funny to think about it. My Gamescom footage is actually way more current than this, right? When I think about it. I mean, I didn't do like a full like playthrough from level 1 to later levels, but still. Does this take the place of PoE 1 or will both exist? Both will exist. Some people stayed on D2, yes. Some people will always play Diablo 2, some people will always play PoE, I guess. But yeah, it seems like the hype is generally very high. I haven't really seen like many people that actively say that they don't like the way PoE 2 looks. Yo, Crimson Amulet, big drop, 3.1 in a live region. I like the sound effects of all this stuff. Sound design is very good, I think. Like the little up sound, the inventory stuff, good crafting. Sounds nice. Where blinder? Why blinder? I think the monk was trying to hit the Necromaniacs. Look. Watch the monk. Yeah, it's not really indicated that these are your guys, right? You just need to know. Like if your friend summons something, there's like no indicator that this is like a friendly minion. Thinking on the dog. I guess it will get better if you have like auras later or something. Like, I'm not sure if like, auras should have like some visual effect now. A lot of the guys. Monk damage seems like garbage. Yeah, the monk seems to relatively weak in Act 1, but he like pops off later. Also, I'm not sure if he already has access to the big combo with power charges. Maybe we can see that. Monk is like very reliant on power charges to do like really big damage, I feel. This guy just got killed while he's doing his inventory. He's just standing there, getting smacked. I wonder how revive works in non-couch co-op. Can you just like revive whenever you want and like run back or something from checkpoint? How does that work? How does the game determine when the party has wiped? I wonder if they just like always have this revive functionality and you just like lie on the ground until someone picks you up. But anyway, I have not really seen this monk do like a combo yet. Like what he needs to do good damage is like the thunder attack. And then you do like insane damage when you have a power charge. There's like a skill called, I don't know, Killing Palm or something. So it's basically an execute and you get a power charge for doing it when there's a low HP enemy. And then you just like one-shot the entire screen in a follow-up attack. And you kind of like just like try to do that combo all the time. But he's doing like the cold stuff here. He's doing like a cold attack. Maybe you get it later, maybe you get it in Act 2. I was using a monk in Act 2 and it was also really powerful. Smoke seems so rare, surprisingly. Seems like a lot of people are excited for the Chronomancer stuff though. No one really played PoE with friends. I don't know, the couch co-op here seems actually pretty good in PoE too. I wonder if this boss also has like these ghosts, or is this only the other guy? Right, pause that check. Yeah, you can play co-op on L1. You can just create characters together and start blasting. And there's a lot of like synergies you can do with like multiplayer. Multiplayer also makes the game just generally much easier, it seems. with synergies you can build, at least if you build them and use them correctly. And also you can res each other, for example, like here one guy is dead, he can like try to res. These guys seem relatively slow though in playing for Act 1 if you look at this here. Or where's the boss? The hunting grounds. Are they in Act 2 here? Later? It might still be Act 1. Yeah, he had 1 hour or something there in the Act line. The Act line is probably like halfway through Act 1, I'd say, or something. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, they're fighting Arsenia right now. And then they're fighting Draven like half an hour after this, which is like in the, you know, twin crypt on the other side, basically. These are like kind of combined. It's like a combined boss fight. It's like 2 boss fights basically together in 2 separate areas. And then comes Lachlan, and then you actually continue with like a bunch of other stuff. Here doing the Carrion Crone and the Mud Burrow and Devourer. Devourer is actually something that you're supposed to kill like as the second boss, and they're doing it after like 1 hour. So they're kind of going back to like a lower level zone and just probably blast him. Okay. So I'm conflicted between Blood Mage, Gemlin, and Invoker. Yeah, playing like a monk as an Invoker sounds really cool. Like the Shayuda monk doesn't really excite me too much yet, but the Invoker might be fun. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and gonna grab a snack. BRB guys. Just gonna let this run. Alright, what did I miss, guys? Need a new PoE 2 logo on the chair. I wonder if they're gonna make PoE chairs. Maybe. I could ask them. Yeah. Oh, it's a nice chair. I don't want to replace it necessarily or something. Okay, where are they? Under the carrion crone. Clear fell, first zone after town. Okay. Just take a marker. With a PvE sticker. It's not a sticker, man. This is like a whole thing, you know? I guess you have to replace the entire cover or something. I'm not even sure. I think you can, you know? It's like suit and stuff. It's not just a sticker. Okay, guys. Good news is, if lucky, chair sheets. No, I'm not done with Diablo. Don't worry. It's more fun if you can see it's an old Diablo chair with PoE stuff covering it. Yeah, but it's gonna feel awful. I wonder how fast they're gonna kill the Devourer now. This should be like a pretty load-up area for this at this point. I gotta say, the boss is pretty cool design. It's funny because it's actually just a copy pasta mob from PoE 1. But then they added like this movement and you know, like the tail and all these animations and the holes he leaves in the ground. And suddenly it's actually like a real boss. It's kind of cool. I love how we can watch so many boss fights, but there's still 40 plus bosses that haven't been revealed. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's like any Act 3 footage. Does anyone have any Act 3 footage? Outside of like what they have shown on the official live streams. I think Big Dax was talking about that Havoc made it like halfway through Act 3 or something. I could be wrong, but I don't remember PoE content creators covering default as extensively when default released. Well, most of them didn't really want to play Diablo before very much. And most of the Diablo people want to play PoE, I guess.
Separate, we can breathe a bit.
Can't do that here.
Oh.
Align the sequence of the... What did I want to say? Of the gameplay with us superimposed, like as if we were streaming, right? And then I want to cut it together for the moments, and maybe I don't use the audio, but then at least I can do like a voiceover and explain what was happening at the time.
It's a challenge without being
unintuitive bullshit. Yeah. It was the missed phase that actually almost got it. Yeah, that's probably the hardest part. That was
This is Beta Mage and Catmaster LP. Yeah, actually had a podcast after Gamescom. They invited me to a podcast about PoE and stuff. And who else was there? I think I had one more. I think it was Sis actually. And it was Sis, me, and those two. Because we met at Gamescom. Well, Beta wasn't there, but I met Catmaster. And Sis.
travel to the graveyard, search for grave. That's all we have to do. Yep, let's go. Quickly gonna vendor. So now we want to go here. This room and then left to the graveyard. Oh wait, that is a graveyard. Search for the Count's grave. In the graveyard, search for Draven.
Since talked about artillery ballista build yet. Is there artillery ballista? I don't remember. It actually exists in the area access already, maybe. Somehow Baylor Mage doesn't look like he's having a good time, man. Looking at his face. Yeah. Kinda hilarious.
I have no idea where I am, dude. Can I switch up the minimap?
Maybe that's his blasting look here or something.
Rare chest piece. Pilgrim's vestments, armor, energy shield. Sounds like a summoner chest piece. It is
So ballista is on a crossbow. Okay.
I'm using this thing.
I have no idea what Sis is planning to play.
I free jump this. Yeah, I kind of want to keep my armor evasion as well. Yeah, this is lightning res, but who cares? We could vendor it. Disenchanted for maybe we can get an out shards, or at least we can verify whether we can get them.
Is a regular player beating a streamer when it comes to word bursts? You mean in PoE or in Diablo? And in PoE you actually have like an in-game shoutout for like the first player to enter a certain zone, kill a certain boss and reach a certain level. So you always have like the official confirmation who got first, I guess. In D4 we don't have that. But yeah, in PoE it's usually like the streamers that win all the stuff, I guess, you know. Most of them are streamers or are being watched because they're good at the game, you know. Like I think Havoc was Havoc like the first to ever be level 100 in PoE, for example. I think so. I think Mathel was the first to ever kill Aziri. And I'm not sure who did like the first hardcore Aziri kill. But yeah, basically like a lot of these guys are from like way back in the day and like very established streamers. And in D4, I mean, we don't have official confirmation most of the time of like who won certain races outside of like the, you know, first 1000 hardcore people on launch and stuff. But I would be kind of surprised if there were people that were faster than, you know, the blasters basically that we know.
It's only when it becomes a mess.
Or at least like noticeable faster, let's say.
stuff again, but this time higher elo and uncut skill. Man, fuck.
I mean, he's so lucky, yeah. It's yesterday's so lucky, but still good.
Too late, I got it. Wait, you already had an elk?
Yeah, now I got 2. Do you actually have a weapon worth putting it on?
Yeah, I have a new long quarter staff.
Oh, you do?
base.
You do?
And my current one is blue, so this one doesn't have the... No, it has the same implicit. But it's higher eye level, so potentially, I mean, this one's eye level 7, mine was eye level 5, I don't know whether that makes a difference. Maybe we should wait for a better base, I don't know.
You can barely hear what they're saying.
My damage is also okay right now.
I feel like they just like turn on this cam and the microphone and it's just like all the ads is like some random background noise.
I'm sure there's gonna be a new one soon. Sir, surely. Do you think we're gonna go up there? Like, nah, it's probably bottom left, right? Yeah. Like bottom corner.
Until they fully fix the bugs, we won't have leaderboards in D4. Yeah, I mean, I had like 1.5 years to fix shit, you know. And the thing is, as long as you don't have leaderboards, there's also less incentive and less pressure to fix stuff, right? So, he's gonna like, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy almost. There's no leaderboards, so we don't really care about fixing the bugs so much. So, we have bugs in the game, so we don't make leaderboards. You know? It's like a vicious circle.
That one doesn't seem too dangerous. Oh, it does interrupt though. Oh, there's some... Oh.
Nailed it.
I think the first video I'm gonna make about this is like talk about it and introduce it to people as if they haven't watched the recent footage, like present it to people who basically have been disengaged with the game since early Necropolis League.
Well, hang on, down there.
Area, we walked past it. True.
Enter the Mausoleum. Is this where we're going?
Yeah, but like, what about, oh yeah, Praetor Draven. Yeah, some of these boss encounters are brutal.
No, it's not the boss encounters. I just keep making mobs and just not.
That is Rachel K.
They're like poison and blood mobs.
The girl.
The ones with the, there's like a pillar and you talk to it and all the mobs come out?
Oh, is that, who is that?
I just keep running around looking for something and ignoring them.
Yeah, okay.
I just keep making mobs.
Oh, you pulled them together like a sheep herder.
Well, that's because that's what you would do in PoE 1 because you just outrun them all.
Exactly.
But now they just keep coming at you?
There's like a whole group of creators here that I have almost no clue about. I know them vaguely.
What we probably should be doing with the Alks, right? Like throw them at white boot bases so we can finally get some move speed.
Yeah?
I don't know, man.
Do I need, like, am I desperate for move speed like I would be in PoE 1? I don't feel it.
Yeah, that is a question. Like,
there's a rare somewhere.
Move speed always feels great, right?
Thank you, Orange. Yeah, going for Praetor Draven now, which is like the second boss from the Mausoleum.
I think I've stopped using mana flasks, if that helps.
How does that help?
It doesn't. The tree that gave me the mana regen was the end of my mana problems. I was like, thank you.
I just need to level, but like I don't know. I'm in doubt that I can reach the mana region before we quit.
I don't know about quit. We're not quitting.
Just take them one by one.
We're getting kicked out is what's happening. Like I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving on my own terms.
Yeah. If they're like, alright, the event's over, you guys can leave at your own will, I'm gonna sit here until someone comes up and says, yo, like, you actually have to stop now. They'll be like, right, my bad. It must be this way. That's probably enough.
If you go in opposite directions, we saw this in another video. You basically just get stuck at some point. You can't go further.
See, it's only a level 8 zone. So we should be full clearing it. Yeah.
So in couch co-op there are like some special rules basically a little bit. And I showed like how, for example, stuff like reviving works when you're not playing couch co-op. Here they can revive each other. I'm not sure if that's a regular thing. It might be special to couch co-op as well.
We're approaching the 1 hour mark until show is over. We recommend pretty soon shutting down, especially if you have a lot of footage to copy over. It may
Are you able to play and stream before 6th of December because you're a streamer? No, as far as I know, they're not doing anything like that.
please consider stopping soon and beginning the process of copying onto USB.
I think it would be somewhat surprising for GG to do it. Honestly, I really dislike that Blizzard is doing it too. I think it would be way more fun if there was like a lot more like exploration and like, you know, everyone gets access at the same time, kinda. It's a lot more fun.
We want to go that way. So luckily we've already uploaded all of our footage except this one, so we don't have to worry about that sentence.
Thank you guys.
And I mean, last time we copied like 4 full hour or 3.5, and it didn't take.
Thank Oriaf.
We went for coffee and the smoke, and we came back and it was done.
We're only gonna have this
It
one.
probably was, like it was at 71% when I left.
They even let the streamers play one of the recent closed beta tests. Yeah, apparently like there was no streamers in the betas and stuff, which is very nice. I think this is a very good move. Like the thing is that, yeah, of course, you know, it is great for you as a creator to get invited to like the beta in Diablo 4 or something, because then you know everything and you can, you know, more easily make guides and prepare shit and so on. On the other hand, it also sucks because, you know, not everyone has the same access, and also you also take away from what the streamers actually do, which is streaming the game, right? A lot of people that can't just like not stream because they will lose income from not streaming that they may or may not make up for later down the line when they actually use whatever they have prepared. So it's also kind of sucks in that sense. It just kind of like sucks for everyone, and it also of course takes away like the surprise and, you know, the discovery and like the whole like, you know, community. It's gonna be the kind of like, you know, split between, okay, there's like, you know, some guys that know everything, there's some guys that know nothing. Great, you know. So I kind of like this in PoE too, like everyone kind of going in pretty blind.
Time to get one step closer to the mana.
Hello again, everyone. 2 more quick announcements. Firstly,
It's not scammed, cute guys only, it's just like not 100%.
take the survey. This is a different survey from the one we came around asking you questions. And also, somebody dropped their room key. If you're room 2943 in the red tower, we have your
That would
room
have been
key
so
right there.
embarrassing. 2143 in the red tower, that's really close to mine. Mine's 49.
I'm 1943. Okay. Okay.
Would you mind if I try to plug in the back?
Alright, I think we're good. We're leaving here, travel to the graveyard. Yep. Search for the Count's grave past the memorial gate.
How active will it be in fixing bugged builds? That depends on like what the degree of bugs, I guess. But yeah, anything remotely close to what Diablo 4 delivered is not happening in PoE. But that's for sure.
It has to be up here, right?
PoE layout logic.
I mean, I don't think that's the one. Is it?
Count's grave past the memorial gate.
Yeah, we're looking for a memorial gate.
Wait, wasn't that where the dude is? Like the gate is at the beginning of the waypoint, right?
No, that's the
I'll take that bet.
where we came from.
No, not that.
I mean, there have been like some pretty overpowered things in the past with like Path of Exile and stuff. But if you're talking about like especially recent like Spiritborn bugs, yeah, this shit would be fixed in like 4 hours maximum. You know, in GGG's offices.
Yeah, I was like directly when
So.
we first came into the zone, I was like, where does this gate lead? Is this somewhere where like are we supposed to go there maybe?
But we'll see. I guess they might still be handicapped a little bit there because they have crossplay with console, right? Any game that has crossplay suffers from the same disease, which is like slow patches. So some stuff can be done and some stuff can not be done, depending on if it's hot fixable or not. But then we'll see what they will be able to do with like, you know, fast fixes, I guess. Alright, then for now.
That's probably a better mana flask for you.
Do you think this guy's
I guess GG doesn't like fun after fixing bugs. Yeah, GG just cares a lot more about like the game's integrity basically, and player accomplishment and you know these kind of things. And they also don't change their mind like every season about what they want to fix and what not. Bugs are Diablo-like feature, yes. They don't have 5 flasks. It's like 5 uses of the flask. But I think this is still like, yeah, I think they still had like 3 life flasks and 2 mana flasks here. I think it's from June where they still had like more flasks.
Pathfinder code? Ooh, that's big evasion. Wait, I want that. I'm evasion guy. 128 evasion. I need some dex.
128 evasion.
I need
Fuck.
dex point. I need to get dex. How much do I need dex? How much do I have? 20. So 5 dex is not even enough. I need 34. Can I refund a point? No. Not enough. I need 34.
Let's see the stats again. So at this point he has 43 in, 28 dex, 22 strength, 19% armor, 27 evasion, 220 life. Level is he? 12. Mm-hmm.
So 5 dex is not even enough. I need 34. Can I refund a point?
It actually kind of struck me. No one is gonna reserve their mana, right? Mana will always be a resource pool for anyone. Outside of like Infernalist transformation and stuff like that, I guess.
We can also go to Una and Talbot. Let's walk and maybe you can be a bear. Can we find a waypoint?
That's exactly what you were hoping for,
I think, yeah.
0, 0, 0, 26 plus. Yeah.
Ring to no. I just skipped over and opened another thing.
Go ahead.
No, I don't have to. Oh, no, I do have to. She's just
An animation, maybe.
yeah, she's.
Do I have to?
Hang on. Wait.
That's the guy who was hanging from the tree, right?
Yeah. But who is it?
That's Cirrus after he got defeated. For Winter? Yeah, that's what I... Wait. I refund it then?
Select the node.
Yeah, that's what I tried.
No, you tried to select a node that had a node after it.
L2 and Zoom.
Okay.
They're chilling in town for so long, man. Come on. Okay. Let's just fast forward a bit here. A few minutes.
Hunting grounds, go.
I hope the story is at least semi-decent. Yeah, the story actually seems kind of interesting.
I fucking won't, don't you worry. Devourers, they don't need to be in the game. We didn't need Devourers to make it to PoE 2. It was unnecessary.
Also, these are Bramble Devourers.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no mana reservation, there's like spirit instead. It's like the resource that they made as a new resource. That is like specifically for auras and passives and minions and stuff like that. I doubt there's gonna be any mana reservation. But yeah, this also means that you will always use mana basically, right? It's just like a free resource to use. Because you have it.
I mean, I guess we can't click it right now because the monsters are still alive. But now we can't either. But it does have the symbol on the mini map.
Yeah? Like that's a ritual symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is a ritual, technically. Well, I don't know, technically.
He's starting to recognize his zones like a Crowbers in this one. I wonder if the other acts also work like this here, where like here's like a random ritual. And then, you know, like maybe in Act 2 you get like another mechanic, and in Act 3 you get another mechanic, and they kind of like introduce all of the mechanics. I mean, somewhere, I think in Act 3, right, you'll probably get your ascendancy points, the first ones or something, or maybe in Act 2. Do you have any other like interesting, maybe more recent footage to watch? Who have we not watched yet, who has like some footage? Act 2 is the first one, so... You were worried about Sanctum being a trial. I kind of like the idea, actually.
Don't leave the circle there. Don't leave the circle there.
Dude, Hitless Mine is gonna be so hard in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1. In PoE 1, people just made like a, you know, 5 mirror tornado shot character and just like off-screen everything for like 7 screens away and fly around at 700 miles an hour. But you can do nothing of that in PoE 2. Hitler's Run is gonna be insane, I think. I wonder what the unique is.
I don't think it's getting more.
I'm not sure.
Alright, fuck it then. Never mind.
Don't want to waste time on it.
Melee hitless. Oof.
Like if it was very clearly powering up or whatever, I'd be like, ah, fuck it, let's do the ritual.
Hex Blast Mines, okay.
But I don't know what's causing.
Well, maybe it's like what we have to do, but it says.
Yeah, the third trial is not ready yet, right? It's gonna be later.
Man, I hope they get to optimize this for constant 60 FPS with the co-op couch thing.
Is there something wrong with it? I can't even.
It feels like it goes down to 24 FPS most of the time.
I've not noticed that even
There's
one
a lot
time.
of things happening on the screen.
Everything has looked super smooth to me the entire time. I've not noticed that a single time.
It's definitely a lot like good performance in the pressure situations. Like definitely like oh.
Bench.
That blue dude. Greater life flask, superior greater life flask. You want one of these?
Yeah, probably one. Unless I've got one. I don't know.
Increased amount recover. And reduced charges per use. It's still in instant, but it's only 60. It's like in PoE 1. Look, this is 60 life over 1.5 seconds. This is 242 over 2 seconds. So obviously, this one is completely useless at this point in comparison to this one. Flask upgrades early game just as important as in PoE 1.
I have no idea if we're like going the right way or whatever. Probably this way.
Guys, it's been a pleasure.
Yes.
See you on the internet.
Do you have a Discord? Are you easily approachable?
I have a Discord, but I'm not approachable.
Okay. I'll try not to approach you then.
Unless you put it in my Discord. Like, you can't...
Can I send you a friend request on Discord and you find me?
No. I'll send you one now.
Okay, do that.
Are you one of those people that gets several hundred of them a week and you're just like, no, fuck that, never go to that tab again? Yeah.
The worst thing is people writing you like message requests and they're like, hi, how are you doing? Just Catmaster OP.
Oh, okay.
See,
I get only like 8 or 10 a week, but it's already enough that I just never go to a friend's request again.
I just don't look at...
Yeah.
Oh wait, not Catmater OP. Wait.
Like it's still enough that I can find somebody now, but you have to like, someone has to tell me, yo, I've sent you this friend request, can you go accept me? And I'll be like, oh, I'll go.
I'll just have people on...
It's that sword again when they play. This is like chilling there. Oh, you turn off the cam. I don't know where he's standing there. Okay. Shit, you thought the Benedict login was in a video. No, I just misclicked here. I was just checking something on my Discord real quick.
Og's here to tell us to get the fuck off in a minute.
Sorry, I'm gonna leave these with you guys because you're staying here, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna use these.
Oh, you not?
Yeah, double a lot of... I don't know if you can, but maybe you can.
We definitely can. I don't know if we will, but someone will benefit from it.
Make use of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone will use it. Thanks.
I can't even imagine how to work.
For sure, someone will be like,
Well,
yeah.
you are making use of this breakfast tomorrow, maybe, because you don't have any breakfasts anymore.
Yeah, I'll use one of the breakfast ones. Yoink. I'll just chuck it there for now. I won't forget.
How generous. Nice of her that she thought of us. Oh, did I die?
I nearly died. Ooh! I nearly died again.
It's been a while that I died. It's been a hot minute. I think I had like 2 or 3 situations where I revived you instead. But this is rough. This is a rough pack. There's like 1 or 2, 3 blues in there with active.
Over Quinn got unique. Oh, from the puzzle box.
My minions are suddenly dying. Like, they were dying
That's gonna be interesting.
but they're dying like real quick now.
Thank you. God of.
Wait, what's the area level? This one's to level 12.
God of the noobs. Wish you all the birthday wishes, guys.
Like 10 or 12, like close enough.
I think we might just be a little bit too hard for this. We probably were supposed to go to another zone first. And grind out a level or 2.
I'll be 11 in just a second.
I mean, that's almost...
I can shake as well.
There, 1 level below now.
Okay, do you have anything else here, guys? Looking for other links, other videos. Anything interesting that they've teased? Let me check the Twitter. I want to see if there's more.
How much trouble do you think I get in if I stole one of these PlayStations and ran away?
Lots.
Lots? No.
That is the first line of one of these videos playing.
Oh, so every single time
One that is running dry. I mean, it's fine. I still have like stuff to do. I'm just kind of not in the mood to get started on, you know, putting stuff together. I was thinking about maybe making some kind of like spreadsheet or something with like, you know, my build ideas and like, you know, like the looking at like what kind of supports I can combine for my mercenary build and maybe other stuff that I want to try sometime during the early access. Just kind of get cooking a little bit, but I will probably do that tomorrow. So I was thinking like if there's any other like stuff we still need to catch up on, because there's still like old footage that we're watching, right, from people.
Yeah, time efficient, but not a pussy. But I don't know we can't reset the zone because like I don't know how to open the context. Don't know how to shift click.
Watch any of Wudijo's videos. Yeah, I haven't released too much yet on PoE 2, but I will start actually tomorrow. I want to try to make some intro guides for people coming to PoE 2 with all the stuff we know. You know, plus my plans, plus my build that I'm planning to go, and so on. I'm excited to see the D4 racers move over to PoE racing. And I think there's not that many people that would be like close to like Ben level. I mean, Ben is a very experienced player, and the thing is a lot of knowledge from PoE 1 also carries over to PoE 2. Luckily, all the combat and like the, you know, monster behavior and the boss stuff is like a full, you know, blank slate, which is good. But he's still very experienced in like generally racing and all that, and hardcore. It's gonna be hard to beat Ben.
What's the time exactly? It is. Good question.
I'm not sure how serious Oogie Boogie is gonna go into the PoE 2. Oogie Boogie is a very good player.
Because we already did most of our transferring. Yeah, okay, we'll take that.
I'm planning to start a mercenary.
Just making sure. We've only got 15 minutes left on this recording. So perfect. A sapphire ring!
The fat guy? I'm not sure if he's fat.
We've only got mana rings up until just now too.
I don't think he's fat. He doesn't stream with cam. I actually met Oogie Boogie at Gamescom briefly. I remember the first person that I met at Gamescom as I walked to the entrance was Oogie Boogie. I just realized. I didn't even know what he looked like. He just shouted, "Hey, Woody!" Which was kind of funny. Oh, thank you. Hey guys, good news.
Still missing exactly one dex for my
Nutella bread.
128 innovation rate, which is-
That is the most annoying part of
I birthday cake.
is stat requirements. It was so difficult because I kept going off by one and de-equipping my gear.
Well, the thing is, technically, there's the hooded guy with which you can refund, but it doesn't work for me. Like, it says it costs gold, but you can't, like...
Yeah, PoE 2 is not as comical as PoE 1 yet.
Like, it doesn't work. I don't know how it works. Maybe I did it wrong, but...
No, I don't. I think it was just not working.
I think it was bugged.
Yeah, I was like, because I wanted to try out like totems and stuff. I was like, you get 2 strength. I'm like, how do I find 2 strength all of a sudden? Like, I gotta reset back to 2 strength.
Yeah.
What's this one?
Yeah, it's also weird. You can't, like, just buy attribute amulets or something.
Yeah,
like,
I need some mercenary action.
Was the entire vendor was gambling?
Ah, there's actually another one from Catmaster.
One is the
He's playing mercenary. Okay.
okay,
Yeah, honestly, I think they're kind of like yapping in the background, and it's kind of annoying to me right now. I'm not sure if I want to keep finishing this. So I rather want to see this here. This is like no comments. I want to see some more early game and stuff. Ah, wait. When is this recorded? This was at Gamescom. I think this is his Gamescom footage. Yeah. I remember those characters. These are exactly the characters that I also played. This is from Gamescom. I didn't realize there was over 22 sorcerers there, actually. going for WSD, Bob. Okay, let's actually see how he fares with the mercenary, come what I mean. So you actually play the same character on the same client. Okay, he logs in and starts blasting. No need reading your skills. Yeah, on Gamescom client you still had 5 flasks. Yeah, it could be that he was maybe watching someone else play Mercenary before or something. Like for example, when I went there at Gamescom, I also had like a scheduled appointment basically with GGG. And I couldn't play for like, you know, a few minutes or something, and I was just chilling there, and there were some other people already sitting there and playing and stuff. I was like, this was like in the business area, there's like, you know, a little private lounge they had and a few PCs there in a room basically. This was not in a public area. How big PoE 2 already is. If they go PoE 1 route, it will be unplayable for a new person in 2 years after 8 leagues. Yeah, just revolutionized ARPGs again in PoE 3. Yeah, I mean, it will take a while for, like, you know, new leagues to actually make its way into the game. We're talking about like a year from now or something, right? And even if they add like a few mechanics throughout the first 1 or 2 years, it's still gonna be okay. Like the thing is that most of the mechanics that they added are not really overly complicated right now. You know, Breach is pretty simple. Ritual is pretty simple. Like all the stuff is relatively simple. And yeah, there's like stuff to learn and there's more mechanics to juice and stuff. But it's not like, you know, Betrayal or like Delve or, you know, these kind of things where there's like a lot of little details that you have to learn to be efficient and stuff like that. I don't know, imagine like Synthesis or so. He's actually trying to like speedrun him. I wonder how far he gets. I mean, he has like a 40-minute timer. He can probably finish the entire act at this point. Expedition. I'm kind of surprised they added Expedition, honestly. I'm not sure why. Like, first of all, it seems like all the cargo guys didn't even like age, even though they should be 20 years older. And then the mechanics also, I don't know, wasn't that well liked?
So the hooded one was right. They lost their minds.
mean, it's one of the simpler ones. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Expedition is like relatively simple. But I feel like PoE 2 could do without it. On the other hand, I mean, PoE 2 is a much slower paced game in general, so maybe Expedition just fits better there. It's probably okay to like take like 10 seconds out of your blasting and, you know, put a few fuses and then go. Rock is great. Yeah, I'm not talking about like the, you know, rewards. Of course, Rock is great and everything. Intuition and, you know, it's like, yeah, it's like rewarding, okay. But is it like really like that fun for people to do? Maybe you're right, Crucible. How will the revamp Heist? I can't imagine Heist makes it back into the game.
Personal.
Yeah, pop music, there is no extra flash in PoE 2, this is old footage right now. It's on Gamescom, it's like 3 months old. But he just posted it now. I guess I could post my gameplay as well. So there's some stuff on my hard drive. Probably going for mercenary first. We'll get Atlas City building League at some point. You bet, man. Hours? That's not enough. Force the Colossus one time as a short for the memes.
Surely we can.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Great will take you, bastard! It's that bastard that tried to hang me. This'll stop him.
Damage mod check. Ah. Better. Yeah, he shouldn't be using the cold shots. He should be probably just doing like first of all, some grenades as well. He has grenades. Not sure why he's not using them. Here we go. See, that's blasting. He's like wow betting. Looks like he was lagging there. One thing of warrior class. I think warrior is gonna be very good to start with. In my opinion, might actually be the strongest. I don't know. There's a lot of like pretty strong tools. Yeah, I'm not sure about this NSA. I don't think that's gonna matter too much. There's like the one that gives you the Warcry stuff. Like the no cooldown Warcry stuff sounds very intriguing, I gotta say. There's some fancy stuff with that, I think. Yo, Sterion. Thanks for the time. Subtractive Stalker's pumping. Yeah, we saw that earlier. But I mean, it's like really hard to say really from like, you know, just some Act 1 and Act 2 gameplay, right? Like there's so many things you don't know. We don't know most of the items they can get later, how high all the stats roll, like, you know, what's the balance between like, you know, melee range and spellcasters and minions and all that. You know, what kind of combos can you do? We don't even know half of the ascendancy nodes. So honestly, I mean, whatever you say, you know, it could be like right, it could be completely wrong. We don't know. So like some things we do know are like most of the skill gems that are available. So you'll be able to kind of like tell, okay, like, you know, which skills they want to use and why, and with what supports and in what combo. So at least these kind of things you can say now. But in terms of like how good is this compared to other builds, I mean, I have no idea. You know, can't really say that. And also like here, like the thing is, we also have to remember like we're seeing a lot of gameplay that is like from various versions of the game. You know, this is Gamescom footage. The other thing was even older. Other stuff is newer. They have rebalanced stuff. We have completely different players here that either have experience or not, or are just good or bad. So really, we can't really say much for now. And even after early access launches, we can't really say that much until like, you know, way down the line, I think. Because of this insane, like, you know, asymmetrical, you know, knowledge and player skill, for example, and so on. Or even like RNG, right, with loot. Like basically what I have to do is I have to clone myself like 1,000 times. And then log in and blast PoE2 in like all the ways I could imagine. And then I will let you know like 1 week after early access. But until I have completed 1,000 times cloning, I don't think we'll be able to get anywhere close to the truth anytime soon. Gonna go link for 500 times. Okay, it's a good start. Then just download some more RAM. And we got this. Then you kill whichever clone, get a Giga crossbow from Kinlock and take his place. Pretty morbid. Clone lives matter. Looks like he's gonna make it to the boss actually. Take the skill gem. Thank you, Smithy. Yeah, I'll not do hardcore on the first character. I might do hardcore relatively soon after. It depends a little bit on like how comfortable I feel, you know, playing through the game on the first time on hardcore is probably not a good idea, but after seeing everything once, and especially if I go for like a lot of map bosses as well, like I'm definitely planning to farm maps that have a lot of bosses, just to learn those bosses mostly. And it could be very rewarding, so I definitely want to like make a build that is like bossing focused, I guess, more than a mapping focused build. And then like this you can also like learn lots of the like act boss fights, because a lot of them are going to be reused. It's actually going to be kind of interesting to see how it'll feel to do maps and then have like these big bosses at the end, right? Because all these are campaign bosses. I think for the campaign it kind of makes sense that they have like long and crazy boss fights. And I wonder like how much this will speed up in the maps. I guess they're still going to be somewhat long. Like in PoE 1, a long boss fight is anything that lasts like more than 5 seconds. But here it sounds like even in maps you're probably going to do like 1 or 2 minute boss fights. Which is kind of interesting. It's actually one of the reasons why I like Last Epoch a lot. Because they actually have long boss fights even in late game. And the bosses are, you know, relatively good.
This place is right fancy.
Can you find a basic shot if your ammo runs out? Good question, actually. I'm not sure. I never really had that problem though. I never really tried to do that. Because I think they generally don't cost mana. You see, he's not really spending mana when he's doing his shots. So there's basically no reason not to use a certain ammo. Like the grenades cost mana. I'm not sure if like loading a certain ammo costs mana. But either way, you don't really shoot auto attack.
This'll stop him.
I feel when you realize you're backseating a video. I mean, it's just kind of interesting to see, like, you know, the different approaches that people have, and also like how I would play it. You know, I would play a kind of similar build, but I would probably play it pretty differently in terms of gameplay, which is kind of interesting. Like, I like that PoE is becoming a lot more gameplay focused than in the past. You know, I'm always someone who likes, like, you know, doing the hard challenges and hard boss fights and, you know, hardcore and, you know, the pushes in D3 and so on. So number one, I really enjoy this stuff, but number two, I think I'll also be like very successful actually. Because this is exactly the kind of stuff that I do the best. What is this character doing? You get like stuck in the corner there, look at that, with the roll. Nah, it's not early access for streamers, this is like a recording from the past. Which was for streamers, I guess. But this is like from Gamescom. Unfortunately, I don't have my own mercenary gameplay from Gamescom. I didn't record all of it, I only recorded like in a 1 hour session or something. And I played like 2 other times for like a few hours. But I didn't record those, unfortunately. Multiple potions is a giveaway that this is PoE 1. Well, you could almost believe that because this boss actually exists in PoE 1. They took it from PoE 2 and put it in PoE 1 early. But it's actually PoE 2. There will 100% be mage spot and headhunter type chase items. Yeah, for sure. I mean, just like, you know, the hitless Sanctum run, whatever that unique is gonna be probably crazy valuable, for example. Because that seems like an insane challenge to do. That you can't even just like overpower with just like a good build, right? Like at some point you can always get to the point where you just like overpower any content in the game and you just like trivialize all of the pinnacle bosses and whatever, right? And that's probably okay, right? If you like put in enough hours and you've grinded for like 100 hours or 200 hours or whatever and you've been rich as fuck. It's okay to have a character that's kind of like blasts through everything at some point. But like some stuff like the Sanctum unique, for example, you can't just overpower that. You have to get good.
No room.
Grandma's essence is 20 maximum life, actually. The attacks are giga telegraphed. Yeah, I think the bosses are definitely fair. But telegraphs. I mean, sometimes you might not know the first time around, okay, what are all the abilities and where do I have to go and, you know, whatever. Like, where's the slam gonna land when he does this swing? But, you know, you're gonna learn that very soon at least.
There is only enter.
Can't do that here.
Yeah, PoE 2 is a bit more similar than PoE 1. Not by too much though. You hope PoE 2 brings back Betrayal at some point. Holy man, log out.
Stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that's like intimidating to learn or something, Betrayal, but I just don't think it's a good mechanic to bring back. And first of all, none of the characters exist right now in this universe. We have not seen any one of the characters there. Or, you know, the old masters, the new masters and all that. And I just think it's not a good mechanic. We've seen some Dreamcore skill node videos, but I had seen most of them by this point anyway. Was there another one today? The delay grenades is interesting. It can be decreased. There's like some skill tree notes to decrease the delay on the grenades. And I suppose shorter duration probably works as well or something, or less duration. If you link that. That could also make it like relatively easy to hit it. Something like that will definitely be valuable, because it will just increase the consistency of your grenade hits. I guess it depends a little bit on like the exact monster you're fighting and how you play around it. Ditch. He has 18 minutes left. I wonder if he's gonna kill the boss. Just randomly take some attack speed, let's go.
This'll stop him.
I wonder if there's gonna be like some niche mechanics or like what is the aggro range on monsters and stuff. Like eventually I'm pretty sure we can get something like phasing or something, you know, leap slam, we can like go over packs. I wonder like how much I would actually like to like pull stuff together. Yeah, 60 minutes left. It's gonna kill the boss. The guys are waiting there for him to walk out. Nice, welcome.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promise.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself. Great wolf, take you.
Machine gun is depends on which skill you use. Weapon is a crossbow, and then it becomes either a machine gun, a grenade launcher, a sniper, a shotgun, and so on. Yeah, that's the old video. That's on Gamescom. No more life flask, come on, guys.
Piercing shot.
Are you gonna be for the lifeless now from the ads, I wonder? This is Gamescom footage from Headmaster OP.
This'll get him.
Kinda interesting, he has 2 life on hit on his gloves. He probably has like a maximum life pool of somewhere in the range of 250. Look how much life he's getting from like one shotgun attack. It's kinda interesting to see how much he's healing.
Fire shot.
Boom. He has like 10% life per shot or so. And there's 2 life on hit. So he's hitting like, you know, 10, 12 times or something. But if you have to pee, you can actually pause the game.
Fire
Well, make it 15 minutes times 2, guys. Yeah, he has like relatively low boss damage. He's like barely using his grenades. He's also not using the, I'm not sure what it's called, the armor break consumption. Like he breaks the armor, but then he sometimes doesn't follow up with it. So how long did, okay, we see the timer here. Okay, I'm not sure if you see it. It might be behind the cam. No, you see it here. So 6 minutes left. He died at like 7 minutes left. So when did the fight start? Holy. I mean, to be honest, it's like the slowest Act 1 boss kill I've seen. Okay, let's not call it kill, I guess. So this was 9 minutes. Would have been like probably roughly 10 minutes for him if he had not died. Let's see if we're gonna do it though in 6.5.
This time, I'll remove your head myself.
My shot.
Kneel before me. Witness my power for the first one. Run, little rabbit. No escape. Kneel before me. Run, little rabbit. No escape. Witness my power.
Break their armor.
Edge. Okay, stop there actually. Okay. Alright. So clunky class. I don't think it's a clunky class actually. It's like a class that actually makes the controls the easiest, I think. Because you don't press a lot of buttons there all the time. You just hit WSD, move around and shoot in the right direction, and then sometimes you change your armor, you shoot the grenades. So it's like actually fairly simple to play. But yeah. I had a lot of fun with Mercenary. I've seen this, I've seen this. Anything else? Seen that. Yeah. The biggest damage chunks when 2 or 3 armor breaks. Yeah, exactly. Like the armor break is pretty important. I actually want to try to make like a melee plus crossbow, like mace plus crossbow build, where I break the armor with like one swing of my mace. That's like a ability I can use on mace. I'm not sure which one it's called. Let's see if you can find armor. I think it's this one actually. Melee, strike, AoE. Yeah, this one. So it breaks a lot of armor. It has +2 to strike range as well, so you don't have to be full in melee range, I guess. So you swing at them with the mace, and then you follow up with the armor shot and just like repeat back and forth. That could be kind of cool. I'm gonna try this. And then there's like the armor, fully broken armor. Yeah, high velocity rounds, that's the one. Consumes fully broken armor to deal 150% more damage. And it does 250 attack damage already. So I'm not 100% sure how this will work when you like weapon swap back and forth all the time. I guess it will keep the high velocity rounds loaded. So you might not even have to use the mana for it. Because I think you only spend the mana when you actually load the ammunition, but not when you shoot, I believe. So you only need the mana for the swing. Saw the boss go down with Titan and he went down fast. Be like the warrior or what? What do you have for grenades? Oil grenade. Fire bouncing grenade that releases a pool of oil that covers nearby enemies in oil off the blade. Oil can be ignited by burning of fire areas. Base duration is 1.6, base second duration is 5. I guess the base duration in 1.6 means after 1.6 seconds it explodes, right? Rapid shot. Heat also grants bonus damage to grenades as they fire. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if you spend the mana whenever you reload. I guess I have to see that again. How often he actually spends mana with the ammunition. Depends on level and items when you get there. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. Cluster grenade. This is like the last skill, I think, on the mercenary. Cluster grenade. Converts 20% of physical to fire. Explosion rate is 2.5. Fuse rate is 2. Attack speed 75 for base and attack damage 155. Yeah, I wonder how much this overlap. We saw this like in preview. It looked pretty strong because it covers the entire screen. And the numbers on it seem really good. It's also interesting here, explosive shot. Loads a crossbow with flame bolts that explode on impact. The explosion will detonate any grenades in its area of effect. So you could also just like use the grenades, like, you know, ding ding ding, and then just follow up with the explosive shot, kaboom. And then you can also, like, you know, if you predict that the boss is gonna move or something, you can actually just like blow them up. If you have to. That's interesting. %1,000% more stun buildup. This explosion can blind both allies and enemies. But I don't think it can blind you. Allies does not include you. Doesn't say how long the stun lasts. Okay, so like all the grenade things. What about ammunition notes? Okay, so if the permafrost bolts, I think that's the one that he was using a lot. Load your crossbow with icy bolts that fire in a burst, damaging enemies on hit and a small cone behind the target. Icy cone and bolts makes them extremely potent at freezing enemies. Fires 10 bolts per burst. Attack damage 17. That actually seems like quite a lot of attack damage then. How much damage did a grenade do again? The class grenade does 155. Explosive grenade does 285. Then you can use it 3 times. And then you can get multi-proj. If you get like a volley on this, plus there's like a cluster somewhere on the tree, you can get 4 grenades. I wonder if I can actually overlap them. It might be worth actually just like link this with increased area of effect or something. Just to have more overlap and more AoE in general. Taking it all to Disneyland. Yeah, I'm not going for Disneyland right now. Consume freeze on enemies to deal 300% more damage. Attack damage 50. Fires 10 bolts per burst. I wonder if there would be a more effective way to freeze enemies to use this. Maybe they use like a spell, you know, like Vortex, Frost Bomb, and they just keep shooting these things and just like, you know, constantly freeze the target. That could be kind of interesting too. What the hell is this? Galvanic shards. I've not seen this in action yet, I think. A clip of charged bolts that fire and burst release chain lightning beams when they hit enemies. That seems very cool. I'm here. Glacial bolts. Loads your crossbow with icy bolts that create 2 walls of ice crystals. Okay. Yeah, we've seen that. 100% more freeze build up. It is high velocity round, that's a lot of damage. Also, you will always use high velocity round when the armor is already fully broken, which means that this is when you also do the most damage. You know, there's like no armor damage reduction. Plus you have this 250% attack damage on it. Plus you have the 150% more damage. This actually does a lot of damage. There's like some chunks you can do. So you constantly like break the armor and then use this and break the armor and use this. That's gonna be kind of nuts, I think. Maybe I don't even go for all this like grenade stuff and try this instead. Or use grenades more like the AoE clear. And this for a single target. Because grenades have a long cooldown. And often you get to the point where you can just like run out to the boss and then grenade, grenade, grenade and kill them. Converts 80% of physical to fire. Mortal bolts from 1 burst can hit the same target. Bullshit, I'm maybe dealing damage in a 1.4 meter cone. Loads your crossbow with charged bolts that land around the target location and they explode if hit by a detonator skill. Using skill again reloads the clip. A storm blast bolts. Charge bolt duration is 8 seconds, fires 3 bolts. Can fire 3 bolts before reloading. For support champs, when they say you can only use only one on one skill. Yeah, basically you have to imagine support skills are unique. Like both the active skills and the support skills are all unique. You can only have 1 copy of each of them. But every active skill can be linked to 5 supports. And you can have like, I don't know, 10 or so active skills. So I can actually have a lot of stuff. I'll see what's there for bow actually on the active skills. There's a lot of bow. I don't think there's a crossbow. Okay, let's try this. Requires bow. Okay, 11 skills. That's better. That's barrage. Dude, I'm actually kind of excited to try out ranger as well. Like this barrage thing, for example. Is it this one? Ready a volley of arrows and power your next bow attack. Yeah, exactly. Like you shoot it 3 times or something. It's really cool. Actually, an additional time plus an additional time per frenzy charge consumed. %1440% of repeated skills attack time is added to the skill's cooldown to a maximum of 30 seconds. Maximum death duration is 5 seconds. So if you have like an attack time of, let's say, 0.5, you get 1400% of that. So it means stuff like an 8 seconds cooldown or something. And I guess this is not dependent on how many frenzy charges you consumed. Okay, it's not too bad, I suppose. How do you get frenzy charges, I wonder? Combat Frenzy buff. While active, grants you a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy. Can only occur once every few seconds. Persistent buff. That reserves spirit, actually. Interesting. But it's 1 frenzy charge every 6 seconds. That's not that crazy. Rain of arrows. Fires 100% more arrows if a frenzy charge was consumed. Holy. Fires 30% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. So does it mean when you have 1 frenzy charge, you're gonna get 250? No, actually get more than that, right? To get like 300% of normal arrows, I guess. Because you have 100% base, 100% more, so it's 200. And you get 50% more again, so it's 300. Oh. Fires 53 arrows. This way of arrows seems relatively balanced. What the hell? This sounds pretty insane. Like if you have like a big target, like imagine like the Doriani fight or something in Act 3 where like you're gonna hit all the arrows. That sounds pretty nuts actually. Sniper's Mark. The next critical strike the target receives consumes the mark to deal extra damage. And grants a frenzy charge. Okay, this is a 6-second cooldown spell. Do frenzy charges have a duration, I wonder? Because you could actually do like Sniper's Mark and then follow up with Snipe. And that Snipe gives you the frenzy charge. And then you can use a frenzy charge later to use the barrage with your snipe. And then just always have like multiple snipes at once. Sounds kind of nuts actually when I think about it. This could be pretty broken. Yeah, that seems very fun. I'm very excited to use snipe. I mean, it's gonna be very fun to play with this. Tornado shot is actually tornado. Do we see tornado shot? Tornado shot. There's a real tornado and there's a tornado shot. I am not related to Moltron. Fires a skyward shot that whips up a tornado where it lands, dealing physical damage over time and hindering enemies standing in it. Attack projectiles you fire at the tornado are sucked into, causing the tornado to spit out a nova of matching projectiles. What the fuck? That sounds hilarious. Yeah, I guess the main problem that comes with Tornado Shot is you probably want to use it in like a big AoE fight. But you somehow have to get your arrow into the tornado, right? You want to put a tornado into the middle of the pack, so that then it, you know, shoots in all directions. But you also have to get your arrow into the tornado somehow. How are you gonna do that? Need like a lot of pierce, or need like something that is like a, you know, parabolic or something. If that even works with that. Okay, sounds interesting though. Aquarius bow. Let's see. Vine arrow. I've seen that one in the previews. Yeah, do this snipe and barrage combo, man. It sounds so fun. Like there's like the setup, man. You know. 0.7 seconds cast time though. What about snipe? So sniper's mark is 0.5 seconds cast time. So just casting it's like 1.2 seconds already. And then you have to snipe itself. Channel the charge of your bow before releasing a powerful shot. Releasing the moment you're fully charged, cause the arrow to explode for a guaranteed critical hit. I'm not sure how long this needs, but probably like something like 1.5 seconds or so. I guess it depends on your attack speed. 100% increased critical damage bonus. Tornado shot and cluster grenades. Does that work? I thought it has to be projectile. Let's see. Attack projectiles you fire at the tornado are sucked into. Are the grenades counted as grenade projectiles though? It says AoE projectile fire. It doesn't have attack. Here it actually says attack. So maybe it works. This says attack. And this says spell, so it should work, right? Yeah, you can do the tornado shot with the bow, and then you can change the crossbow and shoot the grenades. So that works actually, that's a combo. So it might actually work. This might actually be a pretty reliable combo as well, because the grenade doesn't get stuck in the monsters or something. I think you can like shoot a grenade and it lands wherever it lands. And if you shoot at the tornado, it will land in the tornado. I guarantee this might actually be a pretty good combo. Definitely worth trying, I think. Thanks, Davdom. Appreciate the tier 3 sub, man. How are you doing? Let's see more of the bow attacks. Bow shot is just at an auto attack, right? Okay. Lightning arrow, lightning rod. Fire charge bow at the target on hitting an enemy or wall. The arrow will fire beams at nearby targets, shining from them. Okay, so that seems very standard, lightning arrow. I really like lightning arrow in PoE 1. Turtle power as well. Thanks for Prime, man. Blasting reed here, wow. Oh, enjoy. Thank you, Turtle Power. Yeah, when I played Ranger, this lightning arrow plus lightning rod combo was like by far the strongest, I feel. I mean, I didn't get to play the snipe stuff yet. I really want to try this. It sounds very powerful too. Especially if you can like reliably like open a window to do this nuke. Like every 8 seconds or so, you can do like a big burst. Poison burst arrow. I don't have any numbers or something at all. Yeah, this vein of arrows also seems very powerful. It's like one of the later level skills, I suppose. I wonder how good this is gonna be. At the very least, it's gonna be very good for a week clear, I think. Fires 53 arrows, and I remember at least in PoE 1, Vein of Arrows had some technology where Like it spread out like I think half the arrows randomly in like a big circle, and then I think the other half actually aimed at enemies inside or something like that. So either way, it sounds pretty strong. I think Ranger could be blasting pretty hard actually with the snipe and rain of arrows and all that stuff. Now I'm kind of tempted to make a Ranger. I'm definitely gonna try out what the tornado shot will do and what the rain of arrows will do. I mean, worst case, I can always just like equip a bow and start blasting, right, if I want. Because I'm going to be playing like a mercenary, and it seems like the Ascendancy is like very versatile. So even if it's not necessarily the optimal choice as an Ascendancy, I can probably still kind of spec into whatever I want to try. Can't believe D4 stole Rain of Arrows on PoE 2. Oh god. Toxic growth. Leap into the air and fire a volley of arrows which cause toxic pustules to sprout from the ground on impact. Also explode after delay and can be poisoned, causing it to explode faster and more violently. Stored poison adds up to 1 meter to base explosion radius. Stored poison grants up to 1% more explosion damage. Pustules explode after 6 seconds. 6 seconds delay. It's actually crazy, man. 6 seconds delay before they explode. What the hell, dude? That sounds very clunky then. But I mean, 8 projectiles. If you can overlap like 3 or 4 of them or on the boss or something, it could be pretty good actually. But you have to really like time this, man. It's also like intriguing to me. It's like the same as Snipe, just as a melee version. You channel it and then wait for the perfect moment and then go boom, and it does a lot of damage. It's actually interesting. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. That seems kind of nutty when you go for like the double two-handed weapon setup. You'll get a total of 140% damage basically compared to just using normal two-handed. Commands 40 to fire. But I don't really quite understand how much damage it will do, and like this wave of fire, how much damage does that do, and so on. There's attack damage is 121. But you also channel it up and then it becomes stronger. Yeah. I guess this 121 attacks damage might be per, like, you know, swing duration while channeling or something. And then you channel it up to, let's say, you know, 3 times the normal number of your attack time. So it's like triple the damage or something like that. Because Snipe, I think, also doesn't look like that strong, right? It says also, it's kind of the same here. Attack speed 140, attack damage 121, and then can you get a guaranteed crit. And there's some damage bonus. But I think this is not it. I would definitely imagine that in late game you're gonna mostly crit all the time anyway. With like really good gear and stuff. So maybe Snipe is also just something you're not gonna use very much anymore later on. On the other hand, it could be interesting to try this with like more attack speed. Especially once you get used to the build. Imagine you could just like snipe, 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 snipe. Sounds like a lot of damage actually. Yeah, I'm just looking at skills right now a little bit. Gazi posted intro to Merc video. Yeah, we can watch more stuff tomorrow now. I think I'm not gonna watch more now. Is there no two-handed swords in the game right now? No, there's no swords in the game right now. There's only like hammers and quarterstaffs. Only thunder. Yeah, that's like the main attack for the monk with like lightning stuff. This is a very powerful skill if you have power charges. 25% more damage per power charge consumed. 1% more damage if a power charge was consumed. And then also lightning projectiles on top of it. They also do a lot of damage. Falling Thunder is nuts. It doesn't do much when you don't have power charges, but if you have, it's just like destroying everything. I wonder if it would actually be like an idea to do something like this, yeah. But it costs 103 fucking mana, man. Oh my god, dude. Look at that shit. But yeah, they could like have like, you know, 1 or 2 skellies that's just like you run around with. Then, you know, impale one of them, get a power charge. But oof. There's also this here. Market corpse. Which is complete a power charge. Corpse consumed to gain a power charge. Which duration is 2 seconds. This sounds actually like fairly easy to do. Costs not too much mana. You don't have to bother with anything. I wonder if you can even do something like, I don't know, spell echo or something like that. Is that a thing? Where you can like maybe do this like on multiple corpses at once. And then get like 3 power charges. Doesn't have a cooldown or anything. Yeah, it is Northfire. Support skills that consume power, frenzy on during charges, giving you a chance to not remove each charge, while still gaining the benefits of consuming them. This is it. There's like nothing for frenzy charges otherwise. Alright. Power charge. It's like on support gems right now. Support gems has nothing with power charge. Okay, an endurance charge. Break endurance. What about endurance charge here? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff missing with these charges. There's not really many effects for them, at least on the skills. It's just the 2 cries that have like some endurance charge synergy. And that's basically it as well. There's a note that makes skills that consume power charges count as consuming +1. Oh, did he find more? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that note before. That's very powerful though. Tempest Bell. Build combo by successfully striking enemies of any skill. After building 5 stacks of combo, create a bell that can be hit by your skills, creating a damaging shockwave. Oh, interesting. Requires 4 combo to use. Okay, so you just need to like randomly hit stuff and get combo. That's what you saw on the gameplay when they were using the bell. Like it always had a counter and I didn't quite understand how it worked. Bell is destroyed after 12 hits. It doesn't have a cooldown, interestingly. There's also a support that increases the limit. Yes. Actually, it says limit 1 bell, and I guess you can have 2 bells. Could be kind of nice. Lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. Yeah, it seems like it says after building 5 stacks of combo, create a bell that can be hit by your skills. So I wonder if you have to press the bell and then hit a few times, and then the bell just like spawns. Like, you know, you also have to probably like, time it then. Because otherwise the bell might just spawn in the wrong place at the wrong time or something. And 4 hits is not trivial. If you get like interrupted in your series of strikes. Yeah, maybe they can also like hit each other or something. That could be kind of wild if you have like 2 bells. But I would be surprised if they allow that. It's probably just like, okay, you can have 2 bells, but you have to still hit them yourself. That would make sense, I guess. Because otherwise it seems kind of crazy. Because the bell only lasts 6 seconds. Or is destroyed after 12 hits. And doing 12 hits in 6 seconds is not the easiest, I guess. I'm not sure what daze is actually. Consumes daze on enemies to cause 300% more stun build-up. Do you have anything else that says daze? No, I have no idea what daze is. What if you put the bell and machine gun it down? Well, it looks like the bell actually does like a set amount of weapon damage. So I guess, you know, it will be destroyed after 12 hits and it does like X damage and that's it. It doesn't seem like it's, you know, mirroring the damage taken or something like that, you know? So you can hit it with small attacks or big attacks, it doesn't matter. As long as you get all of the hits out. So you have to hit it like 12 times in 6 seconds. In any, by any means necessary, I guess. That's what it seems like. It's freezes, so dealing 350% more damage. That's a lot. Flip backwards while sending a freezing wave of ice. Ah yeah, this is like the combo with Glacial Cascade that we've seen. Whirling Assault. Advance by hitting enemies around you in a series of spinning strikes. We've also seen that. That's really cool. But I wonder how good this skill is really gonna be. I guess for like blasting down like easy enemies, that's probably fine. But everything else, it sounds kind of like you're gonna get yourself in trouble. Wind Blast. Strike enemies at range by generating a gust of wind as they swing. Plus 42 to melee strike range. This charge stuff sounds kind of strong as well. It's a buff with a duration, and you can like ramp it up basically. As long as you keep generating power charges reliably. Sounds really powerful as well if you like ramp it. I've not seen that in action though. I think Monk will be one of the best caster classes. Yeah, of course, you know, this doesn't have to be a Monk. But I'm not too impressed by the Monk ascendancy so far. Play Ranger or else. But I am kind of excited for like snipe stuff. Sniper and arrows. Maybe I'll make a Ranger second. Or maybe I was gonna try it out anyway on my first character. So why not? I was gonna keep some good bows around, put them in a stash, and see if I want to switch to it and try it out. You know, a good thing is you can like actually like swap relatively easily, I guess. So we'll see. Show me any reason why Sniper won't be good on Mercenary. Yeah, exactly. We just have to do like some respecking and stuff, but you know, like respecking when you're like, I don't know, let's say level 50 or level 60 or even 70 or so, it's not gonna be such a crazy big deal because there's probably like some overlap anyway on the tree. And then you respec like 30 points or something and boom, done. So it's not gonna be that crazy. Mental expression, what is that? What is that mental expression? In this? Ah, the Mongo Sensei. I should see that again. I don't remember it exactly. The mental invocation is actually very strong, I think. Needs 60 spirit though. But I can like trigger stuff at will, which is kind of nice. You know, in this case I can trigger a mark when I want. Or I can trigger like, you know, barrage when I want. And stuff like that. Mm. Wind Blast adds more stun build up. Yeah, I'm just like thinking, like, you know, how would I make a mercenary build right now? Like, I think I kind of got like the single target down, which is like the most important part, I guess. But I still need to be able to like clear effectively. And I'm wondering how will I do this up until I get the explodey ascendancy at least. When you can pick that early and then you're probably fine. Is that the first or is that the second lab? Let's see. Here, we can check this real quick. Ah, here's also the monk. So what's this? A mental expression, trigger a mental expression. Yeah, but you don't know what it does. Do you know what it does? And critic creates a wave for elemental damage. Okay. Actually, here we have Zealous Inquisition, 10% chance for enemies to kill explode, dealing 100% of the maximum life as physical damage. So that actually does exist here. As like the first lab. You can get those 2 points if you want. It's only 10% chance. And then doubled against undead and demons. So in a lot of packs this will actually not trigger even once. I guess in mapping this will kind of like ramp much harder. And generally in like, you know, difficult areas, I guess it will ramp harder. Which is nice. It will kind of like smooth out the difficulty. But probably not that great for campaign. So I have to do something else there. This one seems crazy. But you also need to find all these skill slots to use, actually. Like, what do you put in all these slots? Do you have, like, the auras? Spirit gems. How many are there? 36. How much spirit can we expect to have? I guess, like, roughly 100 or something, I imagine. It's, like, probably standard. Yes, later. Yeah, I know about the grenade passives. They seem pretty insane. Okay, Arctic Armor. Minion. Herald of Ash could actually be like a really good solution, I just realized. Base burning damage is 30% of overkill damage. Burn surrounding enemies if overkill damage is at least 20% of enemies' maximum life. So if you kill stuff with like the grenades, for example, or like these big like one-shots, you can actually trigger Herald of Ash. Buff cost attacks again 50% of damage is extra fire damage. Yeah, it's kind of nice actually, Herald of Ash. Definitely gonna include that, I think. I wonder if we can stack the burns. In PoE 1, I think they can stack, right? Herald of Thunder. Killing shocked enemies with attack damage will cause subsequent attack hits to release lightning bolts. Interesting, Plague Bearer is actually a spirit skill here. Scavenge plating duration is 8 seconds. Look at the scavenge plating. I can get 30% more armor with 10 stacks. And this is a level 4 skill, so this might actually ramp up a little bit. Maybe something like 40 or 50% more armor later. Sounds kind of nice, and it's only 30 spirits, so if you continuously break armor, but you have to kind of like actively do this with some skills, I guess. Supporter skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. That's the only thing here. I was wondering if there's like any other way of like applying Blake armor or something like that to get this consistently. But we'll see. It's also kind of nice. Blasphemy. It's only 30 spirit. Do we have curse skills? Curse. Okay, Heart of Ash doesn't stack. Okay. So it kind of works like Ignite, I guess. Even though it's just a burn. I feel like Enfeeble is so strong. 16% less damage on unique enemies. Kind of wild. I'm not really sure if it's worth to go for stuff like Flammability if you don't convert like all of your damage. Like if like half of my damage or so is like fire, then I'm not sure if that's really good. Temporal chains. That could be interesting for mercenary. Slowing them allows me to more easily get like my grenades off, for example. Maybe I'm gonna use that. Effects on cursed enemies expire 25% slower. It also doesn't look like it slows bosses by less. 34% slow seems kinda nuts. Cursed enemies lose 191 armor. I wonder if vulnerability, when you have enough armor reduction on it, actually fully breaks armor. Similar to, you know, other stuff. And if it does like continuously apply fully broken armor, for example, or can you also consume it and it's gone? It's not that many curses actually. But a Temp Chain Aura could definitely be like a really strong defensive tool. Yeah, you would expect curses to get less slow, but it doesn't say that. And then Enfeeble, for example, specifically says that it does less to unique enemies. New items and skills. Let's see. This him. Okay. Ah, they have like a date. Okay, that's cool. Okay, next etcher. Improves the quality of one scepter or staff. Okay, so it's like basically a whetstone, but for caster weapons for some reason. That seems kind of unnecessary. There is an increased effect of slowing debuff against enemies. So you can slow even harder with the temp chains. Seems kind of nutty, actually. Corrupting Cry. Inflict corrupted blood on enemies in their area of effect. Corrupted blood deals 10% of your strength with physical damage per second. Uh-huh. Interesting. Knife Leash can overflow maximum life. 25% reduced maximum life. Very interesting item. Can block damage from all hits, can use shield skills. So I guess this means it can also block hits from spells, right? Yeah, I think it can block hits from spells anyway, no? At least in a raised shield, I think it also blocks even like spell attacks from the front. But maybe this means AoE attacks. Interesting, Vitality is now a support gem. It's not Meek Sago. Ah, he has Shadow of Plague. Damn, that's actually very strong. %30% cooldown recovery rate is also pretty strong. And this is level 1. Ammo conservation. Mm-hmm. I wonder how reliably they can trigger this on, like, you know, some random support gem that they use sometimes. Let's say Barrage. Or like a curse. Yeah, Clarity also has become a support gem now. Interesting. Supports melee attacks you use yourself. Support skills cannot be used until enough combo has been built up, but massively deal more damage. Okay, support skills which already combo. 50% more damage. Kinda cool. I like this. There's on less reload speed, load an additional bolt. I think this would only matter for something that has a clip size of 1. And then you can do like bam bam basically in a row. I didn't get the box yet. I think it's gonna be tomorrow. Hammer of the Gods combo. I mean, Hammer of the Gods combo it probably rolls around playing Chronomancer, if you ask me. But maybe not. Maybe Chronomancer is like funny for the memes. To throw like 3 hammers or 4 hammers in a row. But this might not be the best way to play it. So you wouldn't use this thing here because you have like too much of a delay to do all your stuff. And the railgun skill, this would be good for a double barrel. But you also have to break the armor in between every time. Okay. Actually, a good overview here. Uh-oh. Less than 10 guys. Uh-oh. Okay, I think I'm gonna go now, guys. I'm gonna do some more cooking tomorrow and stuff. Check out some of the unique items. Yeah, I mean, the unique items so far, they're kind of interesting, but none of them seem like really endgame or something, so I don't really care too much currently. I haven't really seen like any super crazy impressive items yet. No. How many uniques will there be? A lot, I think. Maybe it's this here actually. Monsters, bosses, equipment types. They say 700 plus on release at least. So I guess a few hundred, I don't know. We'll see. One for each base type. Ah, okay. Well, that's a lot of uniques. That's gonna be fun. Anyway, let's rate someone. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Max is doing the puzzle box. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, most likely. Let's see how that goes. Have a good one.